Greetings and peace, everybody. Thank you for coming back. Today I have the honor and privilege for having Brother Douglas Dietrich back for part 2 of our interview. And what I will do is I will put part 1 in the description below. Brother Douglas Dietrich is a whistleblower, he's a public informant, and he's somebody that's serving humanity against the darkness. And I would encourage everybody to please support his work, follow his channel, and to spread this information in terms of the truth that we're having the honor of being in collective effort to share this truth to help humanity. Since the last time I spoke to Brother Douglas Dietrich, he's also become a published author, and I would like to share both of his books for anybody that's looking into the truth. So the first book is Vampirology, which is the vampire research paper, and this you could get on Amazon and in the aspect of ebook and paperback format. And this is important because all of this misinformation that we see against the vampire subspecies in movies and video games, it's important you get the truth right from the source. Also, we have the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which is also one of the greatest books that I ever read. And it tells you the truth that your school history books will not teach you. And with this book, you can also get it on Amazon in paperback and ebook format. But I encourage to get it through the publisher from Skybooks USA. And I will share the links for the books, the part 1 of the interview, and also Brother Douglas Dietrich's channel, so you can go and subscribe and get all of his daily transmissions, which appear on Wednesdays and Sundays, 5 p.m. Pacific time and 8 p.m. Eastern time. So the purpose of myself having Brother Douglas Dietrich have back on for part 2 is to talk about H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft's hidden Islamic background is not talked about too much often due to the bias that a lot of his biographers have towards him, especially in the West. So the purpose of me having Brother Douglas is to not only promote his message, but also promote this aspect of H.P. Lovecraft's true history. And I thank Brother Douglas from the bottom of my heart, because there's nobody that I've seen here in the West defend the true Islam like my brother does. And with that, I'll hand it over to him. I thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me, and deeply appreciative of your patience. And I especially want to thank all of our listeners, and with their incredible open-mindedness and tolerance, and their desire to literally explore and find out more about that which is forbidden in their society, because of course we know that Salman Sheikh is both a Mason and a Muslim, and both of these, both the religion and that organization have they're much maligned in the postmodern world, and have been for quite some time. And there is a long history, of course, of hostilities between Christendom and Dwar al-Islam, the land of submission, or the land of the Muslim faith. And of course, between the Bavarian Illuminati and the Masons, which have come to dominate in the English Commonwealth and the New World. So you have these ongoing hostilities, and Salman Sheikh and I are overcoming a lot of those on a personal level. So we hope that many people follow our example at the social level. Right now, of course, what I'm doing is setting that context, simply to buy myself some time, which I'm going to have our friend Salman help us with, just to oxygenate and caffeinate a little bit more. We have 3 hours in this interview, and we're going to make certain to use every minute of that. But I definitely want to make certain I'm centered and grounded enough. There's a lot of information to cover, and I certainly want to do it justice. So with that in mind, of course, Salman Sheikh, perhaps what you could do is kind of reiterate what you learned from myself about Howard Phillips Lovecraft, and how we got to talking about his Islam, and why that this is so disregarded is what I'll go into in a moment. When you kind of get me started, you have to kind of ignite the fire and light the pilot light before the gas stove turns on. So Do a little bit of that for me while I quaff this tea, if you would.
Yes, Brother Douglas. And it's interesting you mentioned that because I've been listening to you since 2015, and it was on the Taboo Bros channel. I believe it was Taboo Bros 1 or 2 that I had listened to your clipping of when you were describing the anti-gods and H.P. Lovecraft and all of those things. And most people don't know that just like how I have a Islamic and Masonic background, so too does H.P. Lovecraft, with himself converting to Islam and also inheriting a library from his Masonic father. Most people don't know that his father was a Freemason on top of his Islamic connection, because the two are very closely linked together, even though like they don't talk about it here or they don't cover it. So it was on the Taboo Bros channel that I had heard this clip, and it was, you described it perfectly about the anti-gods and how when the father was dying, he started shouting these Arabic names of the anti-gods. And it says it also in the Holy Quran, where the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, warns mankind about Cthulhu. So in Arabic, he's called Al-Cthulhu, like the deceiver and the forsaker. And he tells everyone, like the followers, he warns them of the anti-gods that, "O mankind, beware of Al-Cthulhu, the deserter, the forsaker, or the deceiver," or it depends on the interpretation of the translation that's being occurred. And it's true, because even in Sufism, the Sufi aspect of occult Islam, which you will find a lot of these teachings, you have dervishes in the desert who basically, those who astray from the path of Allah, God, they fall astray to these titans and these anti-gods. And when you had described that in the beautiful articulation that you always do, it made sense to me that there is an order and a chaos, and you have these two elements that are always at war with each other. There's that balance of order and chaos in terms of leadership, world events. There's always going to be a period of chaos, and it's going to be a period of balance. That's just the nature of the reality that we're in. And H.P. Lovecraft covered a lot of those things, and most people don't know that a lot of it comes from Sufism, like the Sufi occult aspect of Islam, which you also described perfectly, how in the West they said he was just fascinated with the Arabian Nights, but
Yes.
it's more deeper than that, and it's important people educate themselves, just like how I'm encouraging my viewers that those that have been fed misinformation about the vampire, read Brother Douglas Dietrich's book, Vampirology, and you will know what's truth, what's fiction, and what's mythology. It's important that you get this education from voices that have been suppressed and repressed. And Brother Douglas Dietrich is one of those voices that has been put down by the enemy. And even if you look at our first interview, you could just look at the views and see how repressed both of our views are. Even myself, people get surprised even with my background. But at the end, I'm of a minority Muslim background. So for some people here in this country, I will never be seen as an equal. So in Brother Douglas Dietrich is in that same position. So that's why we have that commonality and that love and that bond and brotherhood. And I would hand it over to Brother Douglas Dietrich now.
Okay, and thank you. That's beautiful. And of course, this isn't so much a handover. This is going to be more of a discussion. And that was very important to Penny Bradley, who was hostessing myself the Saturday before this Saturday. And we'll follow that pattern as well. I'm going to very much include our brother Salman in a discussion as opposed to a presentation, but there are so many things here to discuss, and this is like part of the challenge that we face is trying to get people to comprehend things that they are simply not prepared for because society has told them that such things don't exist. Whether it's the vampires that he's brought up, and I'm very, very touched that he brings that up because, of course, that has much to do with my genetic background. We don't need to concentrate on that today, and we'll happily do so in the near future. And of course, he's mentioned the book by which you can prepare yourself for that. And in terms of the misunderstanding vampirism. There's not only, of course, a malignment, a maligning of the subspecies. There is also a wretched romanticization that makes it ridiculous, and people, of course, are exposed to it's just bizarre concepts that are from things like, oh my goodness, there was this Mormon authoress. She comes from a Mormon background, and she made the Twilight series. And that is just something, again, we can discuss that in another episode, just some of the absurdities that are promoted by these things, as well as, say, for instance, we have something we will discuss maybe the next time, probably the next time that I am with Salman Sheikh, will be elements of the John Wick series, simply because of its connection to the historical assassins, and that's very important. And I haven't yet seen the series while sober, and I'm going to make a point of doing that. But from what I saw, I have the elements with which to basically do some analysis that I think needs to put it into perspective. So let's get started now with H.P. Lovecraft, because that is important. And of course, as our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh has pointed out, H.P. Lovecraft was converted to Islam at a very young age. So let's get into some of that, and then get into the concepts he was trying to share with people, the wisdom he is trying to share. And much of it is, for lack of a better word, dervish wisdom or Sufi wisdom. And this is something, of course, that people in America truly fear, more than his Cthulhu mythos, as they've interpreted the anti-gods. And indeed, the antithesis to what Lovecraft, and in this case, Harry Houdini, which is a stage name, this is what they were trying to prevent, is exactly what is happening, which is more and more of a worship of the anti-gods. So I will do my best to explain that to all of you. So first off, of course, Howard Phillips Lovecraft was the impoverished scion of a senescent Freemasonic family. For those of you who just want me to explain that a bit more, if those vocabulary words, and I don't mean this in any sense from an arrogant standpoint, the biggest problem is that we live in a Twitter society. And even Penny Bradley, in this interview I conducted with her Nachtwaffen pilot program, she listed that I was on Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter. I'm not on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. And so, but we live in a Twitter society, so she assumed that. And this kind of, no matter what the case is, there's a limit on what a person can say. And usually people are limited in how they express themselves, and our vocabulary is truly dumbing down. So scion would mean like the person who is the heir to a legacy. Senescent would mean that the family is dying, meaning that the family line is dying off. And basically, the Lovecraft line, as far as it went with Howard Phillips Lovecraft, when it came to him, there were no known brothers or children. So his family died with him. And there was another factor in that. And this is important, and we may as well introduce it now. And it is one that will probably outrage and anger many fans of Howard Phillips Lovecraft, particularly young men who may already be somewhat isolated or alienated. And many of such young men are, I don't know how to say this, they simply have a lot of excess testosterone, and they react violently to something that provides cognitive dissonance in their lives. But Howard Phillips Lovecraft was also gay. There was he may have been gay to the point of repressed to an extent, but it seems as if he acted out on an underage man, and I'll get into that. This was not rape, and it was not seduction. This was actually something that was a form of entrapment by the U.S. military. So this was indeed one where they tried to get Lovecraft handled. And this is what brings us into the real world, the ugly world that I have been exposing for many years, which is the military's involvement with satanic ritual abuse, with human trafficking. And this has been going on forever, even though I was working with Michael Aquino simply under protest as a civilian. At the time, I worked as a librarian with the Department of Defense, which is outlined in our episode preceding this episode. And actually, we're going to have probably more regular episodes, maybe once a month or once every 2 months now that things are smoother running with the Skype that Salman is using, even though it didn't run too smoothly in the sense that I can't see his image on my side. Hopefully it will be recording and you'll be seeing this. And so when it comes to all of this, this is prep. I'm waking myself up. I'm quaffing tea right now to get a little bit more caffeinated. Then once I get started, I suck all the oxygen out of the room. Salman knows this. And but in the meantime, hopefully that gives people a little bit of what should be shocking. One of the things that I'll look up right now, I believe it was Frank Belknap Long who wrote about H.P. Lovecraft, and that was an example of a book that drew ire. And I think it was Dreamer of the Nightside. Dreamer on the Nightside was the title of his book, which was an autobiography. No, excuse me, a biography on Howard Phillips Lovecraft. And I think that it earned him quite a bit of, for lack of a better word, a lot of threats. And so I hope I've got that right. But when he wrote that book, he basically was very Freudian about his analysis of H.P. Lovecraft, even though he was a friend. And let me see if I can find the author of Dreamer on the Nightside. And that will give us an example of what we might be in for, because back in his day, we didn't have the internet. And the people were still responding with letter bombs. So yes, it was Frank Belknap Long. The book was Dreamer on the Nightside. And he analyzed Lovecraft from a Freudian perspective and just presented him as gynophobic, somebody who feared females and the feminine anatomy. And basically said, not so much that he was gay, but basically presented him as a mama's boy. And that was enough to draw the ire of many Lovecraft fans. And Lovecraft has always been appealing to alienated or estranged or, quite frankly, disturbed youth. And so as a result, what we're saying today might result in certain reactions. But of course, this is what we deal with. We deal with this kind of, for lack of a better word, threat. So just so that people understand how brilliant Lovecraft was and how out of this world he was a prodigy who learned to read at 4 years of age. And he maintained this pace as an omnivorous reader through the time of his termination, meaning his assassination, via the artificial introduction of intestinal carcinoma, intestinal cancer, at a time when such condition was exceptional enough to rate medical casebook documentation. And and I'll get more into that, of course, so that people can have a context for what I'm saying there. And bear in mind, I was dealing with many military documents on this individual that have never been released to the public. But by circumstantial evidence, people will be able to find out the majority of what I say is true. All of it is true, but they'll be able to find evidence for the majority of what I say quite easily. And the circumstantial evidences will simply draw it all together into the reality that it is. But when he was a young man, he started writing the astronomy column for the Providence Tribune at the age of 16. And this was after converting to Al-Islam. So he did this at a time when he was in dire need of faith. And his father, of course, was dying and leaving him nothing, leaving him completely destitute in the sense of any liquid assets. So he found himself somewhat in the position, and I say somewhat, because he was very Anglo, very much an Anglophile, to the point where, just to put this into some perspective for people, this is something that I don't expect Salman Sheikh to be immediately aware of or resonant with, though I'm sure he knows of it just by living in the northeast of the United States. Salman Sheikh has, by force of circumstance, by his environment, become aware of the conflict between Irish ethnic groups and, say, for instance, Anglo ethnic groups or other ethnic groups that are within various cities. They tend to ethnically enclave, and they formed these mafias in the old days, the bootleg days, that were very ethnically oriented, including Jewish mafias. And then you would have this kind of, they all look white to any foreigner who comes from Asia, for the most part, and the foreigner from Asia, and I include myself in that as well as Salman. But anyone from Asia or Africa would look at these guys and wonder what they were all fighting over. But to these white people among themselves, there are tremendous differences in history, feelings of persecution on the part of the Irish by the Anglian population, and of course the Anglo population considered itself above all the gang warfare because they were wealthy enough, having came to America first, quote unquote, the first white wave. They stole enough property from the Native Americans, stole enough land where they made themselves generally wealthy enough to be above the people who were fighting for scraps in the cities later, the Irish and the Italians, etc. So the Anglos believe themselves intrinsically superior race, and H.P. Lovecraft inherited that. He inherited that, and so you had that combined with the fact that, like many people in England who are asset rich but cash poor, what the nobility does in England to handle that is they marry some rich white American woman as soon as they can. So you get these English lords or nobles and they inherit, if not castles, some do inherit castles, but others inherit estates. Then what happens is they have sometimes even serving staff. All of this needs to be maintained or let go, and they really have a choice of just selling their assets and being left with some liquid cash on hand, and other than that, absolutely nothing. Or they maintain their family in England, which is all they really have, is a sense of identity, and do their best to marry some rich white woman who can inject a fresh shot of liquidity into their lives so they can maintain the staff and continue their lifestyles. Well, Lovecraft didn't have that option. He didn't have the option to marry originally because he was just so uptight, and he was very much an isolationist. He ultimately did marry for a while, and this was very likely the way gay men usually marry a woman, as what's called a beard, as kind of a way so that people would think he wasn't gay, just to have people think he was straight. And she was not just a wealthy woman from a fairly wealthy background. She was a Jewess from the Ukrainian Jewess from her background. But Sonia Green, that was her name. She was also highly intelligent and very much an entrepreneuress. And she was very kind to Lovecraft, but there was only so much she could tolerate, and she ultimately divorced him. And amidst all this, he was also dealing with his relationship with a young man that was fairly continuous. So I'll get into that. So basically, one of the most important things to remember is that while he was destitute all of his life and dealing with these challenges, even though Sonia Green knew that someday he would be a success, and even told people when she was selling some of his items, some of his belongings while he was alive, that she had possession of, because as a divorcee, she had half the estate, what there was of it. And she was selling that off to recoup some of her losses in caring for this super adolescent man-child, which is what Lovecraft was in many ways, a man who never grew up in terms of social intercourse. She basically would tell people that someday what you're purchasing, with his autograph, his signature, his original work in ink, this will all be of enormous value. And so she knew that someday he would be appreciated. She also seemed to know that wasn't going to happen in his lifetime. And so you've got this woman who understood this, and yet and that's remarkable. And then you had H.P. Lovecraft himself. So just as he was about to succeed, I mean, on this planet, on this earth, in this material lifetime, in this incarnation within his mortal coil, he had contracted with several simultaneous projects. And one was co-authorship with the Magyar Amerikai, the Hungarian-American illusionist and international mercenary intelligence investigator, who was ethnically Jewish, Harry Houdini, who was born Erich Harry Weiss, and he too was assassinated. So when it came to Lovecraft, he died later. Houdini died first in 1926. Lovecraft died in 1937. Now, most people would say, okay, the book they were working on, what was it? And the book that they were working on, one of the factors in the assassination of Harry Houdini and the later assassination of H.P. Lovecraft, was a book that they were determined would end credulity, would end the vulnerability of people to intellectual rape. They were trying to promote critical thinking in the public so that they wouldn't fall prey to the cults of chaos, to the worshippers of the anti-gods. Now, most of what's available, in fact, all of what's available to you, the general public, on their work together, you would look at that and you'd find a single short story. They completed together A Night in the Pyramids. And then you'll find, that's fiction, of course. Then you'll find their nonfiction work, of course, was never published. And then you'll find that whatever's available for the public to look at, you'll say, well, this is not very impressive. In other words, it looks like a couple of guys getting together, basically commiserating on how stupid the general public is and how they're falling prey to things like the early version of what would be considered a threat on par with what many people considered ultimately Scientology to be, basically the spiritualists of the day, and how these people were convincing people that they were talking to their dead relatives, etc. But went well beyond that, and they were talking about many other things that people would enjoy believing in. And bear in mind, this was prior what we know of as quote-unquote ufology. This was prior to what emerged as ufology. But this was basically what they were just beginning to attack. And so New Age cults. And basically that was when Harry Houdini was killed. And at that point, the rest of their work remained hidden. It was ultimately sold by a individual who was just wretched. His name was August Derleth. And he wound up, and I'll explain this, he wound up basically stealing all of Lovecraft's estate. And he wound up selling much to people like Michael Aquino, and not Aquino personally, but yeah, ultimately he did. It was to Aquino personally, although much of it was acquired by the man who was the Satanist in the U.S. Army that helped pave the way for Michael Aquino. I was explaining with Peter Moon on my own program just the other night, Wednesday night, how one of these men was General Leslie Groves, but there's another one I will bring up. And so that aspect of their work I was exposed to, but it's now part of the Aquino estate, and that means it's in the hands of Lilith Aquino, who I am certain will never release it, and it will instead go to other members of the cult like Peter Levinda or Don Webb. And Don Webb, of course, is a high-ranking member of the Temple of Set. For the longest period of time, it looked as if he were the heir apparent to the Temple of Set. And he was writing a fiction novel first with Michael Hemmingson, who was a co-host of mine on the Revolution radio station that I worked with for, maybe half a decade or more. And Michael Hemmingson had his own show called The Art of Dreaming. And Michael Hemmingson was very eclectic and very eccentric, and he was bisexual. And by the way, for anybody who trips off these expositions, this isn't a slander or a defamation. He was simply, that's what he was. He was bisexual. And he had his own controversies, but he was someone I considered a friend for a long period of time, and I thought he was doing good work. He then began to get involved with the Temple of Set, the Satanic Church of Michael Aquino, and with Don Webb. And like Harry Houdini and Howard Phillips Lovecraft, they started by writing a fiction work first. That got published, and somehow the nonfiction work never got published. So he was supposed to be writing a book on the Temple of Set with Don Webb as the co-author. And he, during the period of time, they had gotten a fiction book out, some kind of occult Western. And when, at the period of time that, I guess, to stimulate material for his book, he started trying to provoke a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself, Michael Hemmingson. Then he wound up being murdered. Of course, they said that this was a death by an accident where he fell down several flights of stairs, because as you know, that's how physics works, right? You fall down one flight of stairs and you just can't stop. It's like eating potato chips or peanuts. You just keep going, right? Down another flight and another flight of that, because your body just keeps turning automatically, reflexively, twitching like a frog. No, of course, that's not what happened, but that's what they said happened. And of course, he was battered and bruised and, broken bones poking out through various bits of tattered flesh, when it's bad enough where he could not be presented or displayed at the funeral when his body was shipped back out from Mexico, back north of the border to the United States, where his family took him and buried him. So, very similar pattern there. And now, aside from that project with Harry Houdini, Howard Phillips Lovecraft was also entering a state of financial solvency and even wealth, which would have followed, because he had contracted with the man who was running for president, the Brigadier General of the United States Army Air Forces. That was, of course, before there was an Air Force. The United States Army's aerial wing. Brigadier General thereof, Charles Augustus Slim Lindbergh, alias the Lone Eagle, also known as Lucky Lindy, the U.S. Congressional Medal of Honor winner, and a Distinguished Flying Cross recipient. And this was the man who was running for president, and the man who was the money man behind him, his financier, was Henry Ford. And of course, Henry James Ford was one of the wealthiest men on earth, with a net worth of over 188 billion United States dollars. So you're talking about somebody who's just was able to change the lives of people whom he favored. And Lovecraft was writing the American Mein Kampf before Charles Lindbergh, and they were running on the fascist ticket that would have changed America. And Lovecraft's work that he was writing for him, which was New America and the Coming World Order, was again something never to be published because Lovecraft himself was assassinated. Now, for those of you who want to know the roots of Lovecraft's affiliation with the Nazis, the only work ever to be published as a book during his own lifetime was The Shadow over Innsmouth, which was writ in novella format and published circa 1936 by Visionary Publishing Company. It had been written in November through December of 1931, or rather serialized in a pulp magazine at that time. And Lovecraft, in that work, rendered accessible that which he was willing and able regarding the chthonic connection. He fictionalized into motif the reality of an undersea civilization in the Pacific Ocean, albeit he maligned it for the sake of dramatic effect. And this was, of course, Mu, and that's there's no real correct way to pronounce it. It's spelled M-U. The horror is pronouncing it Mu, like the loo of a cow, but it's more like Mu, Mu, and Mu. It's very difficult, and therefore most people would say Muvaya, and that lends a sense of dignity to it. The people, of course, would properly be called Muans, and of course, for the sake of anglicization, it would be vulgarized as Muvians. Now, this is, of course, acknowledged by the mystery schools, the Western mystery schools, that across the southern hemisphere of the majority of our planetary surface, now known as the Pacific Ocean, once sprawled the mighty primordial island continent of Mu. And then, because of massive warfare using advanced technologies of the time, particularly scalar weapons, which destabilized the landmass, it sank beneath the sea. All of this, by the way, is quite proven. In other words, there is what's called an eighth continent around New Zealand. It's New Zealand itself, really, and the extension of New Zealand is Zealandia, as it's simply rechristened by postmodern scientists. So if you look up Zealandia, the eighth continent, you'll find that everything I say is true. This is what is classically known as Mu and Muavaya, just to make it easier on the human tongue. Now, within that work that described Muavaya, the shadow over Innsmouth, therein Lovecraft articulated for American public consumption the character of the drunken Zadok Allen, one of the few purely human residents of that storied locale of Innsmouth, and an alcoholic for it, and that which had been known and practiced by the Deutschen Volkisch, or Germanic folkloric occultist circles across the Atlantic from time immemorial, with their traditional mystery schools that modernized as der Studiengruppe für Germanische Altertum zur Gesellschaft, the Tulle Society Study Group for Germanic Antiquity, an organization notable for sponsorship of the disenfranchised Veterans Advocacy Group, the DAP, or the Deutsche Arbeiterparty, or the Germans' Workers' Party, which was later reorganized by Adolf Hitler into the NSDAP, or the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, or the National Socialist German Workers' Party. And what Lovecraft presented to the Americans that was so well known to them was that only the Aldrich sign could hold back the entropic anti-gods and their Edomite minions upon the earth, that only by brandishing that symbol and believing in it wholeheartedly can one drive these truly alien beings away. And what doth that Aldrich sign manifest as? Well, saith, or rather slurreth, Zadok, the character in The Shadow over Innsmouth, what ye call a swastika nowadays. And so in German, of course, that's the Hakenkreuz, or the Hooked Cross. Lovecraft knew he couldn't present it in the Germanic language because it would instantly be rejected by the bigoted Americans who, in his own Anglian cultural subset, or superset, because they were the overworld of the United States, the Anglian class, they viewed Germans as white niggers. They viewed Irish as, in fact, they viewed Irish and Italians as white niggers. They viewed anybody who wasn't Anglo-Dutch as white niggers. So with that, it's important to also emphasize that it is impossible to even begin to conceptualize what Lovecraft was forewarning of without at least the most minimal of grounding in the symbolic language of Western metaphysics, Kabbalah. And that is the Jewish word, the Hebrew word for reception. And I will go into that. But when we get into these subjects, we have to put all of this in context of Lovecraft's Islam. Now, of course, everybody who has ever written about Lovecraft, they're going to say, oh, his love affair with Islam was transitional. It was a childhood romance. They're going to say it was all based on the romance of the Arabian Nights. You know, you have no idea how stupid that is when somebody says that, because it shows, first off, it's, how do I present this to people? It's like this. When most Americans, well, Westerners, British and Americans, the Anglo-American sphere of the English-speaking world, never knew anything about martial arts until the fiction writer, the novelist Ian Fleming, who had a hardcore international espionage background, an intelligence agent himself. He knew of the martial arts of the East, and he integrated that into his James Bond novels via the Japanese character Ajab. That was the first introduction most people in the West had to the concept of martial arts. Now, in the West, except for intelligence agents, basically, and almost no one else, nobody knew anything about Islam to any degree. Honestly, unless you were involved with the colonial office of the British Empire, most people knew nothing of Islam other than the Arabian Nights. So to say that this was some childhood romance is preposterous, because all of the most intelligent academics were working with the Arabian Nights as basically their only understanding of the Islamic world. And basically, it's only been recently in history that people have begun to try to standardize Latinization of the Arabic language in which the Arabian Nights was writ. And so that people know this, and I'm sure most of you have probably assumed this, the Arabian language has its own alphabet and style of writing that runs from right to left, like Chinese or Japanese. And it is nowadays used for other languages as well, such as the African language of Swahili uses the Arabic alphabet, just as the Mongolians, or rather, that's a Western vulgarization. If you met a person from Mongolia, they would be insulted if you were to use that term. They would infinitely prefer you call them Mongol. And the Mongols had no alphabet, and therefore they took on the Cyrillic alphabet of the Russians when the Russians invaded. So too with the Africans of the eastern coast, and their lingua franca of many nations is Swahili. They established an alphabet based on the Arabic. And because there was never an official system of transcription from Arabic into Latin letters, early European writers used ad hoc conversions, which have today been replaced by much more accurate systems, but not before a number of mistakes became universal in the Western mind. It's the same way with Chinese. Originally, the British, who, when they speak of Elder India and they colonized the South Asian continent of India, they speak only of that India which was open to them first, which was in the south. The real older India historically is northern Aryan India, but the British approached from the much more black, literally black, Dravidian south. And to them, that's Elder India. It's old to them. It's their first conquest. And so the British took on the perspective that all Asian Indians were, quote unquote, yellow niggers or Asian niggers, because the people of the Dravidian heritage are literally black. And so they also conquered Hong Kong, a single city-state in mainland China. And when they took that as their prize for the Opium Wars, this prize port, then everyone in Hong Kong speaks Cantonese, which is a very specific dialect. And the Cantonese is used by the merchantmen, the tradesmen of China. And therefore, the overseas Chinese were all Cantonese speaking, but the British based all of their translation of all Chinese on a Cantonized dialect that they then anglicized, called the Wade-Giles system, which makes Chinese language sound brutal as hell. Everything is gong gong gong, Hong Kong gong gong. It has this guttural sound. There's a special term for it that's not hitting my mind right now, but you might as well say guttural. And so the real Chinese is very musical, that the majority of China speaks. And the Germans later on Romanized that in what's called the pinyin system. So the pinyin system, by the way, is what the Chinese officially approve of, because it sounds like real Chinese as opposed to a singular dialect of people who trade with the Brits and the rest of the world. So the real musical poetic Chinese, which has only 4 tones to the language, each tone giving each ideogram or each iconograph, each character, Chinese character or letter of its alphabet, if you want to look at it in the most inaccurate possible way, its meaning. Cantonese has 9 tones that give each letter a different meaning, or iconograph, really. And so the system is entirely incomprehensible to one another. So the old system of the Wade-Giles has made way officially for the pinyin system, which was developed by the Germans for communication with the West. So we have a similar thing with the Arabic language. So the woman who gifted us, legendarily, the Arabian Nights, is remembered in the West as Scheherazade. And Scheherazade, her real name would be Shahrazad. And as for Shahrazad being even more accurate, the Shahrazad is the Shahrazad. That would be the more poetic Arabic pronunciation of her name. This is something that Lovecraft would ascertain on his own by learning the Arabic language. He would learn that it wasn't just Saladin, which is a vulgarization, but Salah al-Din, that it wasn't just Quran, but Quran. And so with this knowledge, he gained a deeper insight into the culture that produced the Arabian Nights than any of the academia of his day, because he was bothering to learn the language. This is where he derived his understanding of so many of these names, and began to comprehend the names that his father was shouting as his father was dying of tertiary syphilis. So understand that you had his father willing unto him, giving him a huge library, and that was all he had. Instead of liquid assets, he received this huge library, which he was loath to sell anything from, did not want to sell anything from, and maintained the library at the cost of a life of poverty. And within this library were many Freemasonic texts, including occult lore. And his father made a living as a traveling salesman. And as a traveling salesman, his father had sex with many women who were obviously these were all extramarital affairs. His wife was Lovecraft's mother, was left at home to tend to Lovecraft. This is why Frank Belknap Long always looked upon him as a mama's boy, even though he knew him personally. And with his father, he ultimately came home suffering from syphilis, which he contracted on the road. And as it began to overtake him and entered its tertiary phase, the horrors of its ravages began to disintegrate his body and his mind. If you've ever looked up the effects of tertiary stage syphilis, they are horrific. Of course, these are always shown to people who join the military as a warning not to have unprotected sex, because that's what destroys many militaries, is how many men in the field become incapacitated through just basically rape. They become incapacitated by all the venereal diseases that they contract. And in the case of a rape, or of course the utila, the trafficking of prostitutes. And so in order to warn them away from this, to scare them straight, they're often shown pictures of what can happen when you suffer from tertiary syphilis. Well, this is what began to happen to Lovecraft's father: his nose, his lips melting off, falling off, and ultimately his degeneracy of his mind as he began to scream out throughout the night, Cthulhu, Yog Sothoth, Shub Niggurath, all of which seemed like meaningless gibberish, until Lovecraft discovered many of these entities within the occult grimoires of his father. One of these was the works of John Dee, and in which demons are outlined. And it's somewhat similar to the goetic demons, but if one takes a look at the works of John Dee, there is a mention of Cthulhu therein. But Lovecraft knew that that derived from the Arab world, from the Arab-speaking Muslim world, far more so than something John Dee was able to ascertain through a Enochian conversation with angels. So when it comes to why I'm pointing all of this out, especially about the Pacific and Muvaya, what is real and based in East Asian culture and their spectrum of inheritance, particularly the Japanese, from the civilization that sank beneath the waves of Muvaya, and what came from the Islamic world. This is what the West, having been introduced to H.P. Lovecraft, has stolen and westernized as a cult of alien gods. This has always and ever been the objective of the cult of the kings of Edom, and that was the ancient days of the anti-god worshippers. Since that time, the ultimate objective was to mainline the religion, mainstream it, normalize it. And this is what's been done with August Derleth's exploitation of H.P. Lovecraft after his death. So let's get to how this happened by its conniving, the conspiracy of the United States military. So you had this very complicated friendship of H.P. Lovecraft and Robert Barlow, one of his biggest fans. And it was on June 18th of 1931 that a young man named Robert Barlow mailed a letter to Howard Phillips Lovecraft. And of course, he had been reading his stories about monstrous beings from beyond the stars. And this was all through the pulp magazine Weird Tales, which was Lovecraft's regular contractor at the time. And Barlow wanted to know what everyone wanted to know, because it's always the same question, whether or not the Necronomicon was real. And of course, this is something that is real. It's based upon the books that were discovered by Howard Phillips Lovecraft in his father's Masonic library. And what he did was he synthesized, or rather amalgamated, the concepts that were contained in several grimoires to basically create the concept of the Necronomicon that appeared in his stories. So Lovecraft wrote him back, because he wrote back to nearly everyone who bothered to write to him. He wrote more than 50,000 letters in his relatively short lifetime when he was killed at the age of 46. And this particular letter was the beginning of a very unorthodox friendship, which changed the course of Barlow's life and ultimately destroyed it, and enriched Lovecraft's life while he was alive. It would have had a happy ending had Lovecraft lived and wrote his American Mein Kampf for Charles Augustus Lindbergh. Lindbergh would have made it to the presidency on the back of that book. And the public consumption of Lovecraft was certainly immense. Everybody loved his work, even though nobody would critically acclaim it. Everybody read it. And so he would have rendered accessible and popular the platform of Charles Augustus Lindbergh, who himself was contracting with doctors seeking immortality. And that was something that, again, needs to be contextualized into this, though not something we need to concentrate on in this transmission. But this is the level of people that we're dealing with. And when it comes to Howard Phillips Lovecraft, you know, if only he had lived and that book had been published, and Charles Augustus Lindbergh wrote on the back of it to the presidency, our world would be completely different today. And he would have coupled with Robert Barlow, and they would be completely different in terms of their fates. And all of this needs to be compared to what I was talking about with Salman Sheikh on one of my recent transmissions. And we were laughing at the stupidity of Americans in terms of their trying to malign Adolf Hitler. And one of the ways that they malign him is they try to put him into the perspective of anything that's negative in America or feared in America. They will automatically couple the Nazis with it. And this shows a complete and total ignorance of reality and the complexities of cultures and empires. And obviously, any culture and any empire is going to be complex and not black and white. But the American mind is infantile because, unlike German culture or any other culture on earth outside of America, it's not thousands of years old. It's only hundreds of years old. It's a completely artificial construct. It is an anti-culture. So what they do is they take complex aspects of cultures that have been around for thousands of years and presume the most negative thing they can say about them, and therefore enable themselves to hate that culture and ultimately kill as many of its people as possible in war, which is what Americans engage in, war all over the world. And at this point in history, they want to kill as many Muslims as possible. As a matter of fact, Salman Sheikh, I'd like your input on what you felt when I was reading from a man who was writing a kind of speculative field manual for the future of the Marine Corps as a space force, and what he was projecting as a war of desperation in which all the population of Dar al-Islam, or the Islamic world, was annihilated with over 1 billion people exterminated. You've heard my relate that, I'm sure, and you please relate to us what you remember of what I said, if you would.
Yes, Brother Douglas, and it's very important to emphasize what you're saying is the aspect of a genocidal culture based on bias, hatred, ignorance, and that's very important that even with H.P. Lovecraft, him being surrounded by his father, who was a Mason, Harry Houdini was a Mason, so he also had this Islamo-Masonic influence around him, which is important, and why there's a hatred towards Germans, towards Muslims, anything that people don't understand. It's like what you say with Adolf Hitler. Like there's pictures of him with the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, and they say he's a Muslim and all of this stuff that they try to tie in together just to bash Islam and to make the Muslims look bad per se. And it's what's going on with what you reiterated on your last transmission, that they want this futuristic society where all of the Islam or Muslims are eliminated. And it just goes to show that even what kind of world I grew up in the post 9/11 world, which I have nephews that are about to enter into the high school, college phase, and I advise them too, that you have to stay focused on the mission. There are going to be people who don't accept you as real Americans, even though you were born and raised here, even myself being raised here, but there are still people who look at me as an outsider. They look at me as a threat. They watch me with an suspicious eye, even though my record is clean as a whistle. It's just unfortunate, like you said, you have this anti-culture that's only been around for a few hundred years, and they're contesting against cultures and ideologies and peoples that have been there since day one for thousands upon thousands of years. And it's important that we combat this ignorance. So the past 20 years, they were telling people to hate Muslims in this country. Now there's an anti-Asian sentiment. And I'm part of that, because not only am I a Muslim, but I'm also an Asian. And majority of the world's Muslim population is not Arab, it's Asian. So not only they're basically promoting genocide against the Islamic faith, this also ties in with the anti-Asian hatred that's on the rise, because majority of the Muslims are in the part of Asia, like you pointed out. If you draw a circle around China, Indonesia, and like that part of Southeast Asia, that's the majority of the world's population. And they're promoting genocide not only against Islam, but against Asians. And that's why I work and deal with a lot of people who are from the Philadelphia Chinatown community and my local community here with Asian neighbors. And I encourage them to speak out against hatred. Watch for your elders when they're going outside and going to shopping, because it's, these people are cowards. They will always attack a Muslim woman who's walking by herself, try to rip her hijab off, or trying to attack elderly Chinese or other elderly Asians that are walking around trying to exercise in the morning or doing what they're doing. It's unfortunate, Brother Douglas, that we're living in such an ignorant society. And myself here in the city of Philadelphia, which has been one of the most dangerous cities in the last 2 years, even outlasting New York and Chicago, because these agents of chaos, like you said, they've been busy. They want to see hatred against the Asians, against the Chinese, against the Muslims. And majority of the people that are in this country have been here since their childhood. They have nothing to do with those places. They're here trying to survive just like you, take care of themselves, live to see another day, pay their bills, take care of their families. They have nothing against anybody. But unfortunately, like you said, with the agents of chaos and what they're promoting in terms of a genocidal future, you have these people that are ignorant. They are ignorant. And, as much as I try to stay positive and fight for humanity's future, there is a truth, Brother Douglas, that 85%, when the time comes, they will not make it because they don't have a pure heart, mind, and spirit. Those that do have a pure heart, mind, and spirit, they will see a world which is equal, which is even foretold in Native American prophecies, that there will be a world where it doesn't matter if you're a king, queen, president. No one is above or beneath one another. Everyone has an equal right to this earth. All beings and species of this world, which is the Sufi point of view. Because in Sufism, they teach you that Allah is the only reality. Everything is one. One of the 99 names of Allah being Al-Ahad. And in that Al-Ahad is the world, Mother Earth herself, nature, the trees, the environment, humanity, all of the species and subspecies, the jinns, unseen and seen forces, inner and exterior of the earth. Everything is part of that one reality. And that's why in Islam, when somebody dies, they say, to Allah we belong and to him we shall return. Because that is the only truth. Everything else is an illusion and vanity. And you have it today, you don't have it tomorrow. And that's what I tell people, that if you go to sleep and you don't wake up and you have to face God, the only thing that will matter is what good did you do for yourself and other people. And that's why I cannot stress this enough for the people who are going to be listening to this, that you have to support Brother Douglas Dietrich, because in this war against the darkness and the agents of chaos, he is our Vulcan interventionist against these forces. So I encourage you to please listen to what he's saying and apply that advice, even on his transmissions, his books, and everything. Like you said, that it always does stir people up. They need to have an open mind and heart. It's like one of the commentators on your channel, he always says that this is always going to stir up the nest of the Cthulhuoids.
Yes.
So this is important. It does stir them up. So you have to listen to Brother Douglas Dietrich with an open mind, and including what I'm saying, that anywhere where you see hatred and division, even if it's promoted by so-called gurus and spiritual leaders and religious leaders, just know that that is not of God, Allah, or Jesus, or whatever, how you perceive that divinity in your own way, because it's all one at the end anyway. So you have to realize that any leader that's out there, even in the world of Islam or anywhere else, whoever's promoting division or hatred of any kind, just know that that is an agent of chaos. That is not an agent of God. That is not an agent of humanity or an agent of love. And that's important, what even H.P. Lovecraft was trying to, I guess, teach to the public, and they just didn't have that understanding. It's like what I do in the Masonic world. I have so many people that reach out to me from the mainstream Grand Lodges, from Prince Hall, all of these different places, and I represent myself only. I don't represent any Grand Lodge statements or opinions when I speak about Freemasonry, is that they're not teaching them the truth about many of these things inside the lodges, and that's why I do what I do. So when they have their go through their stuff, they're not being taught the real nature of things. When they read about H.P. Lovecraft, they're not being taught the real nature of what's going on, who, what, where, and why, etc. And when Brother Douglas Dietrich comes along and shares these truths with you about the occult world of Islam and why it's important and tied into many of these things, including what they refer to in the John Wick movies, it's important that we listen to it with an open mind. And basically, there will be points that which might stand out and which might challenge your thinking. But that's the importance of learning. You have to unlearn, learn, and unlearn at the same time. Now, like with this, the Roswell Deception book, I read it. It was one of the greatest books that I read. So many of my friends, one of my friends even contacted me and said that the book basically changed his life, because this information you're not going to get anywhere else. So back over to you, Brother Douglas.
Bless you. And this is important to remember, that societies are expansive and they change and they adapt. And because societies have to adapt, then there are certain elements of society that are very different from what people perceive who are exposed to one part of it as opposed to another. To clarify this, your average person who wants to control guns, is promoting gun control. If there are places in the United States where, of course, people are encouraged to amass guns, to collect guns, to learn how to use arms, and these places are basically everywhere outside of the cities. You're going to find much of this. And in places like that, you're going to have people who would say, oh, this is Nazi-like, and that basically the Third Reich issued firearms to every citizen. And then you're going to have people who are the gun cultists, and they're going to say gun control is Nazi-like, and that Adolf Hitler said, oh, you need to disarm the public, which, by the way, is a quote he never said. These are, so many things have been attributed to him. Just whatever people want to basically malign, they will attribute to Adolf Hitler. And if you actually did research on it, I'm not talking about what you find on the internet, because the internet is not the place to go. But if you were to actually look up any of his actual quotes that you would find in libraries, and you may have to go through the internet first, but honestly, the deeper you dig, when you finally get to actual places that would contain the written words of Adolf Hitler, letters, correspondence, actual documents, none of what they say he said is true. in terms of so much that they attribute to him, and in terms of even the manner of his speech. But the reason I'm making that point is because the Third Reich had, as all European nations, as Japan did for thousands of years, because the greatest number of guns used in one battle in the Middle Ages, at the time when firearms were being distributed throughout Europe and beginning to revolutionize warfare. At that point in time, the Japanese were purchasing them, and 1/3 of all of the world's firearms were deployed at the Battle of Sekigahara in Japan during the samurai age of medieval warfare. At that point, of course, Japan instituted gun control. If you ask your average American, they're going to think that the Americans imposed gun control on the Japanese because they're delusional enough to believe they won the Second World War. Look, the rest of the world has gun control outside of the United States. And so when it came to gun control, it was nothing Hitler introduced. It was simply a European practice. The National Socialist Party, the so-called Nazi Party, introduced firearms to everyone when the Russians were invading, the Soviet forces invaded Berlin. So you take a look at one society at one point and then at a different point, and the behavior is different, what manifests is different, but people choose only that which they want to see. They don't understand that Adolf Hitler, speaking with, of course, the individual who was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. Obviously, this is where people take an opportunity to claim that that man converted Adolf Hitler to Islam in an attempt to malign Islam and wed it to Adolf Hitler. Then you have other people. There's an individual, Greg Lively, who wrote a book called The Pink Swastika, claiming that Adolf Hitler is gay because he's launched a campaign of literal genocide. Scott Lively is the man's name. Scott Lively. He's an evangelical Protestant pastor, a religious figure in the United States. He went to Uganda and started a campaign of genocide against homosexuals, simply to prove he could do it. And tens of thousands, ultimately hundreds of thousands, have died because of this man, if not directly, then collaterally. And this is simply because he wanted to prove how much control he could have over, quote unquote, stupid, ignorant niggers and get them to kill each other. And he's a homophobe, and he has basically claimed that Adolf Hitler was gay. And so you have people claiming both, that Adolf Hitler was gay and a Muslim. Obviously, most people would look at this and laugh. These are generally, practically, fairly mutually contradictory positions for anyone to have, aside from the fact that Adolf Hitler had many children, which I've articulated in the past, and these are actually accessible historical facts, but nobody speaks of them. So he obviously was not gay. He was someone who produced too many children to be gay, not just a few to hide the fact, but literally dozens of children. This is an individual who was obviously straight or heterosexual in his proclivities. In terms of Islam, obviously he was not a Muslim, but he worked with the Muslim world. And this was something the Germans did in World War I. And you can look up the Kaiser Jihad, or the religious war the Kaiser was helping to start to liberate Central Asia in particular from the British Empire. So you have the continuity of a foreign policy based on geopolitics, but everyone personalizes it. So when it came to someone like H.P. Lovecraft, he actually did bridge both those worlds of gayness and Islam. And for those of you who say, oh, he couldn't have been a Muslim at that point, that he was, at that point, he was apostate, etc. Think of the ignorance from which you speak. You are not speaking from a position where you even know of what you speak at that point that you say something like that. A good example would be to start from, just as briefly as possible, a position you would understand, such as Christianity. Understand that in Christianity, I've pointed out that when the Christ child appeared to the Magi, and you can read about this in the Revelation of the Magi, and in the Revelation of the Magi, the Christ child appears as a star child. He appears to the Magi, and he explains to them that he is in all religions. And this is an ecumenical message from God himself, that there is no need to crusade, there is no need to convert, that everyone is already a Christian. He is everywhere. So when you take a look at the Muslim perspective, not of an Islamo-fundamentalist or a Muslim extremist, because of course those people are the last person you would be encountering in any normal Islamic environment. Honestly, if you were to go back into the history of Islam, and you were to encounter the assassins, the Hashishin, and before them, the Hawarij. These are all what today would be considered terrorists. And they had an interpretation or an understanding of Islam that justified their actions, but it had nothing to do with any normal practitioner of the faith. So too, that some Christian who is a militant crusader has nothing to do with your average Christian. So when it comes to what Howard Phillips Lovecraft was being exposed to, it's basically through the tales of the Arabian Nights. First off, it's a tale of female empowerment. It's a tale of Scheherazade, the vizier's daughter, who conspires, comes up with a plan to stop a mad king from gynocide, who is killing a woman every night. And so she marries him and brings her sister into his harem so that her sister can prompt, via questions, another story, which keeps him occupied for 1,001 nights, by which time Scheherazade bears 3 sons, and finally Shahryar, the Mad King, gives up on his bride killing and marries her sister off to his best friend. They all live happily ever after. But what these tales that she relates, they provide a moral framework, and that framework has evolved over the centuries. And of course, it has become rather modernized. It is a culture that is in change. And so when you take a look at the empowerment of women through this culture, understand that, for instance, celibacy is not a virtue in Islam. A good Muslim will usually be married and faithful, but the Christian ideal of celibacy is considered eccentric, even if some dervishes and other cultists try to surpass all worldly distractions in the course of purifying their spirits. But in terms of the role of woman, Islamic society is seen in the West as a hotbed of sexist oppression. You might think that that image is not helped by the Arabian Nights, which is an entertainment for a male audience, but things are more complicated than that. It was the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who introduced laws to protect women. And of course, he himself was married to more than the average 4, but that was before he received instructions via the angel Gabriel to change his practice. And of course, I could go on about the details of that, but they're almost, how would I say, peripheral to the point. The whole point being, actually, that just as I've said, Christ said that Christianity is everywhere. Honestly, if you were a true Muslim, you would understand that, not in the sense that Sinead O'Connor said it, because she's got this special case that I pointed out before with Salman Sheikh on my program, that when you have the case of Sinead O'Connor, she was so alienated, such a pariah, she decided to go all the way and then basically share her medical diagnosis where a doctor said she was mentally ill. She may not even be mentally ill, but a diagnosis was produced so that she would have a context in which her ripping up the picture of the Pope would then be excused or tolerated. And then when none of this was working, then she figured she'll keep attracting attention by doing something more outrageous. And because the West was in such fear of Muslims because of terrorism, as the Westerners believed Muslims were affiliated with, then what she did was she said, "I'm a Muslim." And at one point she said, "I believe I was always Muslim, but only now consciously realized it." You know, even though from her perspective, we have a warped perspective, because this is simply something where a person is desperately trying to contextualize or recontextualize or redefine themselves to get attention, whereas otherwise they wouldn't get any. If you truly were practicing Islam, then your perspective would be what Christ said to the Magi. Basically to you, everyone is Muslim. In other words, it doesn't need to be people who carry Muslim names. Yes. Anyone who obeys Allah's commands is, in a sense, practicing Islam. And so this isn't a case where you get Muslims who are saying, "Oh, well, all of you are going to burn in hellfire." The majority of Muslims, quote unquote, are simply cultural Muslims. The majority of Muslims are not bowing towards Islam 5 times a day. The majority of Muslims find many of the prayers tedious. The majority of Muslims are just living their lives the way you live your life, and they are basically identifying as Muslims because they happen to grow up in a culture that does so. So are they still Muslims? Well, in a sense, yes, by definition. In the true Islamic sense, you are too. And hopefully that makes things more coherent about H.P. Lovecraft, who is a secular Muslim. So yes, there is such a thing as a secular Muslim. This is how to understand H.P. Lovecraft, not redefine him as an atheist or an apostate, but rather as a man who got his first sense of moral code and ethic without the guidance of a father whose father was dying in front of him when he was too young to receive that from his father. He received that from his research into Islam through what many people see as simply a fable, but that fable relates the morality of Islam. As I go through a copy of the Arabian Nights in front of me, very similar to the one that Lovecraft read, if they have any common unifying idea, it is the absolute power of fate in life. Virtue and holiness are not automatically rewarded. Good men die, while blind chance makes a layabout like Aladdin rich. But all this fits into a powerful Arabian belief in fate. It is by reacting to that which one cannot control that one demonstrates virtue. On the other hand, shrewdness and social skills do help characters in some of these stories, and a few vices, like gross ingratitude or blasphemy, are always punished. So you have within this framework something that imbued a true meaning to what Lovecraft was seeking, an anchor in life. And so when it came to what this story had to offer, it was more than anything the West had to offer him. And because of that, he was able to adapt as best as he could to the world around him. And again, it's from that perspective that you understand him. Now, this was before Islam was maligned, so he was simply viewed as eccentric. And again, back to the context of where he was operating from, where he is basically, we're all Muslim in the eyes of Allah, and it is only how we practice that in which we may be judged, if such a judgment is within your cosmology. It's certainly something rather in the most benign sense. How would you say it, Salman? The most benign sense to practice Islam would be to simply be virtuous unto others, or good unto others, or to yourself.
Of course. And it's important, Brother Douglas, what you address, because in Islam, the aspect of Jesus, peace be upon him, we call him Prophet Isa, the son of Mary. You cannot believe in Islam or be a Muslim unless you believe in him, his aspect of his miracles, and him coming back for his second coming. And in the Holy Quran, the first miracle that the baby Isa performs is when his mother is being slandered and maligned, and then he speaks up as a baby, which was his first miracle, saying that I am the Prophet Isa, son of Maryam. Please do not disrespect my mother. And in the aspect of what it says in the Holy Quran, Surah 2, verse 62, it says that it doesn't matter if you're a Jew, Christian, Sabian, before the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. As long as you believe in God, Allah, do the right thing, and are a righteous individual, then on the day of judgment, you and yours shall have no grief, no punishment, and no fear of whatsoever. And that's the ignorance that we see in the West, where they say that Muslims believe that Jews and Christians are infidels, and how can you be friends with Jews and Christians? It says it right there in the Quran that you can follow any of these paths, like Christ, peace be upon him, said that I am everywhere. So as long as you do right and are a good human being and follow a good code of conduct, it doesn't matter if you're taking A road, B road, or C road. It's all taking you back to God, which is a aspect of a righteous life. It's all connected to that one true source. And that's exactly what Brother Douglas is pointing out is the truth. It's a aspect of the truth and a good conduct. Now, the only people that I see like being punished on the day of judgment are his gang stalkers. and the aspect of, you know, causing hurt to others. Now that's wrong. And Islam is basically submission to the higher power. And anything, just the word Islam means submission. So anything that basically you submit to the divinity in your heart, in your mind, in whatever way you choose to do it, you are by definition a Muslim, one who submits. And that's what Miss O'Connor always points out, that I always submitted to the divine, and I was always a Muslim by definition. So those are important things to know in terms of Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Even in if you go to the Jerusalem, the Holy Sepulchre is a Christian church, and the families are basically, it's a Muslim family that one generation after another are the caretakers of that land because of the covenant of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, with the monks of St. Catherine's Monastery, which Salahuddin, or which the West calls Saladin, he protected those rights and the Christians' right to exist, the pilgrims, their churches, and all those stuff that's happening there. That's what the true Muslim does. He looks out for everybody. But it's like what Brother Douglas says, you have majority of the Muslims today, especially those that come to the West from immigrant families and others that are in that, I guess, setting where praying 5 times a day is hard to them, or saying Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim 100 times a day is difficult for them. They just are Muslim because they were born into it. And it's very few that take it seriously in their conduct, in their ethics, in their practices. I mean, you have to be a good man. That's what it is. And you have to, basically in Islam, you have to get married because they believe in because Bismillah Rahman Rahim, which is the aspect of God, you have Rahman, which is the feminine, and the Rahim, which is the masculine. So they describe Allah or God, or what the Sufis trying to return to his beloved, as this perfect genderless form of beauty, love, light. So they're saying for a Muslim to achieve that, if he's a male, he has to become one with his female counterpart. If it's a female, she has to become one with the male counterpart in order to complete that androgynous godly energy of both the Rahman and the Rahim, and Bismillah Rahman Rahim becoming one. That's why a good Muslim, whether it's a male or female, their faith is not complete, and they are not true unless they get married, which is why you have the aspect of marriages and nuclear families and low divorce rates, which are prominent in Islamic cultures. And what you're going to see in the next probably 30 to 40 years, if I'll still be alive by then, is you will see the change of demographics in America, because a lot of the people that I see that I went to school with, or American families in general, it's very rare that you find that they're married or they're having kids or any of that stuff, while you have a lot of these people coming from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh that are basically a couple with 5 kids per household. And over time, when those kids grow up and go through the system, get into positions of power, it's going to make a difference throughout the generations. And that's important, why you have to preserve humanity in some way, shape, or form. And what you see basically that happened in Europe as well, from my understanding, that a lot of them were not having kids. They were not basically pushing the civilization forward, and they allowed people who are into that kind of stuff and put it right back into their I guess geographical location to push those things. So over time, the balance of the population kind of evens out. And I would like Brother Douglas's take on that too, in addition to H.P. Lovecraft and Islam.
Yes, well, certainly we can talk about the demographics in another transmission. If I get into that, we'll never get back on track. I think the most important thing for people to understand is the way Lovecraft would have looked at it would be that if you are born a Muslim, you're a Muslim under the eyes of Allah, that if you choose not to follow Islam, you're still a Muslim under the eyes of Allah, because Christians are Muslims under the eyes of Allah as well. And under the eyes of Allah, everything is Muslim, and human eyes are not Allah's. So never make an opinion on anything in that regard. It is simply really above your understanding. So this is essentially what the Christians were saying when the child Christ appeared in the Star of Bethlehem. And that was the Star of Bethlehem, that which they saw within their mind's eye, that guided them across the east and into the west. And of course, this is where we see that all of the religions are essentially one. As a matter of fact, if one were to be pedantic about it and really get into the cultural heritage, you hear this term Judeo-Christianity a lot, and it's almost ridiculous, because Christ and Judaism, the Christianity and Judaism, have been very much at odds, in the sense that the Christ for Christians was very much, in a very real sense, the Antichrist of the Jews. They do not acknowledge him as Christ, and he led to what they feel was the persecution of Judaism. Rather, there's far more of a genetic heritage between Judaism and Islam. So a far more correct term would be Judeo-Islam. This is what brings us back to Lovecraft's understanding of Cthulhu, based in a kind of Judeo-Islamic perspective. To get that out of the way, so to speak, no disrespect intended, but just to make certain people get that before we go back to Lovecraft's personal life, brings us back to the concept of the anti-gods and the chthonic connection. Basically, when you take a look at what Michael Aquino was dealing with, he and I both served in the Iraq War. Of course, he was an officer and I was a Marine on the front lines. And in terms of Michael Aquino, his last action was to summon the anti-gods on the field of battle when the Iraqis, who had been through almost a decade of warfare in which they had literally seen it all. When I was on my summer vacation in 1988 and received a paid vacation in Iraq, not a vacation in the sense that I was employed, I worked with the Iraqi propaganda department under Saddam Hussein, and at that time I was given a tour of the front lines, not to mention that I was given the gift of being able to interact with the Kurds, even though there was much hostility between the Kurdish minority and the state of Iraq under Saddam Hussein. It wasn't as if they were all being genocided or mass murdered or gassed at all times. There were periods of course, relative stability during which I was able to interact with them was one of those times. And on the front lines, however, that was where I saw with my own eyes what Iraqi soldiers were dealing with in fighting the Iranians. And the Iranians were preserving their veterans, of course, being their most valuable assets. They had lost so many soldiers in the war with the Iraqis that they wanted to preserve what veterans they had. So in order to basically clear minefields before them, they would count on the children to do it. They would draft young boys, and these young boys were expendable. And they just gave them a little key, which they said was a plastic key, which they said was their key to heaven. They dressed them up in their funeral garbs. And these were white sheets, their funerary shrouds. They chained them together with the heavy chains dragging on the ground, and the men would put bayonets, fix their bayonets, and prod them behind their backs, and the boys would march forward singing and clear the minefields, just little limbs, heads blowing up into the sky, clouds of blood and gore. I saw this with my own eyes through binocular lenses and even closer. And so these children were trying to reach the machine gun nest where they would charge them. And of course, they would be machine gunned long before they would reach them, but they would have cleared the minefields for the veterans attacking behind them. So I was very much exposed to the horrors these men faced. And if you've been through 8 years of poison gas attacks on cities, children charging machine gun nests, and what on earth would frighten you from the Americans at that point? All of the Americans feeling that their technological display broke the Iraqis is preposterous. What broke them was the appearance, as they said, when so many thousands of them surrendered. And of course, none of the white trash troops who were taking them in as prisoner understood a word they were saying. The amount of Americans who spoke any Arabic was effectively non-existent. If you were in special forces, you were supposed to speak Arabic, but even they seemed to demonstrate no real comprehension or understanding of the culture they were dealing with. And it explains why they failed and failed and failed in every endeavor in Southwest Asia. But the prisoners that we took in, they said Al-Cthulhu, that they had seen Al-Cthulhu. This is what broke them, was the rise of the demons, of the anti-gods, as summoned by Michael Aquino. So when you have the phonic connection, understand that H.P. Lovecraft understood this only through not only the Masonic occult background of his father, but through his studies into Islam. So what he found about the Islamic faith, well, it made him think different from every other American around him. And the one reason that Lovecraft was an outsider, this man who was alienated in his own time, out of place, was because he was not thinking in terms of Christianity. So if you were to try and understand him in terms of your Christianity, think of Lovecraft in his, what I would call secular Islam. You could compare him very loosely to his own heritage, the most austere form of Protestantism, because he came from the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant background. In other words, like his Protestantism, Islam has rules but little hierarchy. The Muslim deals with Allah directly, not through priests and popes. Strictly speaking, Islam does not even have priests, just teachers and scholars. And only prophets relay the word of Allah directly. And Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the last prophet. There were many previous prophets, including Noah, Abraham, and Jesus, who is considered by Muslims to have been divinely inspired, but mortal. Now, the teachers, or the sheikhs, as in Salman, they're experts in the rules of Islam. And scholars, the ulama, remind the world of the Islamically correct way to behave. Semi-secular leaders include the mullahs, or the lords, and the Shiite ayatollahs, the caliph, or the deputy of the prophet, was the commander of the faithful and the chief imam. Indeed, to a Shiite, caliph and imam are interchangeable. And understand that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is regarded with vast respect, but not worshipped. He himself has always symbolized, or rather emphasized in his own life, that he was a mortal, that's what I mean to say, a man in mortal coil, and fallible. So the English term Mohammedan for Muslims is misleading, and even, well, to Muslims, it's a little blasphemous. And on the other hand, people find it easier to focus on a human being than an omnipotent, absolute God. But just so you understand some of the perspective that H.P. Lovecraft had when dealing with all of these infidels around him, I'm saying that facetiously and rather sarcastically, of course. But you know, it's basically he was living, however loosely, by certain rules, like a cultural Muslim would, who's simply secular. You know, Islam in practice is a strikingly simple religion. It really requires just 5 things, the 5 pillars. And of course, Salman can explain them to you later in another transmission if he hasn't already in others. But if someone follows these rules, no one can say he's not a Muslim. And of course, there are hypocrites and there's bad Muslims, but that's between them and Allah. And as in any religion, there's some rules that are stretched or simply ignored. In fact, Islam is built more than most other religions on a set of certainties. There is no God but Allah. The Quran is the word of Allah. A wise Muslim is equipped to lead a completely satisfactory life and to give others guidance. And so fate is the will of Allah. And that is why they understand that either fortune or ill fortune both source from him. And so it incorporates a strong sense of morality. And of course, this is where you might start to question Lovecraft and his behavior. But before that, let's understand what he knew about the anti-gods. Now, as pertinent as Michael Aquino's summoning of these anti-cosmic, these extra-cosmic, extrastellar entities by calling upon the barbarous names of Cthulhu, commonly bastardized from the Thonian, which means, Thonian means dwelling beneath the surface of the earth, or the nether regions, the vulgarization of the original barbarous name, which barbarous, barbarian, comes from the term of languages the Greeks couldn't understand. Everybody sounded like they were saying bar, so they called them barbarians. The barbarous name is something a human tongue cannot even pronounce. The actual name of Cthulhu. And you would need to, as I've said before, tracheotomize yourself and plug in the Vox Arca to say that name the way a non-human would say it, and directly call upon the anti-god by uttering his name in a manner that called directly. But as a human being, all you can say is a vulgarization, a mock Cthulhu. And the human etymology thereof, of course, goes back to ancient Greece and beyond. It goes to the ancient Sumerian conveyance of the Lord of the Abyss, Kutu, which means abyss, Lu means Lord, or an entity of eminence. Hence, Al-Cthulhu, Kutu, Lu, Lord of the Abyss, or Abyssal Lord in Sumerian, gets Arabicized into Al-Cthulhu, the Forsaker. So, Al-Cthulhu in the Arabic, meaning abandoner, is the most readily accessible primary source in the English whenever one is researching the roles of the abandoner. The source that comes to mind that you might be able to find would be a book of Arabi magics, the Al-Mukaribun, the Arabi magicians, magic and mythos in Al-Arabia, which is written by Jamal Haldun and translated by Steve Locke. And in that book, the co-authors articulate how Al-Cthulhu, the Forsaker, manifests as a spiritual force that powers the practices of Tajrid wa Tafrid. Tajrid and Tafrid. Tajrid means outward separation. Taj, outward. Read, separation, as in get rid of. Tafrid would be taf, inward. Read, get rid of, would in this case imply solitude. So rid yourself of external influence. Tajrid means disentanglement from home and wealth. Tafrid, and isolation from all company. So tajrid and tafrid are the two terms, actually practices, that are all but forgotten to conventional Islam. And specific to Tashavvuf, the Sufism, or like Sufism. That's a schismatic branch of Islam, but not to be seen as some kind of schismatic in the sense of heretical. Though it is often considered such, it is, of course, really that kind of Islam that Lovecraft could relate to. His characterization of the Mad Arab is actually a kind of a Sufi archetype, even though it's based very much on a historical figure. And to just put it in the most simplistic way possible, Sufism, that's Islamic mysticism, in the sense of seeking a mysterious truth about the universe. It's not even necessarily magic. Islam, of course, has mixed feelings about Sufism, but it's widespread in Muslim lands and appealing to those for whom dry legalism is not enough, because basically that's what it comes down to in many cases, all too many cases. So there's many Sufi schools. Some are dismissed by others as confused or incomplete. It's kind of like when you hear Peter Moon, because of his Tai Chi instructor, ragging on the Falun Gong. But Sufi teachers say that trying to mix techniques from different schools would be tricky and even dangerous. So it's not like you can, pretend you're Harry Potter and go from one school of magic to another. Not that they did that in the novel. In fact, the novel was downright, I don't even want to go there, but basically the teachers, the sheikhs, they act as personal guides because mystic truth cannot be described directly in words or discovered by analytical logic. They must deal directly with their pupils. Hence the danger. Trying to follow two guides at once merely leads to confusion. However, some guides use more than one path. But of course, always remember this, serious Sufis, they oftentimes study full-time. They avoid material concerns that would distract them. And these are the dervishes, using various means to attain trance-like states, which they believe, based on experience, grant special insights. The famous whirling dervishes do this with ecstatic dances. So these dervishes were traditionally recognized by their heavily patched woolen robes, which is why Sufi really just means woolen, as well as their ascetic lifestyles. And in the 1001 Nights that introduced Lovecraft to both the dervish and to Islam, the term dervish is used very loosely to indicate wandering scholars, including at least one evil wizard who fell into the spell of the Titans, the anti-gods. And one story also features a holy woman living in the wilderness with healing powers. So Sufi saints can either be male or female. The descendants of these saints are sometimes regarded as social leaders or spiritual advisors. And advanced knowledge of the universe implies some power, well, a unique power over it. And some Sufis possessed magical powers. Most have not. But these ideas are not always accepted, of course, and prophets might have performed miracles, but Muhammad, peace be upon him, who disdained such things, was the last prophet. The wilder mystics are suspected of sinking to mere showmanship, or perhaps secular magic. See, H.P. Lovecraft understood all of this. And when it comes to the understanding of Tashavvuf, the Sufism, then he understood that it was defined by its adherents as the inner mystical dimensions of submission, meaning Islam, which be but submission to the all-powerful, the almighty. Tajrid wa tafrid, they be the exercises that are used to transcend, to abandon normal cultural programming. That's an important term because it brings us back potentially to the abandoner if you stray off path. By transcending, by abandoning, we could consider transcending the light magical aspect of this or the light mystical aspect of this, and abandonment to be the dark aspect of this. If you want to turn this into a kind of Jedi, Sith, kind of Manichaean, kind of Zoroastrian Manichaeism, meaning a kind of yin and yang duality, forever at ends with each other, at odds. So by transcending or abandoning dogma and fixed beliefs, a seeker can see reality as it truly is, breaking both the matricial, the matrix barriers, and the moral boundaries of mortal man. So Aquino saw it in the most negative sense, breaking all moral boundaries. And Al-Cthulhu is stimulated by al-nafs, the soul breath. That's an Arabic conceptual permutation of Ka, the ancient Egyptian term for spirit or life force, analogous to both the Zhongguoren or the Chinese people's Qi, literally breath, an allusion to the bioenergy or orgone of Qi Guang. which Peter Moon is always breathing on about, as channeled via pure form Tai Chi Chuan and shadow boxing. The Japanese, the Nipponjin, Japanese people's concept of ki, which employs the same simplified Chinese character in Aikido, but by Arabi reckoning, inclusive of the psyche, the holistic soul or mind in the West, but mental identity in the realm of Arabi, self-awareness through desires. In other words, your ego, your carnal self-identity. Al-Hadith, or the tradition. Understand that there's not too many laws specified within the Quran itself. So the Haditha was developed to create a legal framework beyond the Quran, but subservient thereunto. And Al-Hadith, or the tradition, perceives this ego, this carnal self-identity, as a little black spot on the area where one's heart is. It being asserted that the Prophet Abdul al-Qasim Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Abdul al-Muttalib ibn Hashim, peace be upon him, the Prophet himself had this spot removed. In its primal state, al-nafs incites us to commit evil, such being the base instincts of the nafs at the lower chakras, the nodal centers in which energy flows through the subtle human body. Islam emphasizes the importance of resisting the inciting nafs via the hadith, or recitation, which is what hadith really means, as in recitation of the laws. Holding that on, well, the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, on surviving yet another campaign of jihad, religious war. He said, "We now return from al-jihad asgar, the lesser struggle, meaning physical conflict itself. The rending, the loss of life and limb, was the lesser struggle." He said, "We return now to al-jihad akbar, the greater struggle." Of course, his companions wondering what could be greater than risking their lives and loss of blood and companions and limbs, asked, "O Prophet of God, what is al-jihad akbar, the greater struggle?" Unto which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, replied, "Al-jihad, or the struggle, against al-nafs." That being, of course, that temptation towards the baser instincts, the ego, the carnal self-identity of satisfying your lust through rape, pillage, plunder. But in terms of abandoning all constraints, thus stimulated, Al-Cthulhu, the abandoner itself, then causes Al-Hal, the static condition of rule, alternatively, the possession, or the mystical experience of spiritual state, a state of gnosis, of knowing, as opposed to pistis, the state of faith. All Islam is based on pistis, the faith in its conventional sense, but the dervish goes beyond that to know, into gnosis. So the relationships between al-nafs, al-Cthulhu, and al-hal, the static condition of rule, this possession, is very intricate. I'm simplifying it. I'm oversimplifying it by far. But in that book I've just cited on Arabi Magics, the co-authors Locke and Haldun impart that the abandoner is acknowledged within some schools of Tashavvuf, or Sufi poetry. Al-Cthulhu's name be writ in Al-Quran, Al-Krim, the Holy Noble Quran, in the surah or chapter. As the Bible has chapter and verse, the Quran has surah and ayah. And within the surah or the chapter 25 and its ayah or verse 29, 2529 for the Quran. You would search for it just as you would chapter and verse in a Bible. But in the Quran, 2529, chapter and verse, Surah and Ayah, translates as, mankind, Shaitan, Satan, is al-Hatulu. This ayah, this verse in Al-Quran Al-Karim, anglicized as the Holy Noble Quran, is important because it links the abandoner Haud Thulu with Shaitan, Cthulhu with Satan, the Alden dragon, the old dragon, the Lord of the Abyss. Now, of the two orthodox interpretations of this ayah, the most universally applicable is that Shaitan will abandon man. The other being that Shaitan causes men to forsake Islam and its culture. Therefore, what H.P. Lovecraft was really saying when he presented the stories of Cthulhu was saying he had not forsaken his culture. He was really saying that Al-Cthulhu will not triumph over me. This idea of men forsaking Islam, abandoning it, makes them Satan in and of themselves. Each man an abandoner, a semi-Satan. This latter interpretation is fairly consistent with the spiritual meaning the ancient Mukaribun posits Al-Cthulhu. Now these Mukaribun practices, they of course would be thought sinful by an Orthodox Muslim. And so when it comes to beyond that, as I said, the real Islamic tradition is deeply rooted in Judaism. And that is what forces us to understand so much about Lovecraft's background in terms of his father's masonry. Because his father had willed him this huge library in which he was to derive so much of his literate knowledge. It was looking through his father's library that he found the Grimoire Imperium. That means the grammar of the empire. Grimoire simply means grammar because words cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. You can move a crowd to mass murder with words, a mob into lynching. Words are more powerful than any mere weapons, whether they be bullets or atomic bombs. Words can end the world because they cast that spell. And a grammar is a book of spells. So, grimoire. And within the Grimoire Imperium, the grammar of the empire, or the imperial spell book, the Book of Old Spirits, as attributed to the author of the authorship of Dr. John Dee, a man who was born in 1527 and died somewhere around 1608 or 1609. The original 007 who signed himself such unto his queen. The royal sorcerer who was officially recognized as such. Within his Grimoire Imperium, his imperial grammar, his spell book for the British Empire, was the original source of the entity Cthulhu in the English language as a winged anthropomorphic humanoid cephalopodophilic meaning octopoid-headed daemon. The word and its implications being obviously much older, of course, as I have just mapped. But does this imply that the remaining daemons, actually anti-gods of the Grimoire Imperium of course, these British imperialists, does that imply that they were also anti-gods from the East? And that is something that we need to emphasize a little bit, talk about it, because it brings us back to a greater understanding of why we developed this trope, this iconography of Cthulhu as a octopus-headed, a cephalopodic, crowned entity. And that would bring us back to Judaism. Now, provide myself just a second here as I try to breathe and oxygenate myself a bit more. Grab myself a little bit of center. Do we have any time left? How many hours? If or just a single hour or two? What have we got?
We're at 2 hours right now, Brother Douglas. So we have like another hour left or more, because I want you to take your time in explaining this whole paradigm of H.P. Lovecraft and Islam. And your voice is important, so I have to let you basically explain this, because this is basically historical record, and in terms of providing history to mankind. So I'm here with you, my brother.
Thank you. So when it comes to the entire subject of that book that was found in the library of his father, the Grimoire Imperium, then the question that Michael Aquino asked himself was whether the remaining demons, the anti-gods of that book, also contained vestigial etymological references obscured by time and esoterica, such as the Lovecraftian Yog Sothoth. Now, it was considered obvious to Michael Aquino at once, because he managed to purchase these books from August Derleth, which brings us back to how August Derleth got a hold of the library, the publisher of Arkham House, which for years was the only source. Believe me, I'm not kidding you on this. For decades, the only place you could get H.P. Lovecraft was through Arkham House, because August Derleth gained total control over his estate. And that was by vilifying, slandering, character assassinating the young lover, Mr. Barlow, of H.P. Lovecraft, whom H.P. Lovecraft had willed his property to. Now, when it comes to what Michael Aquino realized upon getting the book from August Derleth, the original Grimoire Imperium, and Lovecraft had the original, then it was obvious to Michael Aquino that Yog Sothoth of the Grimoire is one of Cthulhu's brothers, and therefore it was conceivable that that name, indeed, of course, certain that it also contained mystic connotations. Just to get that out of the way, people approached me about the Game of Thrones all the time because of its popularization of a perversion of what Lovecraft relayed. And all damnation on the Game of Thrones, rather all damnation on the man who wrote the book originally. I forget his name now, and I used to be a fan of his, till he sold out. I can't blame him for doing that. Writing the Game of Thrones is what made him money, and, you've got to make a living. Oh God, what was the author's name again? Salman, help me out here. Do you remember?
I believe it was George R. Martin, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
thank you. I couldn't get that out without you. God, I actually met the guy once. This happens to me. You deal with hundreds of people and hundreds of subjects. You forget them all. And so, people like that, I loved George R. R. Martin's early works. And but he went Stephen King on us and just had to, well, he had to make a living. But one of the things he promoted in that book that was translated into the series is a mistranslation, just a what you'd call a perversion. What is dead may never die, but rises again harder and stronger, which is, of course, the Cthulhu worshipping Vikings, or shall we say the giant kraken, or big squid worshipping Vikings of that television series. And the third episode of the second season of HBO's Game of Thrones, which aired on the 15th day of April in 2012, which was written by Brian Cogman and directed by Alex Sakharov, the viewership of that episode consolidated the ratings obtained in the second season, matching, the previous week's 3,800,000 viewers in the first run of the night, and reaching a total of 4.5 million with 2 airings. And it was titled, "What is Dead May Ne'er Die." It is, of course, simply a veiled reference to Al Cthulhu the Forsaker, the great old one who sleeps under the seas. It is the drowned god who will destroy the world on his awakening as foreordained in the original Arabic language. The rhyming couplet, comprising but 2 lines on just 1 line separated by a long space, which is the standard for the Arabian poetry. It would all, try and envision that you're reading it right to left, Chinese, Japanese style, 2 lines on just 1 line. It would all be in a single line, but it would be 2 lines separated by a space. And so it's kind of like Arabi haiku, okay? And it would be something along the lines of La Maitan Ma Kadirun Yatabaka Samadi Faitha Yaji al Shuthath Al Maatu Kad Yantai. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. Now that first line, again, as in all Semitic languages, not just Arabi, but Hebrew as well, read from right to left, definitely supposed to mean lie, as in to lie down, meaning that it can lay there eternally. And herein then, a non-poetic rendering of the literal meaning of the first line, that thing which is implied is not dead, which can eternal, as in forever, lie awaiting. Basically, literally verbatim, that is not dead which can eternal lie, meaning that thing can wait forever. Literally translated, again, just to reiterate, reemphasize so you get the point, that is not dead which has the capacity to exist eternally. The second line, that's where we come in. With that brother of Cthulhu. And if the abnormal, as in bizarre, strange, ones, as in things, or even times, come, then death may cease to be. So that one Arabia, that Arab language phrase, Yaji al-Shuthath, provides us the clue to the deeper mystery. It is plural, and it literally means all uppercase in terms of emphatic, the abnormal, referring to people or to things, dependent on context. Yaki means comes or are coming in the colloquial Arabia. The common street Arabic oft transforms the soft J sound into a hard G sound, and many times the vowel endings are left off and the words slurred together, as we often do in the English. Therefore, the intended rendering of the phrase that I've read in the colloquial Arabia, the way the Arab man would speak it on the street, would be Yag Shuthat, with the slight change in the quality of the vowels, anglicizing or vulgarizing, as the Anglos would do, as Yog Shotha. Yet the writ within the quatrain is Al-Gib, as in lie. Remember how I said, as in to lie there, like eternally? It actually reads in the street Arabic as in a falsehood, in which case there be deliberately rendered misinterpretation of the quote, as in that which lies to you forever, as in telling you a falsehood. And not unexpectedly so, once one is aware of the black magic background to the poem. There still being some areas of uncertainty regarding the Arabia original, ergo, therefore, rendering the transliteration different from the Arabic itself. I think it quite likely that and I can't present to you here the Arab alphabet words, the words in their original Arabic alphabet, their original script, the writ, but they should be written as to imply falsehood to match the transliteration, so that it would mean that that which is copying your mind or filling your mind with lies, fake news at the cosmic level, beliefs so misleading they will annihilate your soul. And they will do this in such a way that time will cease to exist for you, because your soul will cease to exist. It doesn't go to heaven, it doesn't go to hell, it doesn't have an afterlife. It simply is annihilated. And that's what happens to the cultists of the kings of Edom. So this is what they bring to you. This is what they offer you. That will be your fate should you follow their path. Now, all of this goes back to a kind of, shall we say, analysis of the physical appearance. Where do we get the idea of Yog-Sothoth as an infinite and forever changing series of spherical shapes, these bubbles, if you will, massive cosmic sphere? Was, of course, that brings us back to the Kabbalah, the Kabbalistic schematic of the tree of life or the tree of death, or both, in opposition, one above the other. That is what brings us back to the understanding of Yog-Sothoth, because that is how H.P. Lovecraft introduced to the world Kabbalah itself, which he learned from his Jewish wife. The one reason he married a Jewess was because, aside from what attraction might have been there, that a gay man would have to a very powerful and intellectual female who would finally help him arrange his finances and put some liquid assets into his life that he otherwise would not have at all, was the fact that she could teach him something that he could not access merely as a Mason, but had to learn from a Jew. The concept of HaKabbalah, literally the reception, the schematic of our universe. So Lovecraft was one of the greatest autodidacts, or self-educated persons, of du XXe siècle, the 20th century, inarguably fascinated with the occult, as he was with so many other subjects, including astronomy, chemistry, paleontology, mythology, and history, but never a practicing magician. Practice of magic requires not alone inherent psychic ability, but meticulous study, ironclad discipline, and unwavering faith. Lovecraft never even passed the faith hurdle. Yet another reason why he could never fall in love in the conventional sense as man and woman. He mechanistically interpreted Kabbalah as non-verifiable pantheistic philosophy, sans or without factual historicity. So in Lovecraft's novella, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, which was written in 1927 but never published until after his death, posthumously, circa 1941, he presents the character of Joseph Curwen, who is qualified as having practiced magic for some 200 years, as pitted against the character of Dr. Willett, a man untrained in magic, who, employing an incantation he learned but the day before, effortlessly wins their magical duel. And yet the point of said duello, the aged character of Curwen, employs a Kabbalistic incantation. This Kabbalistic recantation is actually a list of Ha-Ivriot, or Hebrew god names, while the character of Willett employs invocation, the art of intimately communing or communicating with entities, unto the abominable Edomite lord Yog-Sothoth, an extra-cosmic king of Edom, coterminous with all time and space, yet locked outside the universe we inhabit, an entity perceived as only a congeries of iridescent globes, stupendous in malign suggestiveness, as filtered by reconnoitering mystics through paradigmatic preconceptions, via the infernal sphere of the Qlipoth, the sphere of the tree of death. So, for the extrastellar anti-gods are much, not all, but much, beyond the magics of the multiverse gifted us by our Creator, and via divine betrayal of creation unto such abominations, in ultimate expression of the free will divinely granted unto humankind by our Creator, along the multiverse created for us, dost H.P. Lovecraft's handlers, the American military junta, thus do they aim to usurp the throne of God. That is what brings us back to Lovecraft and his boy lover, before we go a bit into the appearance of Cthulhu. So when it comes to where Lovecraft was meeting little Barlow, there was, as I said, that letter that was sent to him asking if the Necronomicon was a real book. So when Lovecraft wrote back to him, telling Barlow pretty much what I've told you. Now, that letter was the beginning of a curious friendship, which changed the course of Barlow's life and Lovecraft's, though no one knows anything about it. Now, Lovecraft was well known in the world of weird fiction, a term that he himself popularized, an early 20th century genre that encompassed supernatural horror stories as well as some of what would now be called science fiction. And of course, he had a reputation as a recluse. He had been married, of course, briefly to that Jewish Ukrainian immigrant, Sonia Green, and she got her citizenship through being married to him. And it worked out for both of them in that sense. He'd lived with her in New York City, but by 1931, he was back in his native Providence, Rhode Island, living with his aunt and making a meager living by revising other writers' work. Barlow, meanwhile, had grown up on military bases throughout the South, until his father, an Army colonel, the same rank that Michael Aquino would retire at, and who suffered from paranoid delusions, settled the family in a sturdy and defensible home, a bunker in central Florida, about 15 miles southwest of the town of Deland. Barlow didn't know anyone in Florida, and where his family lived, there weren't any people, or certainly not enough for him to meet, or any worth meeting. They were crazies. Jungle people, if you will. There certainly weren't many who shared his interest in the Florida swamps, which would be collecting weird fiction, playing the piano, sculpting in clay, painting, and shooting snakes, and thereafter skinning those snakes and binding books with their snake skin. This is what he grew up doing because his father had taught him that. You see, the snake represents so much in Christianity. There are other animals that represent so much in Judaism through the ancient Talmud, from whence we ultimately get our visions of Cthulhu as a cuttlefish. Now, Barlow, of course, he wrote in his own memoir about his summer with Lovecraft. That was published in 1944. And letter by letter, Barlow drew Lovecraft into that sphere of his snakeskin binding books. He offered to type Lovecraft's manuscripts. He told Lovecraft about his rabbits that he bred to slaughter and eat. He wrote stories that Lovecraft himself revised. But finally, in the spring of 1934, after both Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Adolf Hitler assumed power on either side of the Atlantic, Barlow invited Lovecraft to visit him in Florida, and Lovecraft went. Which, by the way, anyone who reads any Lovecraft biography will never read that, because they all say Lovecraft spent his entire life living at home, except for a trip to New York and a trip to Quebec. Now, what was in one of those letters, which I read the originals of that Aquino had collected? And yet, copies are out there because he had them published in 1944. He said, "I had no friends nor studies except in a sphere bound together by the US mails." Barlow, of course, when he invited through the US Postal Service Lovecraft to come down and visit him, never mentioned his age. And he was reluctant to send along a photograph of himself because he said he had a boil. So Lovecraft at least pretended to be surprised, probably was a little shocked when he got off the bus in DeLand and was confronted with a young boy that had just turned 16. Lovecraft was 43. So there they were, the older writer in a rumpled suit with, according to Barlow himself, a face not unlike Dante, and the young boy fan, slight, and I could only describe him by the photograph I saw that Aquino had possession of, as weasel-faced, with slick back black hair and glasses with thick round lenses like the bottoms of Coca-Cola bottles. If he looked up at the sun with those, his eyelashes probably caught fire. Barlow's father was visiting relatives in the north, the psychotic colonel, you know. And Lovecraft ended up staying with Barlow and his mother for 7 weeks. Now, what did they do? In all that time, Barlow tells us that they gathered berries in the woods, that they composed couplets on difficult rhymes, you know, like what rhymes with orange or Schenectady, that they rode on the lake behind Barlow's house. Of course, Lovecraft found the Florida climate stimulating, and he wrote to a friend in my own golden state of California, "I feel like a new person, as spry as a youth. I go hatless and coatless, and doubtless naked too." And he liked Barlow, said, "Never before in the course of a long lifetime have I seen such a versatile child. Yeah, I bet he could put him in any position." Well, the literary critics have speculated that Lovecraft was secretly gay, but probably his wife would say that the salient feature of his sexuality really seems to be how indifferent he was to it. That, of course, was with a female. His ex-wife, Sonia, just dutifully, for the sake of appearance, described him as an adequately excellent lover, a phrase one could take in a variety of ways. After his marriage ended, Lovecraft had no intimate relationships that we know of. In his letters, he was quick to condemn homosexuality, and he would later discourage Barlow from writing fiction on homoerotic themes. But Barlow was not the first young man he'd visited. That honor belongs to Alfred Galpin, who was 20 when Lovecraft went to stay with him in Cleveland. And while he was there, Galpin brought him around to see the poets Samuel Loveman and Hart Crane, both of whom were flamingly gay, though this may simply be a coincidence, of course. Galpin was supposedly straight. Lovecraft wrote a number of teasing poems about Galpin's infatuations with high school girls. Barlow, on the other hand, was actively, I would say, openly gay as an adult. Even at 16, he knew in which direction his desires lay. And there's a telling line in his 1944 memoir. Again, this has been published, so you can find a copy if you wish. The published version reads, "Life was all literary then," which means literally. They were certainly fucking. Of course, in the well, let's just say in the typescript, which is in the John Hay Library at Brown University. The typescript, the original manuscript that didn't get published. You can see that he crossed some words out. I saw that because of Michael Aquino ordering them through the library OCLC online cataloging and library exchange program. Libraries, OCLC was online cataloging and library cooperation program. That was supposed to make libraries without walls. And through that, I saw the original typescript. And the words that were crossed out were, "Life, save for secret desires which I knew must be suppressed, and which centered about a charming young creature with the sensitivity of was all literary then." Now that, of course, you can go read yourself if you go to Brown University. Again, it's sequestered at the John Hay Library. That's one thing Aquino didn't manage to steal for his own estate. Now, with that, you might dismiss it all, but Lovecraft returned to Florida in the summer of 1935 and stayed for over 2 fucking months. And he and Barlow explored a cypress jungle near the family house and worked together on a cabin on the far side of the lake. And the next summer, Barlow went to Providence. But Lovecraft was busy with revision work and seemed to resent his presence. When the two of them took a trip to Salem and Marblehead, towns which Lovecraft had mythologized in his fiction, another of Lovecraft's young protégés, 16-year-old then Kenneth Sterling, who was about to enroll at Harvard because he was so gifted, probably sucked some cocks and bent over a bit too. Well, that's how that protege wound up at an Ivy League so quickly. Well, he came along too. And if Barlow was in love with Lovecraft, he had a lot of suppressing to do then. Or actually, they probably all played around and wound up in the evening as a giant ball of flesh. You can feel Barlow's yearning for something in the last story he gave Lovecraft to edit in the summer of 1936. It's titled The Night Ocean. It was one of my favorite stories growing up. It's about a muralist who rents a cottage on the beach to rest his nerves. He swims, he walks, he goes into town for dinner. Then one day he sees mysterious, not quite human figures swimming in the ocean. He waves at them, but he never ascertains what they be or what they want. And in the end, he can only conclude that perhaps none of us can solve those things. They exist in defiance of all explanation. It's as if Barlow himself had come close to something, a consummation or an encounter with another realm of being, but left with a mystery and an abiding sadness. This is why I say, you see, They probably had physical sex to no end, but Lovecraft was incapable of love. Now, Lovecraft, of course, was murdered via the injection of cancer in March of 1937. Now, with that, I can go into some detail about why we know this or how that's even possible, because cancer was weaponized by that time. Now, assassination has always historically been a messy business, literally and metaphorically, with some of the most notorious assassinations, as that of President John F. Kennedy, still leaving so many unanswered questions forever after the event. So if a silent, insidious, undetectable method of assassination be available, which arouses no suspicion and which appears to be totally attributable to natural causes, it's a very attractive proposition to those wishing to quietly dispatch a long-term political threat. Enter weaponized cancer. So when a cluster of people in an organization start to develop cancer as though it was a contagious disease, it's time to start asking questions, particularly if those individuals are all members of, say, for instance, a left-wing government with radical political agendas, as is exactly what happened with the staff and the person of the late President Hugo Chavez Frias, who died from cancer, made a series of speeches before his death in which he noted that an epidemic of cancer had run rife among Latin American presidents, and called this a strange and alarming phenomenon. He implied that this odd cluster of illness was caused by the CIA's deployment of bioweapons. Of course, the response from Washington was far from favorable. And Victoria Nuland, the US State Department official spokesperson, said that Chavez's words were horrific and reprehensible. But all evidence proves otherwise. Argentine President Nestor Kirchner, diagnosed with colon cancer. Brazilian President Ignacio Lula da Silva, treated for throat cancer. Fernando Lugo, diagnosed with lymphoma, cancer of the immunosystem. Argentine President Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner, afflicted with thyroid cancer. Brazilian President Dilma Rousseff, struck with lymphoma. And Juan Manuel Santos, diagnosed with prostate cancer. Now, all of these were cooperating with Chavez to turn Latin America into the communist China, a collectivized continent of the future. Brazil is to the United States what China was to the former Soviet Union, an ideological challenge, a challenger state that, in China's case, ultimately overwhelmed the Northern Giant. The Northern Giant disintegrated, and the Southern Giant arose to overwhelm it. This is what would have happened had all these presidents lived. And despite the vehement denial of any involvement from the US government, Chavez gained support from other political leaders, including the Russian Communist Party leader, Gennady Zhuganov, who suggested that it was unlikely to be coincidence that 6 left-wing leaders would contract cancer simultaneously. And Venezuela's acting president, Nicolás Maduro, claimed that Chavez had been the victim of a scientific attack by the US government, longtime enemy of the leftist Venezuelan regime. Cuba's president, Fidel Castro, was equally outspoken, voicing his suspicions of CIA involvement in the cancer epidemic, possibly because it was believed that he himself had been the victim of several bioweapon-type assassination attempts. And he personally advised Chavez to take care, and he gave the following words of warning. These people, the Americans, have developed technology. Take care what you eat, what they give you to eat, a little needle, and they inject you with I don't know what. Now, the American Cancer Society states that cancer is a complex group of diseases with many possible causes. Of course, neglecting to tell you that, yes, you can induce it with an injection or a poison. They did that with Jack Ruby before he was sent to kill Lee Harvey Oswald. He was injected with cancer, and he died thereof immediately. The truth is that America's production of cancer-causing biological warfare agents has been well documented, with every evidence of their development by scientists going back to the 1930s, when they killed Lovecraft. There are now declassified records available for public viewing. You can find them if you look them up. Now, ironically, the original test monkeys, the victims of those early scientific experiments, were also Latin Americans. These were conducted by Dr. Cornelius P. Rhodes, surname spelled R-H-O-A-D-S, a scientist with the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Investigations in San Juan, and a known racist with pronounced anti-Latin American sentiments. And the 13 Puerto Rican subjects of Rhodes's experiments received injections containing cancer-causing biological agents, which were created as part of a highly classified joint operation between the CIA and the US Medical Research Institute for Infectious Diseases under a program known as, well, first off, the organization was around before the CIA, US AMRIID, US Medical Research Institute for Infectious Diseases, USA MRIID. And the project which they created with the CIA long after Lovecraft's death, after World War II, not too long after Lovecraft's death, but after World War II, was known as MK Naomi, all uppercase, MKNAOMI. It's known that the assassinations of Fidel Castro, the attempted assassinations thereof, and the successful assassination of the Congolese Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba were planned by the sinister and secret MK Naomi project. Now, the most disturbing letter of evidence, written by Dr. Rhodes himself and obtained by the head of the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party, Pedro Albizu Campos, which is why he wanted Puerto Rico to be an independent nation and no longer a territory of the United States, illustrated not only Rhodes's vile racist beliefs, but also the efficacy of the deadly injections in causing cancer. And what he said was, what the island, meaning Puerto Rico, needs is not public health work, but a tidal wave or something to totally exterminate the population. This is Dr. Rhodes speaking. It might then be livable. I have done my best to further the process of extermination by killing off 8 and transplanting cancer into several hundreds more. Now, despite the damning evidence contained in this letter, Albizu's complaints were ignored by the League of Nations because this was before World War II. There was not a United Nations, but a league. And nothing was done to stop the maniacal Dr. Rhodes from continuing his reign of bioterror. In fact, undoubtedly, as revenge for his accusations, Albizu himself later suffered at Rhodes's hands when, after being arrested by the occupation forces of the United States for his nationalist sympathies, he was subjected to radiation experimentation and imprisoned, so that Rhodes could laugh at him while he was behind bars dying of cancer. Dr. Rhodes headed the military, chemical, and biological weapons programs at Fort Dietrich, spelled D-E-T-R-I-C-K, the Dugway Proving Ground as well, and the Desiree Test Center in Utah. And when in 1972, the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, this biotoxin weapons convention sanctioned by the United States, the Soviet Union, and Great Britain, effectively banned the use and possession of biological weapons, a spin-off project was created in conjunction with the National Cancer Institute, ostensibly under the guise of searching for a cure for cancer. The secret viral cancer project actually resulted in the successful production of 60,000 liters of oncogenic and immunosuppressive viruses and researched military applications for the cancer-causing biological agents. So, these deadly agents were used to secretly assassinate political targets. It is reported that the deadly arsenal of bioweapons included botulinum toxins, which can cause deadly food poisoning, Cancer-causing viruses could be transmitted even via aerosols, spray, or species jumping. Oncogenic viruses could insidiously be passed on from animal species to humans without detection. Victims could be affected via injection, inhalation, ingestion of contaminated food or toothpaste, even contaminated clothing contacting skin, which was proven ultimately to be the method used to cause the aggressive cancer occurring in President Chavez's pelvic region, because he put on a pair of powdered underwear that infected him. Evidence of these methods and their deployment in the assassination of key figures is unquestionable due to the overwhelming amount of documentation confirming their existence and the otherwise inexplicable clusters of malignancies in key political figures, though General Jose Ornella, the head of the Venezuelan Presidential Guard, said it may be half a hundred years before details of the U.S. involvement in Chavez's death is disclosed in declassified documents. The individual identities of the assassins, or how they transmitted the deadly agents, is almost irrelevant. It is the U.S. government which is ultimately culpable and must ultimately admit its involvement in these very anomalous deaths or incidents of cancerous disease. Now, of course, this problem extends globally beyond Latin America and has been used on a far larger scale to control much larger targets. Eventually, it will be used to control entire populations, which are seen as potential threats. The United States is essentially controlled by a secret bureaucracy armed with exotic weapons and not in any way legally accountable to anybody. And for that reason, we go back to the case of H.P. Lovecraft. See, basically what happened was when he died of cancer in March of 1937, killed by Dr. Rhodes, or an agent of Dr. Cornelius Rhodes, while he was dying, he named Barlow, that devoted fan who typed so many of his manuscripts, as his literary executor. Now, this was intended, presumably, as an honor, but for the young Cornelius was the name of the doctor who killed H.P. Lovecraft, so excuse me on that, conflating the names. The young Mr. Barlow, poor son of a bitch, Robert Barlow, now that I dug that out of the attic of my mind. Yeah. His life was destroyed by this. Basically, what happened was that the villain of the story, August Derleth, got on his ass. Now, Lovecraft had a couple of professionally minded disciples, August Derleth and Donald Wandre, who wanted to collect their master's stories in a book. Now, they were not amused when this young Johnny Fuckable, the young faggot who was bending over for their man, published Lovecraft's commonplace book in a letterpress edition of 75 copies. They demanded Lovecraft's papers. They spread rumors that Barlow had pilfered books from Lovecraft's library. The weird fiction community was small in those days, and word got around immediately. The macabre writer and artist Clark Ashton Smith personally sent Robert Barlow a note. "Please do not write me or try to communicate with me in any way. I do not wish to see you or hear from you after your conduct in regard to the estate of a late beloved friend." Oh my God, dudes, none of you were fucking this guy. None of you were sucking his cock. Oh, but all of you are quick to jump on him. Was it because you didn't get the chance? You know, I'll never get this shit. But the effect of the letter, well, Barlow wrote the effect himself. He said, was of cutting out my entrails with a meat cleaver. He had been exiled from the literary universe that had been the focus of his entire life. He thought about killing himself, but instead he went into anthropology, enrolling at schools in California and Mexico before ending up at UC Berkeley, right across the bay from myself, where he studied under Alfred L. Kroeber, whose work with Ishi, the last of California's Yehi Indians, had made him famous. In 1943, at the height of the Second World War, Barlow moved to Mexico and began a period of furious activity that lasted for the better part of a decade. He lost himself by traveling to the Yucatan to study the Mayans and to Western Guerrero, where he studied the Tepuztecs. He taught anthropology at Mexico City College, founded 2 scholarly journals, and published around 150 articles, pamphlets, and books. But Barlow had already given Lovecraft's manuscripts to Brown University. Now he tried to convince that school to accept the remnants of his own weird fiction collection, requesting in exchange a printing press on which he could publish Nahuatl, an ancient Aztec language newspaper, which all prisoners who are of Latin American or rather Mexican descent speak today. That's way they can communicate without the guards understanding what they're saying. This so that the descendants of the Aztecs could read in their own language. Mostly, of course, it would have been the prison community. But he traveled to London and Paris to consult Mexican codices that were stolen by the conquistadors and wound up in those cities as part of museums. He was actually named the chair of Mexico City College's anthropology department. Now, the poet Charles Olson got hold of some of Barlow's writings in the late 40s and called them among the only intimate and active experience of the Maya yet in print. It was as if Barlow had finally forsaken fantasy for reality, though to anyone who has read Lovecraft stories, the Aztec gods, with their scales and plumes and fangs and wild round eyes, all look eerily familiar. Perhaps Barlow had found Lovecraft's horrors in the Mesoamerican past, with its blood-drenched history of human sacrifice. But this didn't make up for what he had lost. And in a fragmentary, unpublished autobiography that I was able to see through a keynote, he wrote, "When I have a period of free time and the choice of activity, I am most discontent. I invent 1,000 sham pleasures to keep me otherwise occupied, or I exhaust myself so that no activity can be thought of, but only blank sleep." Now, by the end of the 1940s, he was constantly exhausted, and his eyes, which were never good, were completely failing. And when a disgruntled student threatened to expose him as a homosexual, Barlow had had enough. And on January 1st of 1951, while the United States was still legally at war with the Empire of Japan under conditions of ceasefire, he locked himself in his bedroom and took 26 Seconal tablets. He left a note on the door that read, "Do not disturb me. I wish to sleep for a long time." It was written in the Mayan language. Now, August Derleth and Donald Wandre, meanwhile, had published a book of Lovecraft stories, which was followed by another Lovecraft book, and yet another. By the mid-1940s, Lovecraft's reputation as a master of horror had grown to the point where Edmund Wilson felt the need to deflate it a bit in the pages of The New Yorker, wherein Wilson wrote, "The only real horror in most of these fictions is the horror of bad taste and bad art." But his words never deterred people from reading Lovecraft, who is more popular today than ever. The new annotated H.P. Lovecraft, which came out in 2014. And, well, even the slightest and most ephemeral of all his writings all remain in print, to say nothing of the crawling chaos of Lovecraftian fiction and films and video games and bumper stickers and t-shirts and tea cozies in the shape of Lovecraft's best well, the best known creation, which people think is a creation, the octopus-headed Cthulhu. Now that brings us back to why that octopus head. You know, before I go there, Barlow has been, you know, while everyone remembers Lovecraft, nobody remembers the young lover that he had. And Robert Barlow has been completely forgotten. Even his seminal work, which I loved and reread again and again, The Night Ocean, to which Lovecraft added at most a few sentences, is misattributed primarily to Lovecraft now. Because if it ain't Lovecraft, it ain't shit. Barlow's life, which encompassed the worlds of weird fiction, experimental poetry, and anthropology in English, Spanish, and the ancient Aztec language of Nahuatl, is hard to tell. According to the scholar Marcos Legaria, 9 people have attempted to write a Barlow biography so far, and all of them have simply given up. Barlow's obscurity may also reflect a persistent anxiety among weird fiction fans about Lovecraft's reputation as a straight man, which was always imperiled by suspicions of homosexuality in the 50s, and which is now imperiled by a growing awareness of Lovecraft's racism. But understand that, if anything, if you read all of Lovecraft's works as I have, Lovecraft never attacks blacks or Asians or colored races other than as saying that they are alien. His villains in terms of sexual and racial degeneracy are all white trash. If anything, the people he's most contemptuous of are whites. Of course, Barlow never invented Cthulhu, even as an octopoid-headed figure. He lived in Lovecraft's great dream, but he never became a great dreamer himself. And until he got to Mexico, he was a serial abandoner of projects who set out to do everything, but left most of it unfinished. He was also too interested in reality, where Lovecraft had sublimated his fears and desires. Like an ascetic, Barlow had sex and saw the world. Rather than imagining dreadful others, he took note of what other people were actually like, and they were far more dreadful than the monsters of Lovecraft's dreams. The fact that all his activity was ultimately to his detriment does not reflect it does nothing to reflect on Robert Barlow so much as it doesn't reflect well on reality itself. On the other hand, Barlow did end up having a strange influence on the world of fiction, and not only on account of Lovecraft. After the Second World War, Mexico City College attracted a number of students on the GI Bill. One of them was William S. Burroughs, who had come to Mexico with his wife, Joanne Vollmer, to escape drug charges in Louisiana. In the spring of 1950, Burroughs took a class on Mayan codices with Professor Barlow, who was, quite obviously, a gifted teacher. A friend recalled he had a facility of expression that brought to life long-dead happenings. Mayan imagery shows up again and again in William Burroughs' novels ever since. In The Soft Machine, where the narrator flaunts his knowledge of Maya archaeology and the secret meaning of the centipede motif. In the form of Apuk, the Mayan death god in Apuk is Here. As the centipede god in Naked Lunch. Burroughs' nightmarish vision of a world of death-haunted control addicts is, among other things, a transfiguration of what he knew about the Mayan theocracy, and he learned at least some of what he knew from Barlow. Now, one of the characters in Naked Lunch asks, "Ever dig the Mayan codices?" I figure it like this. The priests, about 1% of population, made with one-way telepathic broadcasts instructing the workers what to feel and when. Now, those telepathic priests weren't Barlow's idea, as far as we know, but given Barlow's history with weird fiction, they probably were. Of course, William Burroughs didn't credit Barlow with anything, nor Was he even moved by the news of Barlow's death? In a letter to Allen Ginsberg, William Burroughs wrote, "A queer professor from KC, Missouri, head of the anthropology department here at MCC, meaning Mexico City, where I collect my $75 per month, knocked himself off a few days ago with overdose of goofballs. Vomit all over the bed. I can't see this suicide kick." Yeah, well, 9 months later, Burroughs got drunk and shot his wife in the head. Killed her and got away with murder. Writers take what they need. Maybe they have to do that in order to make all their wonders and all their horrors. But Barlow's story reminds us that there is just as much wonder and horror in the damaged world they leave behind. So that brings us back to conclude for now. We can continue the subject in a later transmission, but we'll conclude for now with the head of Cthulhu. Where does that come from? Basically, if you take a look at the real history of the Jews, and as I said, Islam could use the term Judeo-Islam to describe a continuity far better than Judeo-Christianity makes any sense. And there is, of course, throughout the ancient Southwest Asia, the Levantine, the Middle East, there is the tradition of all the Hamid garbs. These garbs were worn by the priests, the nobles, and of course, color was what defined status. Today, we're saturated with synthetic dyes and colors so that we can color ourselves in our clothing however we wish. But in the days of the ancients, you could tell a man or a woman's age by their colors of their clothing. You could tell their status in society. And there is the term royal purple. And of course, the royal purple was worn by the nobility because it was impossible for anyone else to wear purple because of the rarity of the color, because it was derived from the shell of a snail, where the snail had to be crushed, and that crushing of the snail produced a single drop of purple dye. The powderization of the shell, the destruction of the flesh of the snail. And this was a process that sacrificed a person's life, because when you took thousands of these snails to produce enough purple to dye a garment, then of course you were basically dealing with dead flesh by the hundreds of pounds, boiling it to separate that dye, and then the stench of that would stick to you forever. No one would marry you. And if a woman, and this is in the Talmud, indeed it's biblical, if a woman were married to you, she would divorce you, because the moment you walk through the door, she would vomit. So there was this sacred blue of the Israelites for their priestly garbs that reminds one of the holy throne of God. God's commandment was that the blue of this garb in the Talmud, the blue of the threads of the garb that separated your body from the world around you, your mortal coil from the material world, must be of a blue that matches the sea and the sky, that came from an animal, the Hilozon. It is spelled with a G, but pronounced with an H, like Gila monster. That's the blood of the sea creature, the Hilozon. Over 1,000 years ago, the secret of the Hilozon was lost. That, of course, was where the Jews themselves lost the ability to dye their priestly garbs in the color of the sea and the sky. This Hilozon, it said that its body resembles that of the ocean, that it has cartilage, that it has bone, that it has legs that emerge from its head, and it carries a shell. It shoots its legs out from its head to grab its prey. This sounds horrific, but you see it manifest in the cuttlefish, which, when you slay that, because it has an internal dye by which to change its color, that biblical blue can be extracted. What would that have to do with Shaitan, the abandoner, the liar? The Hilazon, of course, is itself the lie. By the way, I'm getting a notice here of video. Is everything going smoothly? It says the recordings are available for 30 days.
Oh, I think it's going to split it. So since we went past 3 hours, it's going to split into another video.
Oh, then what we can do is we can save this for another transmission.
Got it.
Yeah. So there we are.
So I want to thank it. What I'll do is I'll merge this file with the other one.
Okay.
So I want to thank everybody for joining me on this transmission. And what I will do, I will put all of Brother Douglas's transmissions, the part 1 that we did, including all of his new books. I will put it in the description below. And since you can see me on the camera, this is a Vampirology, which is the vampire research paper. And this one is the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which I will post to both the Amazon and the publishing link and the part 1 of this conversation, so you can get a better understanding of both part 1 and 2 of what myself and Brother Douglas are building upon, which, you know, we will do a future part 3, most likely end of August, just like we did now, end of July. And we will keep this a monthly cycle, so that way Brother Douglas's message is getting out there. And of course, as Ziggy Ramdas says, that this is going to stir up the nest of the Cthulhuoids. And it's important that you all support Brother Douglas Dietrich. And also, please catch his transmissions, as I always have the honor and privilege to be on his show as a guest, and to just share that love and light that we're doing to fight against the cults of the kings of Edom and the anti-gods. So please join Team D every Wednesdays and Sundays from 5 p.m. Pacific time and 8 p.m. Eastern time. And my love and light always with Brother Douglas Dietrich. And I greet you all and bid you all farewell with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all, and we will continue this in a future transmission.
Bless you. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. So I take it we can say goodbye for now to each other, but certainly look forward. Shall we schedule the next appearance now for next month?
Sure, we can do it now.
Yes, let's do that. Okay, then. And thank you for your patience. It feels like I went 4 hours. Was that the case?
No, not necessarily. What Skype does is, I think every 3 hours they split the file, so the file size is not too big. So just like how, also I want to, while this is being recorded, I also want to say that I atoned myself from using Zoom, instead of using Zoom, to use Skype. And I'm glad that I've been using Skype ever since Brother Douglas Dietrich recommended it, to not just interview him, but all of Team D, to get everybody's message out there. And Skype, it's so much easier, and it's made my life easier. So I want to thank Brother Douglas Dietrich on that regard, where it allows you to save the video right away. You don't have to go through any of the complications that you have to do with Zoom and other platforms that are out there. So, and again, also I want to reiterate that go on Amazon and report the 1-star reviews of the Gang Stalkers, and leave a 5-star review of your own, and purchase Brother Douglas's book, whether through the publisher directly or through Amazon, whichever way it's comfortable for you.
God bless you. Thank you so much, and have a blessed weekend.
Thank you, Brother Douglas.
Okay, so let's schedule for now. Shall it be August 28th?
Let me check my calendar. 28, 20. Yeah, that's perfect. August, because end of August I'm free, so 28th we could do same time.
Great.
Just like we did today, which will be, I guess, 3 p.m. Eastern time and high noon in Pacific.
Yes, that's correct. And so bless you, my dear brother. Love you dearly. You have yourself a wonderful weekend, and you know, I definitely felt that you know that I may have stretched it on too much, but believe me, we'll get right back into it when we. I'll talk more about. People might not understand how this is all becoming normalized, but I'll explain it to them in a way that they'll understand.
Definitely, Brother Douglas, and you also have my permission to upload this on your channel, just like how the first interview was. So it's important that your work is uncensored. Everything is being put out there in the raw format that I recorded in, and then you have it too. So that way it's important for transparency that your message is getting out there without any editing or any malevolent intentions. And it's important that that is expressed because of, you know, the type of enemy that you're dealing with.
Right. God bless you. And, you know, honestly, of course, we all know that you would never be guilty of such a thing. And honestly, I trust you implicitly. And believe me, you've earned that trust. You're truly, as Peter Moon has said, one of the higher quality human beings that I've been dealing with in my life. So you have yourself a wonderful day. We'll speak again soon enough, and I'll see you tomorrow night, so to speak. Okay?
Thanks so much for joining us for this afternoon, evening, wherever you might be. So I have the honor and privilege of having my dear brother and friend, Douglas Duane Dietrich, the renegade military historian, back for part 3 of our extensive conversation and interview that we're doing. Part 1, Brother Douglas talked about his background, aspects of World War II, and Satanism in the US military. Part 2, he talked about H.P. Lovecraft, Islam, and the occult background of H.P. Lovecraft, which is not too much mentioned. So in part 3, he's gracing us by finishing up the subject of H.P. Lovecraft, which goes on an extensive level in terms of many different subjects and things that arise out of that conversation. So Brother Douglas Dietrich is also not just a public informant and one who's fighting for humanity, but he's also a published author. And I have both of his books right here. First book is The Vampirology, which is the vampire research paper, which you can get from Amazon. And I highly recommend getting this so you basically get the true source, true information right from the source about the vampire subspecies, which has been kind of misconceptionalized from like the video games and the movies and everything that's kind of out there about this subspecies. Second book is The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which you can also get on Amazon, but I recommend getting it through the publisher, skybooksusa.com. And this also kind of changes the narrative of what we've been fed in this country about World War II, about Roswell, about the quote-unquote aliens and everything that's kind of associated with that subject. So I highly recommend checking out not just his publications, which are now available, but also all of his previous work that is on there in his transmissions by searching the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, which I will link in the description below. So without further ado, I hand it over to Brother Douglas Dietrich.
Oh, thank you so much. I very much appreciate that wonderful introduction. It is far more than I deserve, and I want everyone to know that the condition in which I meet Salman Sheikh today is one in which I'm barely anchored, and he will proceed to anchor myself and tether me through the opening rounds of this discussion, after which point, as in my usual transmissions, late into the night and early into the morning, I'll gradually take more and more over, with, of course, his interjections as he feels constructive. But certainly one of the things that I need to emphasize is that my lifestyle is such that I'm very nocturnal. So these are the middle of my night hours, my biological rhythm, during which part of the day I'm normally quite asleep. So as I come more into a frame of consciousness, as we have Salman Sheikh relate some very relevant issues and items to us, it will set the context for what I will continue our conversation in. And I want Salman Sheikh to know how pleased I was when I checked into his channel yesterday, essentially late at night, of course, my biological daylight, the hours in which I'm at least conscious. And I saw that he had conducted an interview with an individual who was referencing the agents of chaos. And I think that this is an important thing for us to emphasize before he even gives us a little bit of a summary of that, because we know that there's always different people who listen to some of his guests that may not know of myself, and there's people who know of myself and would listen to me that may not know of his other guests. This way we can cross-pollinate and help people understand the importance of listening to some of his other guests. I don't know if he's interviewed an individual yet that I know of only as the Sergeant Major, but I hope that that individual will acquiesce to an interview in the near future if Salman Sheikh has not interviewed him yet, because this individual has had a host of experiences that validate and vindicate what I've been exposing to people for many years. And of course, we can allude to other people who have done that as well. But in terms of the individual that he interviewed effectively yesterday, or at least it was published yesterday, the interview with this individual, this was an individual whose experiences also vindicate and validate what I've exposed throughout my life ever since I became a public informant, most specifically. And even before then, when I was simply leaking information to people who were willing to address certain issues that they wanted to be activist about, and that included things like medical experimentation on American citizens without their consent, radiation experiments that were conducted on the population of the United States as a whole. Much of what we have that's out there today that people may have heard of as they were growing up, little leaks of information that they found to be abhorrent, such as biological warfare tests on the city and county of San Francisco, the entire population in the 1950s. People may have heard of that growing up, just little hints of this here and there. Most of that information was leaked by myself, this kind of information, over the years while I was working with the Department of Defense. And even though such experiments may have been conducted in the 50s, people didn't hear about them until around the 80s. This is based on what I leaked. Much of what's gone out there has never been credited to myself. At the time, of course, I was very much protecting my identity because of the need to do so, working within the belly of the beast, the heart of the dragon in the most negative sense, the Department of Defense, protecting what I believed would still be a career to a degree, even as I grew more and more dispelled of the notion that I could at all maintain a career in the Department of Defense. For at least the first half of my working with them, I maintained the illusion that I had a future with them. So when I asked that my identity not be revealed, many of these people who were addressing such topics held up to that bargain. And so a good example of this would be the interview I had conducted with Ed Opperman. He brought up the name of an individual who was addressing many topics that I had leaked information about. And he says, oh, well, he never mentioned your name, as if that discredited myself as a source. Well, where do people get their sources other than people inside such departments who are hiding their identity? But then this is the kind of situation that I face now that I'm inescapably out as a public informant, because it helps to protect myself. It's a act of security. It's also a period of time when everyone does everything they can to attack and try to discredit me using whatever irrational protest that they can muster. So these things need to be taken into account. Just because it's not credited to myself when you hear some of these historical expositions, in all likelihood, it probably sourced from myself. The amount of hemorrhaging that I did while I was with the Department of Defense was enormous. I was the source of the original book that was published, which was in the 1980s, that was literally titled Operation Paperclip. And Operation Paperclip is a book that was the source of everything you heard ever since about Operation Paperclip. The majority of the information, albeit cross-sourced and cross-referenced by the investigators who published that book, sourced from myself originally, as the original source point of that happening. And I completely regret that I ever did that, because people have taken that and they've made that the universal matrix for their entire spectrum of understanding the universe. Everybody now in the postmodern United States, thanks to charlatans like Jim Marrs. Jim Marrs was, of course, a old Caucasian male, an American citizen, a U.S. citizen of European extraction, who became, of all things, a propagandist for Scientology. This can be cross-referenced and validated by anyone who looks up his sordid career. And you have this propagandist for Scientology who began to write books about, quote unquote, the Fourth Reich. And this is a complete misunderstanding, a perversion of everything that I leaked about Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip basically involved the technical aspects of German observers to the United States who were simply acting as observers of what the United States was developing. So it was never presented as such in the original Operation Paperclip, because that was not where the investigators wanted to go. What the investigators were trying to expose in their book was simply the fact that the United States brought over many German expatriates, meaning emigres, to help them with effectively their entire space program. And so when they pointed out the fact that their entire space program was basically a transfer program, a program of German technology simply relocated to the United States, then people took this from that book, which does not even imply that. People took this as a transferal of political power, as if America effectively surrendered its governance to a bunch of technical observers. The aspect of Operation Paperclip that needs to be expressed is that the Germans were not here as merely observers, of course. They were acting to put a limit on American and Soviet development. Just to put this into perspective for people, Werner von Braun is famous throughout the United States. Everybody knows Werner von Braun. Everybody knows that von Braun was rendered a kind of American hero by Walt Disney, and you have some people out there who are portraying him as effectively an evil person. You have other people who are trying to rehabilitate his character in American public eyes as someone who was basically protesting America's war with, quote unquote, the extraterrestrials. In other words, there's a woman whose name I actually forget, who's a nice person with very shock white hair, who was one of Werner von Braun's secretaries, effectively. And she's going around saying that he was very much upset by the fact that Americans were, quote unquote, shooting at the aliens. Well, the reason Werner von Braun was upset was because when the Americans are shooting at the aliens, they're shooting at the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. That's why he's upset. Werner von Braun, unknown to most Americans, had a brother named Magnus. Magnus was the name from which the Americans later on, or the Canadians after that, there was a Jewish publisher who basically published a series of comic books that were originally published by Gold Key Comics called Magnus Robot Hunter. And then they went on to put that into a different kind of format with a Canadian company owned by a Jewish retired admiral of the United States Navy, Jewish ethnicity, but in service to the United States, who created or redefined Magnus Robot Hunter in his own narrative. And all of this was inspired by Werner von Braun's brother Magnus, who otherwise most Americans never heard of, other than in this kind of mythical sense as the robot hunter. But Magnus worked for the Soviet Union. So while Werner von Braun worked for the United States, sourcing from West Germany, East Germany outsourced his brother Magnus von Braun, who was doing for the Soviet Union what Werner was doing for the United States. Now, neither of these men was really creating the space program for either superpower. They were limiting it. They were doing everything they could to basically say, well, you can do this, but you can't do this. You can do this, but you cannot do that. In other words, they were acting as preventing the United States and the Soviet Union from interfering with the Thousand-Year Reich and Exiles agenda in space. They were there to oversee enforcement of limits. So this would be like someone from the United Nations who was entering Iraq and saying, we're here to inspect your weapons to make certain that weapons development is not going in the direction that the Americans fear, or that the Western civilization, the allied powers like England fear. This is why they inspected things such as oil pipes and discovered that Saddam Hussein was smuggling in the cannon parts from a man named Gerald Bull, who was Canadian and therefore a citizen of British Dominion in the Commonwealth nation of Canada. Gerald Bull designed parts of a supergun, a gun so massive that it would eliminate the need for nuclear weapons. In other words, it would fire shells at such a far range that the sheer impact of the shell based on the arc of the deployment would be able to enter a kind of low orbit in and of itself, or beneath low orbit. It wouldn't enter an orbital trajectory, but the shell would be able to traverse the curve of the Earth, and therefore Saddam Hussein could theoretically hit New York City from Iraq. And the weight of the shell after that form of traveling, the mass plus the sheer impact of gravity, the velocity, all put together, would have the impact of a nuclear weapon, a clean nuclear weapon. It would create the same amount of damage without the kind of residue of radioactivity. So when Gerald Bull created these superguns for Saddam Hussein, they tried to smuggle in the cannon parts as oil gas pipeline parts, supermassive hollow tubes. But this was inspected by the United Nations and discovered. So this is the kind of responsibility that Magnus von Braun had in the Soviet Union and that Werner von Braun had in the United States, to make certain they weren't doing anything the Thousand-Year Reich would disapprove of. In other words, they were enforcers of a Thousand-Year Reich agenda, but this has nothing to do with governance of either superpower. The United Nations did not govern Iraq. The United Nations was conducting inspections to make certain that Iraq did not get hold of the super weapons that the United Nations, or rather the Western allies who are a part of the United Nations Security Council, feared they would get. So this is how these men acted in terms of their responsibility. This is the way. Now, Americans might interpret that as effectively a form of surrender, but no, it's not governance. The Thousand-Year Reich is not interested in governing America's people. They're not interested in governing the Soviet Union. They have their own civilization. They simply want to make certain that they limit any threats that the superpowers on Earth were capable of projecting. And as people can see, the results of everything I say are quite obvious. Neither the United States nor the Soviet Union have anything effectively in space that serves as a military asset. The space is not militarized by either superpower in any extent where we actually consider space a legitimate battlefront. Of course, now the Americans are trying to catch up. Now the Americans are saying, let's create a space force. Let's consider space as a legitimate battlefront. But all of this is just desperate catch up. They're not, nobody right now has the capability to take down everybody's satellites. Or if they do, nobody has really projected that to the extent where it's visible as an asset in space. So the technology is there, but nobody has bothered to materialize it. So they're going to try and do that now. There will be a space race, an arms race. All of this is separate, of course. Just by its very delay, you can understand that for the longest period of time, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile has retarded the development of Earth's superpowers to the point where one is effectively out of the game, the Soviet Union, and the new emergent superpowers are still, if anyone truly understood the technology of communist China, they are half a century behind the United States. And the United States itself is half a century behind the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, at least. So this is to put that in perspective. So from an ideological perspective, we also have to understand that while our friend Salman Sheikh will explain some of the background of yesterday's guest, whom I very much empathize with, sympathize with, and my God, he's in my thoughts and prayers. This is an individual that we must pay attention to, and you must, it's required listening. You must listen to his interview. But at the same time, he is contextualizing some of what he said with Alexander Dugin, and this is understandable. For instance, he's talking about Alexander Dugin, who was Dugin, his surname of Alexander. By the way, so people understand this individual, his first name, Alexander, is spelled in the Slavic sense. So if you ever look up his name, it's Alexandr with no E. It's just a DR at the end, Alexander. And his surname, Dugin, is spelled without any, it's just D-U-G-N. That's how you would find it, D-U-G-N. There'd be no I between the G and the N as a Westerner would spell it. So Alexander Dugin has been proudly advertised by Alex Jones, who has interviewed him a number of times. And Alex Jones, of course, is a Russian asset. And Alex Jones has brought on Alexander Dugin, and he's basically promoted him as, quote unquote, in Alex Jones's words, he basically introduces him as Putin's brain. He'll say this man is Putin's brain. So this is to show the influence of Alexander Dugin on the former Soviet Union, on the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire today. And in terms of Alexander Dugin, his geopolitical ideology is expansionist, it is aggressive, and of course, thanks to his ideological, or rather cultic connections with Michael Aquino, he is most certainly part of the network of these agents of chaos, the Occult of the Kings of Edom, which has many, of course, subcults. And for lack of a better word, if you were to think of this as an intelligence organization, basically branch offices that they open in various countries, they would hide under the guise of religion. And for some reason, this makes them seem less threatening to people, even hiding under the guise of religion or New Age cults. But the reality is these effectively operate as terrorist and intelligence and terrorist networks, intelligence and terrorist cell groups and organizations. And many of the mass shootings you see today are directly orchestrated and connected to these networks and these cults. The individual who was responsible for the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High was someone who was half Cuban and half Russian in his ethnicity and descent, and he was trained by the National Rifle Association, where they literally raised money. And this is public knowledge. You can look this up yourself. This is not conspiracy. The NRA trained him in his marksmanship. So this was a man who was a product of several organizations put together, and this is how they hide their tracks. They bury them in many convergent organizational involvements and incidents. So I didn't express that too well, but I hope people get the general message. So before I ask Salman to kind of introduce us to this man's story and do a brief summary, and of course people can review his interview later at their leisure to get the full details. The one thing that I noticed immediately was the man was comparing, understandably, but I need to contextualize that and, in a sense, amend that. And hopefully someday I can even talk to this man and we can speak in front of Salman Sheikh so that we can help to contextualize each other's experiences. But the one thing I noticed was he was comparing the ideology as fascistic. So the first thing that I must emphasize is that when people use that term, it's the obvious go-to term because they think of something aggressive, they think of something militant, they think of something that is imposing upon their personal freedom, their personal ability to live out their lives. So it's an easy go-to word. It's a word that really needs to be defined correctly so that people don't misuse it, because what happens is when we go there, then this is part of the strategy of the enemy, the strategy of the cult of the kings of Edom, the strategy of the Herodians, the people who are followers of Herod, the Edomite who ruled Israel during the Roman era, who, if he could have, would have killed the Christian God. This was a man whose lineage was ultimately followed by the Serbian who started World War I by killing Archduke Ferdinand of Austria. The man who assassinated that man and ultimately was the primary cause, the trigger point, the tripwire for starting World War I, which was the direct cause of World War II thereafter. This was a man who was an Herodian of that line of belief of killing the ultimate Christian God. This is the impact that they've had on history, these cults that have been among us for thousands of years. So when you use the term fascism, or anyone uses it, is what I'm referencing. When anyone uses that in the negative sense, in conflation with the cults who they have suffered the persecution from, understand that we're confusing the solution with the problem. The reality is that one of the reasons fascism evolved in Europe was as a response to this kind of cultic chaos, a response to this kind of nihilism. And one of the preeminent characteristics of the Herodians and the cults of the kings of Edom is an overwhelming philosophy of nihilism, that everything is meaningless, that life has no end, no end point, no meaning, no objective, that all is chaotic. This is the philosophy of entropy that leads people to ultimately try to bargain with the personifications of entropy themselves, the anti-gods that were outlined in their frightfulness by H.P. Lovecraft. So the important thing in the figure of H.P. Lovecraft, before Salman Sheikh turns towards relating this man's life and some aspects of the life of the Sergeant Major, the important thing about H.P. Lovecraft that we'll emphasize right now, that we may have emphasized in the last interview, but we're bringing up again, is the fact that you have in him a man who has bridged the subculture of Freemasonry with his background of a Masonic tradition in terms of his father being a practicing Freemason, and his inheriting nothing from his father other than the library, which was an enormous Masonic library. This was the only thing that Howard Phillips Lovecraft had as a material possession. He inherited no wealth, not a penny of money from his late father. The only thing he inherited was that which he never parted with, his father's library. And with that, he understood the Masonic tradition without ever necessarily being initiated. He most certainly had, during the time when his father was still sane, even though his father contracted syphilis, which ultimately proved terminal, and ultimately died while Lovecraft was still comparatively young. The fact is, he was raised by his father at least to a degree where he was conscious of aspects of Freemasonry at a very young age, because we also have to factor in that Lovecraft matured, at least intellectually, at a very young age, far more than any average person matured at his age. In other words, anyone who studies Lovecraft understands that he was a child prodigy, understands that he was writing scientific columns for his local newspaper at the age of a young teen. He had learned to read and write in several different languages at the age of 9 through 12, through 14. he had converted to Islam during that period of time, which everyone who is his modern biographer will always dismiss and say this was a childhood romance. But I'll reemphasize why it was important. And even though people they emphasize his atheism, what I've pointed out and will reemphasize today is that it can never be forgotten that he was not an atheist in the manner that they understand it. He was a biodeterminist, and that meant that he felt that biological determinism was very much a factor in the universe, but he was also very much a secular Muslim. He was a secular Muslim, and he was not the racist. The interesting thing is that in order to discredit him, in order to get people to simply read his stories as fiction and yet dismiss everything about the man as fact, they keep emphasizing that H.P. Lovecraft was a racist. This is something that I find absolutely bizarre. Anyone who reads all of his work, you'll find nothing in his work that is racist. He does not portray colored people, any people of any different cultures, such as Islam, which was determined by the values of his day as being Oriental. He never portrays Oriental villains. There's no yellow peril in any of his works. There's no black villains, downbreeding. The people who are the villains in his works are all basically white trash pieces of shit, just white degenerates, or white people who are downbreeding with the anti-gods. I mean, the people who are the villains of his work are all white. So the idea that this man is somehow racist is beyond me. And yet this is the first thing you hear whenever any amateur or person who's just beginning to look up H.P. Lovecraft. That's the first thing that they'll find. So you're talking about a man who also was employed by Henry Ford to write a American Mein Kampf for the man who was running for president in his day, Augustus Lindbergh, Charles Augustus Lindbergh. And Charles Augustus Lindbergh was a man who was running for president essentially on the fascist ticket. And this was a man who did not have a Mein Kampf, and H.P. Lovecraft was employed by Henry Ford, who was sponsoring Charles Augustus Lindbergh, to write that Mein Kampf. It was then that H.P. Lovecraft was murdered by the injection of cancer. This is something that I talked about in the last interview. We don't need to go into that in depth today. I went into it in depth enough in the last interview. So you have a man who's bridging fascism, Masonry. He married a Jewess, and that's very important for what we'll speak about tonight. Sonia Green. Sonia Green was a female, was a Jewess, a female Jew. She was a practicing Jewish woman who, let's put it this way, like Howard Phillips Lovecraft was a secular Muslim. She was, like so many Jews of her day, a secular Jew. In other words, she was practicing only to the extent that she knew of Judaism and its history, took pride in that, understood that she was being persecuted for that in her native Ukraine, so she relocated to the United States by marrying H.P. Lovecraft. This brings in the other element of the other subculture that I already described in depth with the last interview. We don't need to go into that today. H.P. Lovecraft married her as a beard to cover up the fact that he was gay. And so you have this individual who was married to Sonia Green, and the greatest benefit he took from her was to find out about Judaism, his knowledge of Judaism, and this really gave birth to the concept of Cthulhu that people understand in popular culture today. I'll explain that today. And that is this aspect of Judaism that most Americans are unaware of, and how it became affiliated with this cephalopodic anti-god, this you would call it cephaloencephalic, which would mean squid-headed. The squid-headed god of Cthulhu. How did we get that meme, that archetypal image that no one can get out of their head? Where does that come from? The cephaloencephalic anti-god. I will explain that today and what Lovecraft meant by that, and how that sourced from Sonia Green, his Jewish wife. And as well, you've got this subculture of homosexuality, totally repressed in the United States with this puritanical background. The Germans were much more open about that. If you ever see the film Cabaret, you see openly gay nightclub performers in Weimar, Germany. You would never see that in the United States during Lovecraft's era. So this is the point that Europe was much more liberated, much more liberal progressive. So Lovecraft in this repressed country had to have a beard, a cover for his being gay. So he wound up with this Jewish wife. She benefited because she got to immigrate to the United States, and through Lovecraft and her marriage to him, she got US citizenship. And when they had enough of each other and had served each other in that respect, they divorced. But during that period of time, Lovecraft learned much about Judaism he otherwise never would have known. So you have this man who is not a racist. He is someone who has converted to Islam, albeit a non-practicing Muslim. He never disowned Islam. He never said anything against it, or said anything like "I rebuke this" or "I am this is no longer part of me." And yet, no one ever mentions that. It's kind of like with Adolf Hitler. He was born and baptized as a Roman Catholic. And people will say that Adolf Hitler was this ideologically, sociologically, etc. The important thing that people may not notice, for instance, the fact that the Japanese had suicide attacks that the Japanese deployed in World War II. You can look it up and verify the Germans also deployed suicide attacks. The majority of the suicide attacks were performed by members of the SS. The SS was under the administration of Heinrich Himmler. Heinrich Himmler was, of course, very much a neo-pagan Gnostic. And as a neo-pagan Gnostic, Heinrich Himmler and the men of the SS did not believe in suicide as a sin. This was a Christian concept. So self-destruction in the name of the warrior ethos was a religiously rationalized, validated as a quick ticket to Valhalla, whereas Adolf Hitler expressly forbade suicide attacks because of his Catholic background. He believed suicide to be a mortal sin and did not want men under his administration to experience damnation. So you have in this aspect of Adolf Hitler and Heinrich Himmler, the result that suicide attacks were conducted by the Third Reich, which can be validated by anyone conducting historical research, yet these were done, in a sense, illegally per the Führer's, the ultimate leader's definition, because Hitler expressly forbade them. So they're covert and hidden from Adolf Hitler in the sense that they're conducted under the administration of Heinrich Himmler in his state within a state, his empire within an empire, which is different from that of the Führer's own empire. Does this mean that Adolf Hitler lost all power? Not at all. It simply means that Adolf Hitler had a multi-static, meaning a multi-state state, a state comprised of many states within the state. And this is how his empire was able to operate so effectively. The point being that Adolf Hitler is not viewed by anyone who normally thinks of Adolf Hitler, they don't view him as Roman Catholic. So the Reich is not viewed as a Roman Catholic phenomena or an extension of the church, except by the most vicious or phobic of anti-Catholic haters. So the point being that Adolf Hitler may not have been a practicing Catholic, but that Catholicism still was imbued within him ideologically to the point where he acted on elements of Catholicism in terms of his ultimate decisions. This is the same with H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft may not have been someone who bowed towards Mecca 5 times a day, but he was imbued with a Muslim sense of ethnic, well, let's call it ethos, a kind of his ethics. His ethics were Muslim based. So I'll go a little bit into explaining that tonight so that people understand that. So you have someone who was a secular Muslim, and he was someone who that's to be disambiguated from a cultural Muslim, which means that people are born in a place like Pakistan or Afghanistan, and they're simply Muslim by dint of the cultural matrix they're born in. and then they might become citizens of another country and never practice, and yet still identify with Muslims because they can identify with the fact that if anyone persecutes them, people will be persecuting them because whether they practice or not, it doesn't mean anything to the Americans or the British who assault them. To the Americans or the British who assault them, they will simply be targeted because they will be identified as Muslim. Whether they're practicing or not is a non-issue to their assailants. So this would be a cultural Muslim, and for that reason, a cultural Muslim, whether they practice or not, would simply advocate for Muslims because they know that if all Muslims are going to be exterminated or interned or persecuted, they will be among them just by dint of affiliation. So that would be a cultural Muslim. That's to be disambiguated from H.P. Lovecraft as a secular Muslim who would never have suffered that. And so you have that aspect of him. So with the bridging of the culture between that homosexual subculture, the gay subculture, the learning about Jewishness, or the Judaic heritage and traditions from his wife, the Freemasonic elements from his father, the fascistic elements, because he was working for those who would have set up an American Reich, who would have established such. That and his affiliation with a Jewish person with whom they were writing a book on basically skepticism, which was, of course, Harry Houdini, who was also Jewish and a Freemason. You have a man who bridged so many cultures that he serves. This is why he has such an influence today, and nobody knows why. When anybody tries to investigate him, all they find are cover-up, just biographies that will talk about, oh, this guy's a militant atheist, and they'll say that he has, they'll emphasize nothing about him that makes any sense. You won't learn anything from any conventional biography, whereas I worked with the documents maintained by the United States government, which had him under surveillance and ultimately assassinated him. And I worked with Michael Aquino, who had elements of H.P. Lovecraft's library that he was able to gain a hold of, basically acquire, through quote unquote national security rationale, which is the way he acquired so many ancient texts and grimoires or spell books and private libraries. They would literally be confiscated by the US government by reasons of national security. I was able to see elements of Lovecraft that no one else has ever seen. So I explained some of those in the last interview preceding tonight's. We're going to integrate them into a single interview, and that should put that all into perspective. But understand this, H.P. Lovecraft certainly understood that the only way to fight the cult of the kings of Edom, who worshipped the anti-gods that he was personifying in his fictional works, the only way to fight them was by a state that was motivated to do so, and that the only states that were motivated to do so, that will ever be motivated to do so, were fascism. And so with that, you have H.P. Lovecraft's ideology as a fascist that ultimately rendered him a target for the anti-godly government of the United States. And this is what needs to be understood. So when we take a look at these elements of the cults of the kings of Edom that persecute people, that do their best to annihilate them, the philosophy of nihilism is the antithesis of fascism. And so that's something that needs to be emphasized. We don't need to go into the deep ideology or the philosophical nature of that right now, but we'll go into elements of it as I explain certain things to people tonight. So with that, I'll turn towards Salman Sheikh to kind of bring to us the elements of this man's life that are so important to our story tonight, and the elements of this individual who I know only as the Sergeant Major, and we'll see if Salman is even able to share that man's name due to his personal security. That may not be the case. So Salman, please take it from there and tell us what happened with your latest interview just yesterday night. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Douglas, and thank you for setting the foundation and articulating all of these things, which are of a very important narrative and background to H.P. Lovecraft, but also clearing up the misconception that many have about the term fascism and what it stands for. So I had the honor of interviewing this Sufi sheikh who's originally from America, from an Iranian background. Then he went to Germany, and from Germany he went to Australia. And in his life, he has suffered a lot of persecution by the cults of the kings of Edom, these different Dugan networks that he went up against. And ultimately, they ended up poisoning his wife when they were gang stalking them while they were living in Germany. So he ended up losing his wife in this spiritual endeavor that he was up against. And now, thankfully, he's living safely in Australia with himself and his child, as they're both survivors of that family. And he's somebody that had married a German woman who'd supported him, who saw the good in him, who loved him, and he also did for her. And together they were involved in this struggle where they were in England, then they were in Germany, and they were just in this struggle. And it's just basically showcase what Brother Douglas is saying, that the cult is not restricted to America alone. These elements hiding behind different groups, races, and religions can be found in all walks of life, anywhere you go, and wherever you try to go to, they will know who you are. And this struggle, this eternal struggle between light and dark that mankind is involved in, it's there. And you just have to know that it's just like a lot of the prophets, peace be upon them, they suffer lifetimes of trial, tribulation, heartache, losses, losing their loved ones. So that happens for those that walk this path. So when you choose to walk this path, whether you're an initiate or not, a lot of this stuff just comes with the territory. And that's what happened to this Sufi Sheikh, who basically I cross-verified so much of Brother Douglas Dietrich's info with him, and everything is true. And he's been telling you the truth since 2011, ever since he came out as a public informant. Same thing with this Sergeant Major that I came across who wishes to remain anonymous. And he would tell me that there are, in what you have the US Army as an organization, but in his time he discovered that there were groups within groups within groups. And a lot of them, like, because I mean his intention was obviously to serve his country and that goodness that people have in their hearts, not knowing the truth about many of these matters. Pat Tillman is a perfect example, that you have these people that have the intention to serve their country and defeat evil and all of that good stuff. But then they find out that the evil that they're trying to defeat is within their own home territory. It's in the very own organization that they joined to defeat evil. So then it's kind of a shock that comes to them, that I joined this thing to defeat evil while the evil was here all along. So that's what the Sergeant Major also explained to me, is that all of this evil, that, and then they would even have like the good guys within the US Army. So he would tell me they would even have meetings about these people, like how to deal with them and how to just like making sure that they didn't interfere with their works and the things that they were trying to do. So it just goes to show you that an internal struggle between light and dark, it's in all races, religions, groups, walks of life, including this guy within the US Army who said he was grateful that he retired. He never wanted to suffer through that insanity again and deal with it again. So I'm glad he was able to get out with his life while he was able to. Same thing with this Sufi Sheikh who struggled with the cults of the kings of Edom in Germany, in England, in America. And it just goes to show you that no matter where you go, you have to keep up the struggle. This is what Brother Douglas Dietrich has been doing, who's also lived such a pivotal life at no gain of his own, and such trials and tribulations that he's been through in terms of his upbringing, his family, what the cult tried to do to him since childhood up until now, involving his parents, his background, his relations, friendships, different elements that come to try to like basically sabotage him. So our brother's been through a lot too, and it's just like what the Sufi Sheikh said, that even during the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, while he would be at Mecca praying towards the Kaaba, there would be people coming up and dumping trash on him. So this path of doing the right thing and serving God in whichever way that one tries to follow, because it all leads back to that one source. So whichever path that one chooses, it's inevitable that that shock wave kind of gets sent out from your spiritual vessel, where the good people know who you are and then the bad ones know who you are too. And then you just got to be ready for it, because you chose to walk this path and it comes with the territory. So what the Sergeant Major and the Sufi Sheikh reiterated, and I cannot stress this enough, that Brother Douglas Dietrich is telling you the truth. He's telling you the truth. And I'm somebody that has listened to him for many years, since 2014, 2015. I have supported him in many years, the best that I could with my ability, and also had the honor of being on his platform as well for these last 3 to 4 months. And I've cross-verified his info with many different sources, So I cannot stress this enough. You need to support him, and he is telling you the truth. And I'm glad that he's continuing to not just share this knowledge with humanity, but overall as a whole, because he's defending Islam, and not just defending Islam, he's defending humanity's future as a whole, which I don't see anybody else doing. Everyone else is part of the cult in some way, shape, or form, where there's one narrative, then they have this other agenda, somebody has like some other motives. And that's what he explained about this Dugan network, that especially the anti-vax movement that's been going on in America, and how Dugan's been kind of pushing for the destruction of the West in his ideology. And we tied it into with the Peterson cults as well, that you have these people that are living in America, and you're supporting people that want to destroy your part of the world, and especially with the anti-vax stuff, these different ideologies. And that's exactly what led to the January 6th insurrection, because of this misinformation that's out there, including this QAnon nonsense, where a man ended up killing 2 of his children because he believed so much that they had serpentine DNA. And that's the insanity that we're dealing with. This is not normal, and this is something that needs to be spoken up against. So I'm grateful to Brother Douglas Dietrich for at the sacrifice of his own life in many ways, shape, and form, through his whole life experience and the type of life that he's led, that he is living the life of the prophets, and including all of us that have basically been through this struggle and have kind of been targeted by this darkness and cult that has existed since their time for thousands of years, walking upon this earth. And it's just that that chess game between the light and the dark. But I do know for sure, I do have this feeling in my heart, and I know that at the end, good always wins. Good always wins. And I follow the Sufi aspect, that one day, if I live long enough to see that in my lifetime, I see a world where the human species, human subspecies, angels, jinns, everyone has an equal right to exist on this earth, which relates to the Native American prophecy as well, that when the time comes, everyone on this earth will have an equal status, where no one will be above or beneath one another, like what the Masons say, on the level, where we're all equally have a right to life, education, healthcare, food, resources, etc. And I commend Douglas Dietrich for fighting for that future.
Thank you so much for that. Bless you. Again, you provide me more justice than I perhaps deserve, but it is important to emphasize that I don't think anyone understands just how impacting it has been on my life. It's all consuming. So when we have what happened to his friend, the Sheikh out of Persia, and what happened to his wife, I did not know before this interview whether or not she survived the ordeal. I am very saddened to find out she did not. So I'm very, I'm glad that he and his daughter, I believe you said, are in Australia. So that is important, and hopefully his daughter will be raised so that she becomes someone like her mother, and is able to live out what her mother could not. It's so tragic, and it's simply so typical. It follows the pattern. Of course, they will attack the ones you love, and they have more. They're more than capable of turning as well the ones that you love against you, if the ones that you love are vulnerable in that regard, or just have their own weaknesses or vices that can be exploited. That is something that we have to bear in mind in terms of what Salman Sheikh has seen in his years of observing myself. As he alluded to, they insert people in your lives all the time, because I am, of course, scrabbling from day to day, month to month in poverty. I can attest to the fact that I never would have made rent this month if not for Salman Sheikh. I mean, he was able to sponsor myself with a $100 check that enabled me to meet the rent this month. This kind of dependence on others that I have is not something, of course, that anyone would have wanted, certainly not myself. But this is what I have come to in this level of the rare compartmentalization that is my life. Salman Sheikh is also aware of the fact that I deal with other elements of society that are quite wealthy because of my security background, because of things that I did while I had access to much more money as a career security enforcement agent, that enabled me to maintain some elements of lifestyle that have to do, most people would identify with a far more muddied lifestyle. But those are only when I'm able to deal with my surrogate son, etc. Otherwise, on my own, of course, as a man at this point in my life, I am left basically destitute from everything I did to get to this point of just exposing what I could to others and therefore rendering myself unemployable by the kinds of jobs that I had educated myself to work in. In other words, I'm educated to work in high-level security information fields. And these fields are no longer available to me because of the fact that I am a public informant. And as a result, the closest I can do to make a living out of what I know is through the books that I am writing with the help of Peter Moon, so that he renders the information therein accessible to the public. So all of that, thank you, bless you, wonderful individual, Salman Sheikh. Understand, but that both of these books are, in a very real sense, a 1.0. The vampire book in particular is very abridged. We're going to publish the unabridged version of it sometime in the near future. As for the Roswell Deception, which you always must look up with the subtitle, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, because there is a fiction work out there by the title of The Roswell Deception. You don't want that. So always make certain to understand that whatever questions arise because of these works, there's answers to your questions. We had to get these books out. That's the point. We had to get these books out right away. In the case of the vampirology book, we got that out without even editing. So there's actual repeats at the end of the book. It begins to kind of reprint it or repeat itself. That's got to be taken care of. You know, it's just towards the end of the book that happens. And that'll be taken care of with the next edition. But the reason we had to get that out there was because, again, there was an individual who I had been friends with who struck me as very spiritually grounded. In this case, he was a Mormon, and his name was David J. West, and I knew his wife as well as himself. And she wound up dying very mysteriously at a young age. He may even have killed her. It would not surprise me. And he wound up attacking me with a known member, a self-identified member of the Cult of the Kings of Edom, Richard K. Cole Jr., who has identified himself, and we have the screenshots of this, as receiving orders from Michael Aquino. This is not something that's casually said in slander. This is something that this individual identified himself as an Aquino asset long ago. And for someone who knew of this, this David J. West, to begin to ally with him in slandering myself, he did so basically by claiming that I had never written anything on vampires, that somehow all of this was a lie. And he did this because he obviously wanted to publish everything I had said. Now, the reason I'm vulnerable to this is because I try to emphasize to people that I work with history, not fiction. And I try to emphasize you cannot copyright history. History is public domain. And so the biggest challenge that I have is there are various historians out there who have taken everything I've exposed and they just publish them daily, and everybody credits these people as somehow finding this stuff out, as if they are divinely gifted and they're receiving revelations from the angel Gabriel himself, that these people are just out there, so just somehow out of their minds are vomiting these secret histories that have been occulted to every other researcher on earth for some strange reason. These people are like all over YouTube, and all they're doing is putting into video format everything I've exposed for years through actual documents that I was ordered to destroy and to burn. Now, of course, because it's impossible to destroy everything, as I've told people, you can cross-reference anything I'm saying as circumstantial evidence. And because I tell people to do that, This is what these historical quote unquote researchers do. And they wind up simply presenting everything that I have spoken of. Mark Feldman is a good example on YouTube of somebody who's just publishes everything that I've said in the past. And here you've got this quote unquote British author. And because he's published like 20 works, then he gives himself this level of credence. And everybody assumes that, oh, this guy published so many books, somehow he must have the magic key to history, and that somehow he just takes this. One time I was talking about the British operation that was abortive, that was originally organized for the British to conduct an atomic bombing of Japan. And while I spoke of it, our good friend Brendan Zoget, who has been through hell itself, Brendan Zoget happened to be watching YouTube and monitoring it while watching myself, and just idly clicking onto some other stations, and he found out that Mark Feldman literally took what I said, because my transmissions are 12 hours, they're throughout the night, and during that 12-hour period, this man just looked up some images and slapped together some photographs and put together a 10-minute video that it plagiarized everything I said. It just regurgitated it verbatim and put it into his own YouTube video. It came out, well, oh, you've never heard this before. Here's where the British are going to bomb, Japan, and this was an abortive operation. And it's like, nobody asked, gee, where do you get this info? It's just like, they just think, oh, it's just, magical revelation. This man somehow gets it. Well, no, you get this through working with the government and destroying documents. So the only person who could have had access to that information was Douglas Dietrich. And so, but of course, no, Douglas Dietrich's name is never mentioned in any of this. And so everybody just accepts, oh, well, here's this, British guy or this white guy. It's always a white guy. And they'll always say, wait, whatever he says, they'll accept it because he's saying it, but they never question, how do you get this shit? So there we are. This is what we're faced with. So understand now, question it. When these guys are pulling that shit and they're coming out with information you've never heard of, you don't need to bother to confront them. Just trace it back to myself. All you need to do is ask myself about it, and I can give you more details than they're presenting. But, this is what we're up with. So that was the case with the vampirology book, was that basically suddenly this guy, David J. West, he shows up on Richard K. Cole Jr.'s blogspot, and he says, oh, Douglas Dietrich never published this book. Now, the interesting thing he says about that is, like with all these men in the military who say I didn't serve in the military, or they say different things about me, the interesting thing is that they'll always be claiming they have documents, or claiming that there's no documentary evidence that Douglas Dietrich did this. Now, with David J. West, it doesn't make sense, because he shows up on this blog spot and he signs a notarized release, basically signed with his photograph. He staked his entire reputation on this. He's put his life's work on saying Douglas Dietrich never published this book. Why would that mean anything, and why would he do that? And it becomes obvious immediately. First off, he's relying on the average person's ignorance of an ISBN number. Whenever a book is published, it's given an ISBN number, which is like a social security number for a human being. You don't get one unless you're born. You actually have to make it through the birth canal to get a social security number. It's nothing that is ever given to an aborted baby. Aborted babies don't get social security numbers. You can't look up abortions with a social security number. It just doesn't exist. So unless you make it through that birth canal and survive long enough where you're given a name, then you get a social security number. So it's the same with a published book. He presents that Douglas Dietrich never published this book, and there's an ISBN number for it. It's called The Red Undead. It was a stupid title. It was a title I didn't want, and this was published wherein every copy was essentially destroyed as soon as it was published. Talking about abortion. This would be like a late-term abortion, except the baby's delivered and he's thrown into the incinerator. This is what happened with this book, but it's got the ISBN number because it was indeed published. So it's counting on your ignorance of publishing and the publishing industry and how publishing works to make a statement that is patently untrue by the very evidence in front of you. Because if you look up the Red Undead, you will find an ISBN number. So the reason he did that was, we realized immediately, was because he was going to take that and republish it under his name, and therefore it would be his work. So we had to get the vampirology book out immediately, and that's why it's basically what it is, which is a 1.0. Understand that. Do purchase it and support it. If you purchase it online, when we republish it in its entirety or unabridged, you will get a free copy of that if you publish it electronically. Thank you. If you publish it physically, we can't do that, but at least you'll be supporting us to the point where we can present the unabridged edition. Now, you'll get all the stuff about vampire physiology in the book as published now, but the history behind it, or the context of how it was discovered, quote unquote, by the Soviet Union, that will be in the other book, Unabridged, which of course is not so much a discovery, but simply a validation of so many of the old Slavic, shall we say, the folkloric traditions that upheld a genuine history that simply the Soviet Union quantified and qualified scientifically. So with that, moving on to Islam and what we're here for today, because it is the basis of so much of what we're speaking of with H.P. Lovecraft and how this carries on into the cults and how they are basically propagandized to yourself. Understand that, as I mentioned before, but did not go into any depth with, and just so Salman Sheikh understands this, I've talked about this on some of my own transmissions, but did not speak of it in my interviews with him in this venue. I will cover something that Salman Sheikh, I'm really tempted every time I speak to him for some reason because of the similarity of the syllables and my own experience in Iraq. I'm always tempted to say Saddam Hussein whenever I mention Salman Sheikh. But I mean, if I do end up referring to him as Saddam Hussein, okay, that's just because, the quirks, of the human mind. But with Salman Sheikh, one of the things that I brought up was that a lot of people, when they hear about H.P. Lovecraft was introduced through Islam through the Arabian Nights, and of course I brought up the fact that the overwhelming majority of any people in the West who ever knew anything about Islam for the longest time was simply through the Arabian Nights. One of the things that I need to point out, it cannot be overemphasized, is how perverse this introduction is. It's not because the Arabian Nights is bad or a negative. It's an important cultural work in that it shows an empowered woman who is saving her kingdom from a psychotic king who is gynocidal, means genocidal against the female species, against the female sex. That is the villain, the true villain of 1001 Nights, is the evil king who is killing all of the women in his kingdom, or the kingdom that he had conquered, whom this wonderful female heroine is from, our source is from. In other words, the wonderful lady in question, which I brought up when I said her name is actually pronounced much more different in the Arabic. For instance, basically her name in Arabic is Shahrazad. Shahrazad, and Shahrazad is known to us, of course, as Scheherazade. Scheherazade is the Anglo corruption of her name, and so it is something that we tolerate because this is the only name she's known by in the English. So a bit about her mad king. This is King Shahryar, as we have come to know him. And he is the Arad, the Herodian figure, the villain of 1001 Nights. And the way that 1001 Nights starts off as is a collection of stories bound together by a framework story. And the idea of a framework is one of the most interesting things about it. It is a literary method that has been used thousands of times since, doubtless a few times before, but the Arabian Nights is its most classic example. And it is a play, or rather a formulation, of what is known as the Arabian Nightmare. Now, there is a fictional work that you can find on your own by the title of Arabian Nightmare. And an Arabian Nightmare is a phenomenon in which you think you're waking up from one nightmare, only to realize you are in another. In other words, it's the horror film that never ends. Every time you believe that there is an ending, then you find yourself in another dimension of horror. This is the Arabian Nightmare, the nightmare which is an endless nightmare. So the concept of Arabian Nightmare is taken and in the Arabian Nights fleshed out as a story. But as I've said, the real parallel that this story has in terms of a cultural phenomenon would be basically kind of a what you would think of with a James Bond novel. The James Bond novels, in their most negative sense, are collections of salacious and lurid aspects of torture porn rationalized within a framework of espionage and intelligence work. So when critics look at the James Bond novels, they were originally panned, fairly universally condemned, because people looked at that and said, this isn't literature, this is like softcore torture porn where spies wind up in horrible situations where very perverted psychotic villains are attempting to kill them. There's all kinds of sexual caricatures. Women have names like Pussy Gaylord. That's an actual name from the James Bond novels, Pussy Gaylord. This is obviously not something respectful of women. This is like a caricature. There's no woman who would have a name like that. So it's almost as if these are like shadow puppets on a screen. They're dehumanized. They're most people who looked at that literarily said this is something that is not worth reading. People might have said the same in the old days originally about the 1001 Nights, because it has many tales where women are objectified, and it's more like a series of coffeehouse tales for men. So as a series of coffeehouse tales for men, it's kind of like a Muslim version of early softcore porn that was just taken by the West because that's what the West would find more relatable. They would not be interested in aspects of Islamic doctrine. They would be interested in aspects of Oriental entertainment. So that is why the 1001 Nights got translated so many times into English. So you have this framework where King Shahryar, the villain of the story, he invites his brother, King Shahzaman, to visit. And Shahzaman sets out and then returns to his palace for some forgotten luggage. And then he discovers his wife in bed with a slave, and he kills the both of them. He then travels to Shahryar's court, where he subsequently discovers that his brother's wife is also unfaithful, and he tells his brother the facts, and the pair leave to travel the world to discover if they are uniquely unlucky, or only to encounter a great genie. And the genie is carrying a human woman, a sorceress. They hide, but the woman sees them through the sight of the jinn, which sees through all. And basically, she demands that they have sex with her, or she will unleash the jinn upon them. And concluding that all women are thus, they return home. And Shahryar decides that the only way to save himself from betrayal is to take a virgin bride every night and put her to death the following morning. And this continues for 3 years. Hundreds of women that he's killed. And then Scheherazade. Scheherazade is the vizier's daughter. She comes up with a plan. She marries the king herself, and on their wedding night, asks that her sister, Dunyazadi, be allowed to keep her company before her execution. And the king agrees, and Dunyazadi, primed by her sister, asks Scheherazade to tell her a story. And Scheherazade does so, but she carefully leaves the tale unfinished. And the king, wanting to know what happens next, keeps her alive for another night, and when she repeats the trick, and so it goes on for 1001 nights, in which time Scheherazade bears 3 sons. Finally, the mad psychotic king Shahryar gives up on his bride killing, marries Dunyazadi to his brother Shahzaman, and they all live happily ever after. So this is how a very intelligent woman saves her kingdom from a guidicidal maniac. This is obviously empowering to women, but think of the sadism involved, the horror involved. This is obviously no story for children, and is obviously, well, you might ask, okay, what's in these stories? Again, and I kind of alluded to that. The one thing that one notices about the stories in the Arabian Nights that they all have in common, any unifying idea that might be there, it is the absolute power of fate in life. Virtue and holiness are not automatically rewarded. Good men die, while blind chance makes a layabout like Aladdin, uh, basically a ne'er-do-well, filthy rich. All this fits in with a very powerful Arabian belief in fate, and it's by reacting to that which one cannot control that one demonstrates virtue. And on the other hand, shrewdness and social skills, they do help characters in some of these stories. And a few vices, like gross ingratitude or blasphemy, they're always punished. So H.P. Lovecraft had to have more than this to base a faith on, or his ethos, his ethics. So that's where, as an intelligent man who learned to read Arabic and Farsi and investigating the Muslim elements in his father's Masonic library, I know for a fact that H.P. Lovecraft built what he could of a faith from other aspects of Muslim literature. The problem with the Arabian Nights is that it practically has nothing to do with any other Muslim literature and little to do with any myths. It's a collection of popular coffeehouse stories told to entertain a casual male audience. So it is like the serial killer film where the surviving girl, the last girl, rationalizes all the other girls being killed for your average movie critic. And your average male movie critic would say, well, you know, I thought that Halloween was misogynistic. I thought that these slasher films were all anti-female, but they're really female empowering because of the surviving last girl. And this is what it's like. The men could rationalize this and say, well, you know, this isn't anti-female because Scheherazade is the heroine. And, you know, despite the fact that hundreds, thousands of women die, you know, it's like, well, it kind of makes her, she makes up for them all. So this is foreigners. It would be like foreigners gaining their only idea of American life from a handful of airport novels. That were predominantly porn literature, you know, that you would find in the airports back in the old days when airports sold novels for men. You'd find jack-off books, what they call pocket books. And it would be like foreigners gained their knowledge of America from those books, which wouldn't be too off, mind you. I mean, you know, in that case, it'd be fairly accurate. But all of that aside, that cut, that I just couldn't resist. It would be as if they skipped all classic literature, skipped all the soap operas, skipped all the romances and detective stories, and read just that. Again, I personally think that would do American culture justice, but that's my bitterness speaking out. So the collection of the Arabian Nights does convey a lot about the culture, but there were other places to look. So I know that H.P. Lovecraft also read 3 other books that I know of from his correspondence that Michael Aquino had in his private library acquired through the various rationalizations of national security that he used to confiscate what was originally the property of that young gay man, Barlow, who I spoke about in the last episode, and later on Arkham House, which took hold of all of Lovecraft's property thereafter. One of the books that Lovecraft read was the Epic of Antar, and that is the most popular myth in medieval Arabia, and it concerns the black warrior poet, Antar, who was originally an African slave and rises from slavery to greatness. And it tells of love affairs, battles, duels, and his love for the beautiful Abla. And his enemies are frequently shown insulting him for his skin color, but they are clearly seen as mean-spirited, and Antar ultimately marries his Arab true love. And he also eventually learns that he is descended from African kings, that he is also of nobility, which is how he is able to justify his marriage to her to the Arabian court, that he is also a noble. So that tale is based extremely loosely on the life of the historical 6th century black poet Antara ibn Shaddad al-Absi, who was a courtier of Harun al-Rashid, who allegedly collected his life experiences. And I know that H.P. Lovecraft also wrote the Book of Kings, because the Arabs had tribal heroes, but the Persians had a civilization with grand legends. And in the 10th century, these were shaped into an epic poem by Ferdowsi, which means the Paradisal, who lived at the court of Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni. And the Shahnameh being transliterated as the Book of Kings, is a mythological history of the world, telling of the creation, the discovery of fire and other knowledge, and the wars between the Persians and the Turanians, the people of Central Asia. It reaches its height with Rustem, whose centuries-long life is heroic and tragic. He kills dragons and demons, and also his own son, Sorab. And after him, Persia declines, until the story ends with its conquest by the Arabs. The Shahnameh is an epic for and about royalty, full of mighty kings doing mighty deeds. I know H.P. Lovecraft was exposed to this as well. And in terms of the other stories, well, Antar, the black poet, had his rivals as a tribal hero, although few achieved his status. It was the great monarchies that invoked the all-conquering names such as Rustem, but there were other epic poets that followed Ferdowsi. The greatest was the 12th century Nizami, or Nizami in the anglicization. His masterwork was the 5-part Khamsa, and this includes philosophy as well as the romantic Khazra and Shirin, and his version of the popular love story of Layla and Majnun was poeticized through that. The section of the Khamsa involving Iskander, Alexander the Great, is a philosophical portrait, but Iskander also became the hero of more melodramatic and fantastic stories by other poets. The lesser Persian epics were all little read in the West. They usually involved heavy fictionalized stories of historical figures such as Alexander, the Sassanid Empire, Khosrows, or Muhammad's own son-in-law, Ali, fighting rivals and dragons and giants. So this was what constituted H.P. Lovecraft's sense of a Muslim ethos, an ethic, and a kind of fatalism. This is what brought into him a sense of behavior as a gentleman that rendered him so alien to all of those around him. They tried to rationalize this as eccentricity, as he was simply lost in time. He was someone who was a product of the Victorian age. He was a gentleman who was obeying a sense of chivalry that no longer was serving in the modern age, but they fail, or they refuse to see his ethics based on his secularized Islam. As much as it may have been derived from literature, this is what frightens them the most. And it was what enabled them to appreciate Sonia Green, because Islamic society is often seen as the West, well, by the West, as a hotbed of sexist oppression, in which, you know, that's an image that's not helped by the Arabian Nights, which was an entertainment for a male audience. But things were much more complicated than that, because the Eastern traditions, albeit they do emphasize feminine modesty, Islam, of course, being just as strong on propriety for men, with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, actually introducing improvements in the place of woman in society, giving wives better inheritance rights, attacking female infanticide, attacking bride stealing and the traditional treatment of woman as property. This is all a woman's place in culture that Muhammad, peace be upon him, because of his own wife who had sponsored him, he was empowering women to an extreme they had never been empowered before. The sexism that we perceive is the tribal aspect of these societies and has nothing to do with Islam. Of course, we have the extreme manifestation of this in various kinds of female mutilation, which I must emphasize, and H.P. Lovecraft himself would have insisted, was actually against Quranic law.
Yes.
And women are locked away in fear of the kind of woman stealing that Islam prohibited. So that would be a negative result of a positive law. Things have to be seen in that light. But because H.P. Lovecraft respected women based on his Muslim conversion, this is what brings us to the role of his Jewish wife. So you had this man who married this Jewish bride, and this is what brought us to the concept of how he learned of several things that were to emphasize our perception of the anti-gods today. So allow myself to rehydrate, and I will be able to speak a bit longer. I'm going to count on Salman to reemphasize what I was saying about the role of women in Muslim society while I quaff this tea and rehydrate to the point where I can talk again. I'll turn the stage over to Salman Sheikh now for that elucidation.
Oh, of course, and thank you, Brother Douglas. And I give due credit and honor and respect to our brother who's been defending the true Islam, including what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, gave rights to women. And also in Islamic law, a woman has the right to choose her husband, just like his first wife, Khadija, radiyallahu anha, chose to marry him. Because at that time, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, I'm a poor man. How will I be able to support a family, a lifestyle? And she was a wealthy woman who had supported him. And on top of that, women have the right to not just initiate divorces, marriages, inherit property, become leaders, rise up in different secular positions. So what's going on with a lot of these lands and traditions, especially Afghanistan, Pakistan, what we see in the world going on today, the female genital mutilation, all forcing girls to marry against their will, that's all against Islam. That's all against the Prophet's teachings. Women are empowered. Islam is a divine feminine religion, even with the emphasis that the Prophet, peace be upon him, placed on his daughter, Fatima, and also saying that heaven lies at the feet of your mother, because the women are your mothers, your sisters, your daughters, your wives, your friends. And also that reiterates that special bond that Brother Douglas has with his own mother, God rest her soul in peace, and how that reiteration of the mother and the child and what she passes on to her child in terms of the training, teachings, custom, lineage, ancestry. It's just so many things come into account where your average Western mind who falls into the unfortunate hole of bigotry, which is not their fault because it's just the way society has kind of structured for them to hate Asians or hate Muslims. And it's been going on way before even 9/11 happened. I mean, Brother Douglas reiterates this history perfectly, even when they were putting the Japanese in internment camps. So this aspect of us versus them has been going on in these parts of the world for a very long time, especially in America, where you're taught to hate anything that is not of who you are and what you stand for, which I also give credit to our brother, because there was one of his former friends who was a Muslim, and he had stopped becoming a Muslim because of this misinformation that he heard of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, marrying a child bride, Aisha, which is totally incorrect, because at that time, if you didn't marry, basically the marriage is a guardianship, because other than that, the child or the female would have been probably raped or killed or sold into slavery. So if she had a male companion as a guardian, then that basically saves her life. And I'm glad that Brother Douglas basically defended that stance on what the true historical context behind that was, including his scenario that took place while he was in Nicaragua, which kind of reiterates the same scenario that the Prophet Muhammad had went through, peace be upon him, in terms of saving this girl from being sold into slavery or possibly raped and killed. So it's very true that people, and very important, I might add, that people understand what true Islam is, which gives rights to the woman, gives rights to the men, gives rights to the children, and gives right to everybody, because everything comes from Allah. That's what the true Sufi teachings are telling us. Like it says in the Holy Bible, Mark 4:11, where Christ says that There will be those of you that will be taught the inner mysteries, while the others of you will be taught in parables, the exterior. Now, the true occult Islam was taught to the Sufis, the people of the bench, who were part of the Prophet's inner esoteric circles. And they are told this reality that Allah is the only reality. So no matter what species or subspecies you come from, whatever life form exists on this earth, it all comes from that one true creator. So what the true Sufi or the true follower of Islam or the true follower of the Prophet, peace be upon him, is fighting for a world to become one ummah, and ummah means community. That's what the Prophet reiterated. So become one ummah, doesn't matter what race, religion, gender, orientation, whatever that you are, angel, vampire, jinn, everything comes from that one source of Allah. And that's why when somebody dies in Islam, we say to Allah we belong and to him we shall return. And it's what even Rumi says, Grandmaster Rumi of the Mevlevi Sufi order of the whirling dervishes. He says that I was first a mineral, then I came back as a plant, then I came back as an animal, then I came back as a man, then I will come back as an angel, and then angel goes back to God. Because we were living in this 3D reality. So we have this 3D reality, which are the elementals, the fourth dimension where a lot of the spiritual warfare takes place too. Then on top of that, like the aspect of heaven and hell, angels, jinns, etc. So the goal of the dervish, as he's spinning in this continuous circle of infinity, this never-ending existence, is to unite with his beloved, which is Allah, that one true source. And that's what he's aiming for. So that's why a lot of these Sufi dervishes, including the places where I went to see a lot of these guys, they live where your average human cannot, because they kind of transcended above a certain level of existence, which makes the other beings respect them also. So I'm glad that Brother Douglas has basically defended the true Islam, including this misconception that we don't respect our women. We honor, cherish, and protect our women, something that they don't do here in the West, as we see the abuse in many industries and many perversions. Like I pointed out in a recent video, where people have these fetishes of abusing women, urinating on them, choking them, slapping them, and this basically this disconnect of the divine feminine and masculine that I see here in the West. They don't respect their women, and they're talking about a culture which honors, cherishes, and protects their women. So there's a lot of disconnect that's happening, and I'm glad and I'm honored for Brother Douglas Dietrich for pointing out this truth, including calling out that individual who had turned against Islam because of that scenario of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Thank you, and that's so important, and it's illustrative. It's illustrative because all he's doing is he was seeking whatever rationalization he could to divest from his faith. And this was a man who I knew for a fact literally had his forehead. I asked when I met him personally, I said, the impression on your forehead, which was kind of like a mark on the forehead. And this came from his bowing towards Mecca many times a day. I don't know if it was 5 times a day, but it was likely at least 3. But it took a lot of bowing for him to develop this mark upon his forehead to the point where he had been bowing towards Mecca this often in his life. So you have an individual who was practicing this faith and then decided to look for whatever rationale he could to divest himself from it. One of the reasons why was, of course, his pride. His pride with that he decided that as a black man, he was not going to maintain the name of Abdul, which, of course, is but a diminutive shortening of Abdullah, a slave of Allah. And just the very name slave, which would be taken as a point of pride by any true Muslim as submitting to the Creator, that you are a slave to that father which gave you life. Rather, he took this as some kind of insult and instead took upon the name Abu, which means father himself, assuming in that sense the role of the father. This is the kind of hubris, is the term for this kind of fatal pride. And beyond that, of course, his primary reason was, of course, the story of this young lady whom Allah, Muhammad, as the prophet of Allah, peace be upon him, Muhammad married this young lady because this was the only way he could legally become her guardian, and that way save her when her family was annihilated during one of the jihads, the wars against the pagans, with which the Muhammad the prophet was Islamizing the Arabian Peninsula and ultimately Southwest Asia. So people need to understand this in context. And as our man Salman Sheikh points out, when I have been in other countries, Nicaragua wasn't the only country. This was also offered when I was among the Yazidi, and I was able to publish a photograph of the young lady who was offered to me in marriage, because many of these people knew that they were in a very vulnerable position where their entire race potentially could face extermination. The Yazidi have been targeted for annihilation by ISIS and many other organizations before ISIS, because of their belief in the peacock angel, their loyalty to that which the West interprets as Lucifer and Satan. So he is, but as we've pointed out in the true history, the theological cosmology of the religions, there is reason for their faith. And they are people without whom our world would not only be much the poorer, but in a very real sense could not exist. So understand that there needs to be these legitimate worshippers of the peacock angel, Lucifer, because he has been made the ruler of this material world. And this is something that those in the West refuse to acknowledge and deem as heretical. This is something that, whatever else you may say about the fanaticism of Muslims in the East, they have never succeeded in exterminating the Yazidi, because there are people who rise up to protect them knowing this. These kinds of people would be the Sufi, the people of the, not just the faith, but the wisdom of Salman Sheikh and his tradition. So understand that context. And so that brings us to this wonderful Jewish woman, Sonia Green, a very intelligent woman who introduced H.P. Lovecraft to the concepts of apocalyptic Judaism, which no one in the West even knew about. Lovecraft was one of the first people in the West to actually know of this. This was, of course, part of the Jewish tradition for thousands of years, but at the same time, there were many Jews who had rejected this knowledge. But in the end times of apocalyptic Judaism, there will be identified the Hilazon. The Hilazon is this sea creature that was deemed mythical for thousands of years. The sea creature was, however, in a sense, identified by God himself in the Jewish tradition, and he is the source of a very specific color that was to become the national color of Israel. Now, of course, we've spoken of the problems of Israel today as a modern, basically a white settler regime, an apartheid state, but Israel has done its best to try and validate itself or legitimate itself by trying to connect with the biblical Israeli tradition. That wasn't how it started out. It was a violently nihilistic, communist, atheistic, socialist regime. And anybody can look this up if you feel I'm slandering the state of Israel. The original Israelis were Zionists who were ideological communists. So you have this Israel that has since tried to legitimate itself to the West as it has become more and more aligned with the West as opposed to the East. It tried to legitimate it more and more, tried to legitimate itself more and more by an usurpation of biblical culture. So with this usurpation of biblical culture, one of the primary means by which to do that, because they were originally going to have a flag that was a blue background with golden stars that would have, if anything, resembled the flag of the European Union, And this is because these were all European expatriates. The original 7th million, as they called themselves, bear in mind, of course, the Holocaust annihilated European Jewry to the numbers by National Socialist records, or Nazi records. The Third Reich made, by its own claim, the annihilation in Die Endlösung, the final solution, what the Nazis called what you call the Holocaust. What you call the Holocaust, the Third Reich referred to as Die Endlösung, the final solution. And they claimed 12 million lives in their records. They killed 12 million Jews. And this is because by Nuremberg race laws, it didn't count if you were a quarter Jew or a half Jew. If you had a single drop of Jewish blood, you were a Jew. But the Jews themselves are exclusive, and they claim you are a Jew only if you have a matrilineal lineage that, in other words, if you're born of a Jewish woman, then you're Jewish. However, if you're born of a Jewish father, well, you know, Jewish men go around fucking everybody. As a matter of fact, they fuck everybody they can before they settle down and marry some Jewish girl to have kids with. So they can't count all those as Jews because that would water down the race immediately. So the Jewish definition is via the matrilineal line, because most of the women don't, well, they're not sluts like the men are, if for no other reason that they're usually kept in conditions where they can't have access to sex as easily as the boys. It's very much a patriarchy. So when you come to that, the Jews will claim there were 6 million killed in the Holocaust, officially. So by their definition, the 7th million, which by the definition of the Third Reich would be the 13th million, the million survivors who weren't done in by the final solution. When they migrated to Israel, to Palestine, to establish Israel, the original flag was going to be, because of their European roots, the overwhelming majority of them being Eastern Europeans from the Eastern European ghettos, and of course of the Turkish lineage from the Khazar, who had converted to Judaism in the same sense that other tribes converted to Islam under force, like the Persians did when they were conquered by the Arabs. So too, the Khazar were conquered by the Jews during one of their holy wars and converted to Judaism. And it is these Turkic peoples, this warrior tribe, that the Israelis are descended from via the Eastern Europe, where they majority source from, until they invited in later settlers in their history, their short history, which has been, you know, about a half a hundred years, 70 or so years at the most. But when they said, let's have a national flag, they decided this European-style flag of a blue background with the golden stars, which was actually taken up eventually as the flag of the European Union, was just too European. And they said, we certainly don't want to root ourselves with Europe because of the background of the Holocaust. Let's do away with any identification with Europe. And let's take up something that's more biblically Jewish. Then you got this white flag with these thin blue lines. Now, of course, you're going to get all the Judeophobic propagandists, and they'll say, those blue lines represent the rivers from the Euphrates all the way to the Nile that the Jews want to conquer in this expansionist empire. Dude, they're having problems holding on to what they got. The idea of they're expanding is preposterous, okay? It's just, so, you know, well, you know, they'll nuke everybody else, and then, anyhow, enough of that. What those lines represent is this Jewish blue that is represented on this ancient tradition of a color that is very difficult to even find if you're looking it up, because it's almost impossible to spell. So this is known as a tlelet blue. Okay, I'm going to spell this for you. Now, the Hebrew language is like a science fiction language. It is a language entirely of consonants. So it's almost impossible for anyone to speak Hebrew. You have to fill in all the dots with vowels that are not in the language itself. So to translate the color from the way it's spelled T-E-K-H-E-L-E-T. You'd think that would spell something like Tiklele, but you have to pronounce it very quickly. You almost slur it and it comes out Tlelet blue. And so Tlelit blue, which sounds distressingly, and I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form to be disrespectful, literally, if you are to watch videos on YouTube about this Tekhelet, Tekhelet, if you were to bastardize it or anglicize it, if you were to watch videos on this and you turned on your CC so that it translates into words for deaf people, this will come out as toilet. That's how they translate it when they hear it pronounced. For deaf people, they're going to spell out the word toilet, toilet. So that's literally how it can be misconstrued. But Tlelit blue is God's special color. It's in Numbers. Well, look at your Bible. In the book of Numbers, it would be chapter 15, verse 38, when God in the Old Testament speaks unto the sons of Israel and tells them that they shall make for themselves tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, in which those tassels will be this color. The rest of their robes shall be white, but they shall put on the tassel of each corner a cord of tlelet, of this blue. And indeed, if these were the priests, the rabbis of the temple, their garments would be all blue, entirely of tlelet. Indeed, if you look at the New Testament, if you're a Christian, this is what the Bible speaks of in the New Testament when they speak of that woman touching the corner of the garment of Jesus. This is what she's grasping at, is that tlelet blue cord. That is how important this is in your religion, and you don't even know it as a Christian. So this tlelet blue that was worn on the cord of Jesus Christ represents the sky, the sea, God himself, because this is the color of God's throne. And it represents the end of the world, when man will be misled by the Hilozon, or his search for the Hilozon, from which this color comes from. So what H.P. Lovecraft learned from his wife, Sonia Green, the Jewess, was first about this color, his own lack of faith, which is why I know he maintained an Islam which he was afraid to share with anybody. He rather had people look on him as a non-believer, as an apostate, than to share his faith, because that would have identified him as an apocalyptic and as the man who was staving off the apocalypse. He became a fascist to eliminate those, or to empower a movement that is primed to eliminate those cultists of the anti-Hilozon, the false Hilozon, the abandoner, Al-Cthulhu. You see, the source of this color is, once it's found, signifies the end of the world, because the color was lost. In the ancient days, when the Jews maintained the temple, and they produced this tlelet blue, this impacted the trade of the world, the silk trade, the spice trade, all of the world that converged in the caravans on the Levantine in Southwest Asia. All of the royalty of the world turned towards the Jews to produce this color. There are secrets to this color that no one else knew. And in those days, you could tell a person by how they were dressed. When a person walked down the street, you could identify their class, their ethnicity, everything about them by their garments. When we take a look at science fiction, as it was produced in H.P. Lovecraft's time, science fiction produced in the time of H.P. Lovecraft, the 30s, when the fascist empires were beginning to emerge on the surface of the earth. Not just the fascists in Italy and Germany, but the fascists in Romania and America. They were all discerned by their colorations. You could identify who they were whether they were from Spain or another European nation, by the color of their uniforms. And in fact, everyone knows the Italians wear the black shirts. Everyone remembers the Nazis wear the brown shirts. People don't remember, in their ignorance, that the Spanish Phalanges, or the fascists of Spain, were the blue shirts. And they forget that the Romanian fascists, an important ally of the Reich, whose black blood of petroleum provided the lifeblood of the Third Reich, all its oil, the Romanians were the green shirts. The Romanians provided the third largest Axis army in Europe, the first largest being Germany's, the second being Italy's. The third largest Axis power in continental Europe was Romania. They were the green shirts. In America, the fascists, under Mr. Pelley, you can look up a man named P-E-L-L-E-Y, William Dudley Pelley was his full name. He commanded the American fascists, who were known as the Silver Shirts. And you can look up the Silver Shirts. This color coding led its way into science fiction, where people would often read of science fiction societies being coded by color. Like, oh, this person's in a gray uniform. That means they're a technician. Oh, this person is in this kind of outfit. That means they're an academic. And people in America would say, oh, there's all too much of this in science fiction. It's just too dystopian. This is fascist. And so that was discouraged, and that bled out of science fiction. It was bleached out. So Americans became colorblind. But that is actually the way people identified themselves for thousands of years in the Holy Land. Everyone could look at someone's garment and automatically see that's a peasant. If someone walked down the street and they were wearing royal blue, hence the name, royal blue, you'd say, that's the king, and you'd know to get out of the way. Everyone identified by their color, because some colors were impossible to make. You couldn't just get them. You know, nobody had a choice in what they wanted to buy. Like, oh, it's not just that you weren't allowed, like it was illegal to buy something blue. It was impossible to find it. The only people who would have access to such would be the royalty, because the people who made these dyes would sell it only to them because no one else could afford it. Indeed, it was said of Tlelet blue, God's special color. If you were to investigate, what is this color? What is this shade? Why is it so important to Judaism? The cloth dyed in the Hilazon's blood was worth 20 times its weight in gold. You literally could not rob enough banks to purchase yourself a cloth of that material, the royal blue. So what happened was, during the time of the Roman conquest, when an Edomite was placed in charge of the Israeli people, when an Edomite was made their king, King Herod, the man whom, if you're a Christian, would have killed your God had he but been given the opportunity. And he slaughtered all the firstborn sons in his attempt to kill your God. Herod took the secret of the royal blue and he sold it to the Romans. Now, this is priceless. It is something that cannot be bought, not simply because of something holy or sacred. It's simply that the process of making this blue is so singularly difficult that its very secret is unsellable. There's no price in the world that's worth it. But people often ask, how was it an Edomite, the blood enemy of the Jewish people, of the Israelis, how was it he was made their king? This was how. So when he turned the secret over to the Romans, the industries, he was given rule over the Jewish people, this God killer, this prophet of the anti-gods. And then the misleading began. By the time of the Arab conquest, when the Arabs had conquered Israel, this tradition of identifying their leaders vis-a-vis the royal blue did not exist. By that time, the Jews themselves had lost the secret. How could the Jews, who counted on this for their entire religion, their entire identity, to the point where if you are a Christian, your God wore this color, this woman dove down to grab his cords because that color shone out, and she knew he was the man to approach by that holiness. How is it they could lose this? Because Herod transferred the entire Israeli industry of dye making to the Romans. And this production of this dye produces, via the chemicals involved, via the process involved, such an incredible stench that in the Old Testament, or certainly the Jewish Torah, or the holy books of Judaism, that it is said that if a wife has a husband who becomes a dye maker, she has the right to ask for divorce because the stench he brings home will be unbearable and he will be uninhabitable. In other words, no one could cohabitate with him because the stench he would bring home would be so foul from the production of these chemicals. They were something that if you dedicated your life to making this dye, this is all you would do the rest of your life. That no one would cohabitate with you. The stench literally made people vomit because you were taking the blood of the halazon and you were bringing it into this world, and that process imbued a stench so horrific. That's the price you paid for this holy work. Now, one of the things that people have tried to do in the modern times to relocate this color, to relocate the process of making this tlele, this sacred color, was they tried to identify the sea creature, the halazon, from which this color came. And of course, they were misled. In terms of the original color, the color came from a snail. And this snail was the sea creature. It is described in the Bible in a way that you would never think of a snail. That the halazon is described as having the shape of the sea, as having bones, as being able to attack and grab its prey, to be able to entangle its prey with its legs, which emerge from its mouth. This is the actual Talmudic description from God himself of the halazon. No one was able to identify this creature, and when they lost the ability to make dye therefrom, they lost the concept of the creature itself. And so these tzitzit tassels with the threads dyed in tlele blue, they're produced from the Murex trunculus snail. The Murex trunculus snail, when you kill the snail, you are to boil its flesh, ferment it, really. That's the stench, the fermenting of all this dead flesh. Out of that and its shell emerge a single drop of what becomes tlele blue. It's mentioned 49 times in the Hebrew Bible, the Tanakh. So it's that important. This is nothing casual. This is nothing that is incidental. So when these dyes are extracted, if the killing of a single snail produces but a single drop of this blue, and it takes a process thereafter to actually get the blue out of that, because originally what you get is purple. You see, the Romans were satisfied with just one part of the process. They didn't bother with the second part that the Jews performed. That's why we got the concept of royal purple. If you notice the Roman Empire, the identity or the identified color, the national color of Rome was never blue. It was purple. And the Roman Catholic Church, which Catholicized Rome after it was Christianized in the East, on the Roman Peninsula itself, it was Catholicized. The Roman Church took up the color purple. Purple has come to symbolize the Roman Catholic Church as it did the Roman Empire. Purple has become identified with royalty as opposed to blue. So we went from royal blue to royal purple. How did this happen? Why did that happen? Because the Romans discarded the second part of the process. So long as they could get that one drop of purple out of the shell, and you'd kill 1 million snails to get a single cloth entirely dyed in purple. This is why only the royalty, only the Caesars, the emperors wore the purple. Whoever donned the purple was Kaiser, Tsar, Caesar, the original pronunciation of Caesar in the Latin. Whoever donned the purple was Caesar. Purple is now the color of the popes. This was extracted directly from the snail. But to get the blue, you see, why that shade of blue and how you get that, that's through literally an atomic process. You see, when you expose the royal purple to sunlight, to the light of God himself, it becomes blue, as opposed to purple, because the main colorant is called dibromo indigo. Di is like, means two, just as bi does, like bipedal, two-footed. Di, as in divergence, also means two. Dibromo indigo means that they're, well, the very name implies two bromine atoms. These two bromine atoms become attached to it when it's exposed to sunlight, because the two bromide atoms are knocked out. The sunlight breaks the bond, and the sunlight breaking the bond between the indigo molecule and the bromine, that's an atomic process that knocks out the colorant that makes the purple and turns it into blue. So without that atomic process of exposure to the sun to split the atom, to get that holy color of God himself, of Tlilith, without following that process, you're stuck with purple, which the Romans were satisfied with. They were a practical people, and they said, we don't need the color of the Jewish God. We have the color of the kings ourselves. But the Jews, in order to separate that color, by knocking out those bromine atoms, by an alchemical process that is at the nuclear level of operation, by exposing that color of purple to the sun itself, only by that could they gain the Tlilith blue, the color of God himself, the color of the sky, the color of the sea. And why did God want them to carry that color everywhere on their clothing, at least a thread of that color? Why did God want the priests entirely in that color? Because that was the color of his throne. It comes down to this. This comes to Lovecraft's lack of faith in the Judeo-Christian God. When you look at the sky in its totality, when you look at the sea in its totality, in both cases, you see blue. But if you were to take a cup of the sea, a transparent glass, any container, a tub of plastic, and take it into the sea and fill it with seawater, and lift that up into the sun directly in front of you, it's clear. It's no longer colored blue. When you take a bit of the sky, compressed oxygen, and put it in a transparent container, the color is invisible. There is no color. It's not the blue of the sky. In other words, when you scientifically atomize, compartmentalize God, you see nothing. This is why H.P. Lovecraft never exposed his Muslim faith, because others would see nothing. They would say, I don't see what you believe in. And so he said, oh, well, you know, science says there is no God, because science only looks at what's in the container. It's invisible to science. all it sees is emptiness. When you look at the world through faith, you see the sky, you see the oceans. This is what God wanted his people to never forget. Always see this blue, because that is how you remember my reality. When you see only that which is in front of you, you'll see nothing but emptiness. And so H.P. Lovecraft learned from his Jewish wife this secret, and what he wrote about was what the nihilists of the cults of the kings of Edom see: emptiness. They see nothing, and therefore their faith is in nihilism. Their faith is in the emptiness. The faith is in the entropy and the decay of the anti-gods rather than the creator. This is what H.P. Lovecraft wanted to prevent, and that's why he and the Jewish Freemason Harry Houdini tried to write a book to destroy this credulity that was leading to the rise of the cults of the kings of Edom through popularization of H.P. Lovecraft's own works. And that's why Harry Houdini had to die in the eyes of the Herodians. Now, in terms of the lost secret of the Jewish people, when the Romans took that which mattered to them, a single part of the process, and discarded the atomic aspect of it, the nuclear engineering that brought forth the godly blue, and then the Arabs conquered the peninsula and the Levantine. At that point, the Jews lost everything, all contact with their own God. When they tried to re-identify the Hilozon, instead of being led to the trail of the Murex trunculus snail, the Jews originally pursued the cuttlefish, because the cuttlefish has bones, it has legs that come out of its mouth. The cuttlefish shoots forth that by which it captures its prey. To the Jewish people, they felt this was the source of Tzlelet blue, the blue of God itself. And so this cuttlefish that they started to pursue in the 1880s, when this was being investigated by a Polish rabbi, which was how H.P. Lovecraft's Jewish wife knew about it. Her own parents were of the rabbinical tradition. Then she passed on to Lovecraft the fact that the Jews are being misled by those who would say that the blue derives from the cuttlefish, the squid. They were being misled by this rabbinical cowboy, a Polish rabbi by the name of Regina Rebe, surname R-E-B-E. And Regina Rebe was pointing in the direction of his researches to the cuttlefish. But upon all analysis of the cuttlefish, which was supposed to bring about the Messianic times, once the Hilozon could be identified, once the Hilozon was being used again to derive the blue, then it's supposed to emphasize the coming or the return of the Messiah and the end times of our days. But when you research the cuttlefish and the blue that's being produced in Israel for a time, using this purple pigment and using their modern atomic processes, what they finally found on the cataloging of all of this purple pigment was the fact that the cuttlefish's blood was completely unnecessary. In other words, with the chemical processes that they were using, according to the ancient rabbinical formulary, they were able to produce this if they used the blood of chopped liver. They could use human blood and produce that blue color when it came to the cuttlefish. In other words, the cuttlefish was completely unnecessary to the formulary. And that is something that would be anti-godly or anti-biblical, anti-Talmudic. Basically, it is all based upon the snail alone that produces the color rightly only when you shine it under the light of the sun. When it comes to the cuttlefish being used, it's much easier and you avoid all of the stench and all of the smell, but it is not the godly color because the ingredients could be anyone else's blood. The blood, as I said, that could be derived from chipped beef or blood that you could provide yourself. So based on the chemistry tests that are run on this cuttlefish, it was believed that the Messiah was delayed. In other words, after 1300 years, identifying the cuttlefish as the sign of the messianic times, that the end days were that much closer. Then taking the dye produced by the cuttlefish for chemical analysis, an individual named Herzog, Herzog, wrote a analysis, a doctoral thesis, as a matter of fact, saying that in 1914, mind you, he wrote this doctorate on Tlele in 1914, the year World War I began, and he was able to identify resin recipes and get an example of the specimen of the dye. He sent it to chemical laboratories, and those laboratories came back with the result that what in Europe was identified as Prussian blue, that Prussian blue was synthetic. It doesn't come from any living animal, meaning that the chemical analysis revealed that the Prussian blue was chemically produced as a painter's color. All the other chemicals in the recipe created that blue, so long as you had the ingredient of any blood, ox blood, human blood, no matter what the blood, you'd get that blue because the ferrioxide within that chemical composition, that ferrioxide that combined with cyanide would produce that. Is the same kind of chemical which the Nazis used to kill all of the Jews in the gas ovens. That's why the gas ovens walls turned Prussian blue. That iron is an integral part of the cyanide, comes from the nitrogen and the carbon. Anything that has nitrogen and carbon in it, if it's raised to a proper temperature correctly, will give you the same cyanide that you need, that you would get from the cuttlefish or chopped liver. That was why the walls in the concentration camps, or rather the Konzenslager, the Totenslager, the death camp gas chambers, all turned Prussian blue. This is done in a manner that is toxic with the intent to kill. That is how difficult it is to work with these chemicals. But the important note is, not only is it toxic, not only can it be used for mass murder, but it is a painter's color in which you don't need anything organic at all. It's all synthetic, and therefore the cuttlefish is misleading. It is the lie, the Cthulhu, the abandoner. And again, just so people understand, the ferrocyanide, that Prussian blue, comes from iron and cyanide, right when the iron is added, and it adds a part of the chemical, so the iron is an integral part of the cyanide, coming from nitrogen and carbon. Anything that has nitrogen and carbon in it, if it's raised to the proper temperature and prepared correctly, will give you the same cyanide you need in order to get that Prussian blue. And as I said, the cuttlefish was the great misleading abandoner, what led them on the wrong trail, what led them to the trail of the Holocaust, what led to making the Holocaust possible and practical through the use of this as a gas that turned the walls Prussian blue in the gas chambers of the death camps. So this misguided attempt at using the blue and recreating the holy blue of God from the cuttlefish was a factor in the Jewish Holocaust and the death of European Jewry in Europe. And in terms of the snail itself, once that is used at the industrial scale and is produced from the animal and exposed to sunlight, then you get God's blue, the kind of blue they're trying to represent with the blue on the Hebrew flag, which is only two colors, white and blue. So in terms of whether or not we're in the end times, H.P. Lovecraft realized, because of his wife's understanding, that the use of Prussian blue by Jewish people in her community who were trying to bring about their Messiah, that this would result in a Holocaust. A Holocaust which H.P. Lovecraft himself did not live to witness because he died, well, just before World War II really got going. And so H.P. Lovecraft predicted that the Cthulhu, the abandoner, would have the shape of the cephalopod. Therefore, his anti-god Cthulhu is portrayed with the cephalo-encephalos, the cephalopodic head. That is how we get the archetypal vision of Al Cthulhu. This is where all of the occult sources for this come from, derive from. The importance is to recognize that Al Cthulhu being normalized, being popularized, this is what brings us to the end times. So in terms of the mystery of H.P. Lovecraft's partner, Harry Houdini, not an alternative lifestyles partner in this case, but his professional partner in writing a book that would end credulity, that would, what they were concerned about was the number of people who were beginning to convert to the cult of the anti-gods through the New Age movement. And when Harry Houdini was getting together with H.P. Lovecraft to write a book to counter this, then that's what sentenced him to death in the eyes of the Edomites. Of course, in the cutthroat world of magicians and mediums, Harry Houdini made enemies. He had racked up so much ill will by the time of his mysterious death, in fact, that some people suspected he had been poisoned by the psychics whose claims he had regularly debunked. As a matter of fact, there was a personal investigation by one researcher into the man who killed Houdini. On October 22nd, 1926, the birthday eve day of my late and sainted father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, whose birthday was October 23rd. On the night before, in 1926, a Montreal student named J. Gordon Whitehead stepped into Harry Houdini's dressing room, and he sucker punched the legendary magician and illusionist. 9 days later, Houdini was dead, victim of a ruptured appendix. Meanwhile, J. Gordon Whitehead had permanently vanished from the public eye. I mean, how does someone do this? What happened to the man who threw the fatal punches that killed a world-famous celebrity? Who were the two witnesses to the incident that were portrayed in the film, where he was played by Tony Curtis? How much did they know? Well, there was a man named Don Bell who devoted 20 years of his life to tracking down this mysterious Mr. Whitehead, a quest that took him across Canada and overseas. And so he was able to build up a riveting profile of the man who killed Houdini. And he unearthed all the evidence that this was no accident. He was able to publish photographs of J. Gordon Whitehead, obtain affidavits of Whitehead, and the only two witnesses to his altercation with Harry Houdini. And Whitehead, it was exposed, had a completely criminal past. And there we have a hired hitman. Only Don Bell, the bookman, this writer and antiquarian book dealer who lived in Montreal, Paris, and Sutton, Quebec, the recipient of the National Magazine Award himself, even received the Stephen Leacock Award for Humor in 1972 for Saturday Night at the Bagel Factory, one of his works. He had a column of his own, Don Bell's column, which appeared in Books in Canada until he died in 2003. He was never able to identify who hired Mr. Whitehead. But I know who did, because of Aquino's exposing that to myself. And Michael Aquino, of course, identified it as his own cult of the Kings of Edom. He was murdered so that this book could not be writ. Very shortly thereafter, H.P. Lovecraft was murdered so the American Mein Kampf could not be writ. The end result is the cult of the Kings of Edom prevented one of the most important books to ever be written from being written. One in which Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft co-authored a warning about the cult of the Kings of Edom, about their attempts to convert the world to a New Age religion that would place Cthulhu in the place of the Godhead, the Abandoner himself, who is now popularized through everything from role-playing games to video games. All of this through a perversion of Lovecraft's work. And you might ask, well, how have they done that? I don't see this. I don't see people worshiping Cthulhu. I don't see people, well, that's because you're ignorant of the world around you, and it will take some explaining to put this into perspective for you. This is why we have to go into it with this interview, because we have to explain to you where all of this sourced from, where all of this came from. Of course, you know it's from a perversion of the works of H.P. Lovecraft, but when it comes to the invention of the ancient astronauts, the idea that extraterrestrials served as humanity's earliest deities came to popular attention with the Edomite cultist, the Swiss author named Erich von Däniken, who 2 years after I was born in 1966, 2 years after that in 1968, his bestseller, Chariots of the Gods, and the influential 1973 NBC documentary, In Search of Ancient Astronauts, based upon that very book. This is the popularization of Al Cthulhu. But for people familiar with the science fiction magazines of the 1940s and 1950s, von Däniken's revolutionary assertion held more than just a hint of other writings that claimed long before that the gods were not of this world. In fact, the overwhelming majority of von Däniken's case perfectly parallels the work of that New England writer of horror stories, and the route from horror story to nonfiction bestseller bounces us from America to France to Switzerland. Of course, when you take a look at Providence, Rhode Island, where H.P. Lovecraft was born, imagine being born into a wealthy family in 1890 that had lost all of its fortunes by the time you came into this world. Lovecraft's entire life was a series of reverses and declines as his family lost their fortune and his parents succumbed to madness. So he was this precocious and self-taught scholar who read voraciously and devoured as much literature as he could. And when he set about writing his own works, he began to blend the modern world of science fiction with his favorite tales of Gothic gloom And he tried to bring the Gothic tale into the 20th century by modernizing the trappings of ancient horror for a new century of science. Now, Lovecraft's works thereby banished the supernatural by recasting it in materialist terms, so that Americans would accept it, because they would never accept the faith of Muhammad, peace be upon him. Instead, Lovecraft took the idea of a pantheon of ancient gods and made them a group of aliens who descended to Earth in the distant past. And he summed up what would seem to be a startlingly original idea in his 1926 short story entitled The Call of Cthulhu. And in this story, a young man puts together the pieces of an ancient puzzle and discovers the shocking truth about a monstrous race of alien creatures that served as gods to a strange cult. To quote therefrom, "There had been aeons when other things ruled on the earth, and they had had great cities. Remains of them were still to be found as cyclopean stones on islands in the Pacific. They all died vast epochs of time before men came, but there were arts which could revive them when the stars had come round again to the right positions in their cycle of eternity. They had indeed come themselves from the stars and brought their images with them." In just these few short sentences, we see the root of the entire ancient alien astronaut hypothesis. The ancient gods or demons were aliens who descended to Earth in primal times. They raised great stone cities whose remains are the ancient ruins of today. Last, that the ancient sculptures depicted the aliens. All these claims are to be found in von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods. To quote therefrom, "These first men had tremendous respect for the space travelers. Because they came from somewhere absolutely unknown and then returned there again, they were gods to them. In advanced cultures of the past, we find buildings that we cannot copy today with the most modern technical means. These stone masses are there. They cannot be argued away. Another quite fantastic discovery was the great idol of Tiwanaku. Again, we have the contradiction between the superb quality and precision of the hundreds of symbols all over the idol and the primitive techniques used for the building housing it. In fact, only one of von Daniken's major claims is missing from the Cthulhu short story, the novella, that the ancient gods created mankind in their own image. Lovecraft has an answer for that, too. In his 1931 story, At the Mountains of Madness, explorers find an incomparably old city in Antarctica, and the sculptures on the walls tell a horrifying story of how the old ones created Earth's life forms. To quote us therefrom, "It was under the sea, at first for food, and later for other purposes, that they first created Earth life, using available substances according to long-known methods. It has interested us to see in some of the very last and most decadent sculptures a shambling, primitive mammal, used sometimes for food and sometimes as an amusing buffoon by the land dwellers, whose vaguely simian and human foreshadowings were unmistakable." But how did Lovecraft's ideas get into Chariots of the Gods? Of course, von Daniken has never responded to myself or any of my requests for comment. But what I can tell you is that there be an indisputable path from Rhode Island to Switzerland. The names of Lovecraft's alien gods, from Al-Cthulhu, the Abandoner, from his Arabic studies of the Quran, from Yog-Sothoth, which he had learned of from the ancient Arabic black magical poems before Muhammad, as a prophet, peace be upon him, enlightened the Arab peoples from their paganism. From Shub-Niggurath, all this that began to appear in the stories of Lovecraft's life. All of this, of course, that he introduced as simple variants from true names of magic and mythos. All of this became popular in Europe, where the French embraced Howard Phillips Lovecraft as a bent genius, much as they embraced Edgar Allan Poe and would later embrace Jerry Lewis. Lovecraft became especially popular with the French magazine Planète, or Planets, served as an important part of the French second science fiction period, a time when American pulp fiction became extremely popular in France following World War II, by which time Lovecraft was dead. But French magazines both imitated and reprinted in translation the classic pulp stories of the other American 1930s and 40s pulp magazines. Planete's editors held Lovecraft as their prophet, and their reprints of his stories helped popularize both he and the Cthulhu mythos in the French imagination. Lovecraft's longer fiction was published in French as a series of books. His works also inspired the editors of Planète to write their own book, Le Matin des Magiciens, The Morning of the Magicians, a few years earlier in 1960, before I was born. That book, The Morning of the Magicians, by Louis Pavles, or Paules, P-A-W-L-E-S, and Jacques Beguet. Jacques spelled Jacqueus, and his surname spelled Bergier. They first introduced Lovecraft's concept of alien gods as a non-fictional hypothesis. The authors claimed their study of religions around the world had led them to higher consciousness and to new revelations about the lost worlds of the past. Especially relevant was part 1 of that book, The Morning of the Magicians, one of the most influential books on earth. Everybody in every college campus had a copy of The Morning of the Magicians, just like they had a copy of Robert Anton Wilson's Illuminati Trigger series. And in part 1 of that book, Vanished Civilizations, where they heap up evidence backing Lovecraft's claims about alien super civilizations of the past. Now, it's long out of print, but you can find yourself a copy. That book, The Morning of the Magicians, which was required reading for the campus culture of its time, everybody had a copy, and they read that as their college campus Bible, just as they did Robert Anton Wilson's Bavarian Illuminati trilogy. This laid the foundation for all lost civilization books to follow, especially the Chariots of the Gods. One of the 3 recognized languages of Switzerland, well, there's 4 really, but nobody speaks the 4th, which is Romanche, which is a local tribal dialect of the hills that they speak only in museum curating or something. But the other 3 languages of Switzerland, 3 national languages, are Italian, Deutschensprach, the German, and le Français, the French language. This is how the Swiss author, Mr. Eric von Daniken, was able to read Lovecraft's works in French, was able to read The Morning of the Magicians. And von Daniken exploited this book as his major source. The bibliography of Chariots of the Gods lists that book in its 1962 German translation, Aufbruch ins Dritt Jahrtausend, or Jahrtausend, Jahrtausend means 1,000 years. Aufbruch ins Dritt Jahrtausend means in the last 1,000 years. So we now have come all the way from Providence to Paris to the Swiss hotel where von Daniken wrote his book, and we can see how Lovecraft's original exposition of the anti-gods became a pseudoscientific religion. Now, this is where we come to extraterrestrials masquerading as divinity, the concept thereof existing in one form or another all throughout the 20th century, well into the 21st. This one of a handful of modern myths capable of generating an endless flow of cash into the hands of its proponents. One of the others being the related UFO myth. This legend has grown exponentially to encompass the entire range of pseudoscientific and fantastic beliefs. These misguided attempts to explain the ancient past in futuristic terms have direct consequences for modern life. They represent the triumph of Cthulhu. The precursors of the myth lay, of course, in the late 19th century, thanks to Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. And the biggest mistake that was ever made was those who took up the reality of evolution and declared that it is either this or your belief in God. You cannot have both. That is Cthulhu at work. That is the abandoner, the anti-gods at work. Evolution does not disprove the existence of the Creator. Evolution is but a sign of his creation. It is his process of creation. It should affirm your faith in God. But instead, it was taken as a weapon against him, that this was the killing weapon, that if you take on evolution as you are accepting its reality, that this is ergo, ipso sum facto, the death of God. This is Al Cthulhu at work. H.P. Lovecraft understood evolution, yet he also held faith in Allah, because, as I said before, to Allah, all things are Muslim. It simply means they are submitted to the Creator. He is that which created all that is. So, by that very definition, all that is Muslim, submitted to Allah, the Creator. H.P. Lovecraft saw this and knew this, but there was no way he could express this. And so people said he was nihilist, therefore believed in nothing. By the late 1920s, Howard Phillips Lovecraft began publishing in pulp magazines. He laid out the basis for the belief of the cults so that people could understand them. Central to Lovecraft's mythos, the old ones were among us. Many millennia ago, the old ones came from other planets, took up residence on the earth. When the stars were wrong, they could not live, so they vanished beneath the ocean or returned to their homeworlds, where they used telepathic powers to communicate with man. The old ones thereby formed a cult and a religion which worshipped the aliens as gods. In Lovecraft's stories, the old ones hover halfway between pure extraterrestrial and true gods, as the plot requires. In his novel At the Mountains of Madness, he wrote that a species of the old ones created man himself to serve them, setting up man's first civilizations, Atlantis, Lemuria, and Miavaya, or Mu. Lovecraft used Sumerian, Egyptian, and Greek mythology as a play off of his monstrous demigods. He said that his messenger god Nyarlathotep was a member of the Egyptian pantheon. He identified the Phoenician fish god Dagon, formerly Oannes, or Wannes, O-A-N-N-E-S, with great Cthulhu himself, and thus became the first person to link extraterrestrials to ancient religions. On the opposite extreme, another science fiction writer, L. Ron Hubbard, began dabbling with the theme of aliens as protagonists in a cosmic battle. L. Ron Hubbard briefly flirted with Satanism under the guiding of the aging Aleister Crowley, but decided to forge his own idiosyncratic religious belief, and by mid-century he was well on his way to founding Scientology, built on the premise that aliens entered a cosmic battle 1,000,000 years agone and the losers fell to Earth, where they genetically modified Homo erectus to carry on their genes. Now, Howard Phillips Lovecraft and L. Ron Hubbard both wrote for the same science fiction pulp magazines in the 1930s. And as a matter of fact, Hubbard was very adept at stealing and appropriating others' ideas as his own. As related in Russell Miller's Barefaced Messiah, which of course we have Peter Moon to deconstruct any mistakes I might be making in this regard. But Hubbard became friends with L. Sprague de Camp, a protege of Lovecraft, and the two men would often spend late nights sharing stories. And of course, many of these related to de Camp's mentor, Howard Lovecraft. So both Lovecraft and Hubbard created extraterrestrial-based religions. Only Hubbard marketed his as real. At the same time, the modern myth of the UFO developed from Hollywood's attempts to film science fiction stories about extraterrestrials. The most famous legends being the UFOs at Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, and the abduction of Betty and Barney Hill in the 1960s, the very decade into which I myself entered this vale of tears. And of course, when we are to see the chariots of the gods, when in the 1950s, the Russian pseudoscientist Immanuel Velikovsky put forward his theory of periodic catastrophism in a series of books, the most famous of which was Worlds in Collision. He postulated that the asteroid belt descended from an exploded planet, said that Venus was a comet or asteroid which whizzed by Earth, causing floods. He said ancient myths of fires in the sky related to the passing of Venus. Now, to make this claim, myths needed to be read literally with a technological eye, and in his zeal to prove his refutation of uniformitarianism, Velikovsky provided the final link between extraterrestrials and ancient man. For the first time, ancient stories of gods and monsters became literal histories. And of course, on the other side of the world, Professor Charles Hapgood was busy compiling his Path of the Pole, published in 1958, which was originally titled simply Earth's Shifting Crust, as a geology textbook. His more famous work, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, published the very year I was born, 1966, in which he argued that ancient maps clearly showed the influence of pre-Ice Age civilization capable of mapping the world. In the first book, Hapgood argued that Earth's crust slips in one piece, like a loose orange skin, destroying civilization every 20,000 years or so. This thinking derives itself from Velikovsky's resurgent catastrophism movement of the 1950s. In his second book, Hapgood reconstructs enigmatic maps to prove that the ancients had a detailed knowledge of geography. His reconstructions were predicated on the assumption that the original source maps from which the ancients traced theirs were perfect and followed modern projections. And consequently, he was bound to conclude that the source maps were perfect, for that was the original conceit. His work would go on to heavily influence the father of the ancient astronauts theory, Erich von Daniken. And in 1968, 2 years after I was born, von Daniken published his magnum opus, Chariots of the Gods, in which he postulated that the ancient works of man, from the pyramids of Egypt to the enigmatic Nazca lines, were all the work of extraterrestrials who came down to Earth and gave civilization to mankind. And his book immediately sold millions of copies, generated millions of cultists, spawned a Rod Serling narrated film adaptation, In Search of Ancient Astronauts. Yes, Rod Serling himself narrated that oblivious piece of work, and gave it a credence it never deserved. All of this created the religion of Cthulhu you follow today if you watch Ancient Astronauts on the History Channel. All of this is the cult of the Kings of Edom. All the immediate sequels of the Chariots of the Gods, Gods from Outer Space, published in 1970. The Gold of the Gods, published in 1972. All of this hearsay, misinformation, outright fabrication. In the mid-1990s, von Daniken himself admitted that some of the original Chariots material was completely fabricated. Only he said, oh, that fraud was necessary to sell the truth to the unbelievers. To date, the believers have bought millions of copies of his 25 books. No one questions the validity of his arguments. This is a man they created a theme park for in Switzerland. You can go visit the Cthulhu theme park of the Chariots of the Gods. All of this. You worship the anti-gods, the serious mystery. Yes, think of, just as by 1976, the bicentennial, the 200th year of America's second centenary birthday as a republic. By that year, von Daniken's theories branched into two directions, leading ultimately to the strange worlds of alternative history and human cloning. That year, Robert Temple published The Serious Mystery, and Zachariah Sitkin published The 12th Planet, each a milestone in this Cthulhuoid worldview of the cult of the Kings of Edom. In The Serious Mystery, Philip Coppens argues that, well, on his website, he argues that the Mr. Temple's Serious Mystery, the man Robert Temple who first wrote about it, he argues that it's the more important of the two 1976 works because Temple's book has attained the status of a semi-scientific work. Temple claims that the Dogon tribe of Western Africa obtained esoteric knowledge of the binary nature of the star Sirius through contact with ancient Egypt. And he went on to claim that Egypt itself received its wisdom about the two-in-one star Sirius from amphibious aliens from the star system who came to Earth and founded civilization in the guise of the Sumerian creator god Oannes, Oannes, known in the Bible as Dagon, which H.P. Lovecraft wrote a novella about, which we have seen Lovecraft identify with his alien god Cthulhu. Temple built on the then current science, related his findings to the scientific dissertation Hamlet's Mill, as writ by Giorgio di Santillana and Hertha van Desund. Santillana's name is spelled Santillana, and the Madame Desund's name is spelled Deshund, a variant of the German word for dachshund. And that book made the claim that the ancients had a very sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, which they encoded in their myths and religions. And Temple took it one step further and attributed that knowledge to Sirius-dwelling amphibians. And in their otherwise fanciful and unreliable book entitled The Stargate Conspiracy, Lynn Pickett and Clive Prince discovered that Temple received heavy influence from Arthur Young, his mentor. Young was a believer in the Nine, which was a group of entities psychics of the 1950s claimed represented the 9 creator gods of ancient Egypt. Significantly, these 9 stated, through the mediums, that they were extraterrestrials from the Sirius star system. Young attended the 1952 First Contact with the 9, initiated by Andrija Puharich, surname spelled Puharich, who became famous as the man who brought alleged psychic spoonbender Uri Geller to America in the 1970s. And the 9 seem heavily influenced by the quasi-mystical Satanism cum Egyptology of Aleister Crowley, who himself influenced Hubbard's Scientology. So the 9 added the extra dimension of UFOs, which were all the rage after the Roswell incident, which you can read about in our book, The Roswell Deception. And Pickett and Prince conclude that Temple's Serious Mystery represented a young man's attempt to please his mentor, and they discovered that the Dogon's esoteric knowledge of Sirius was provided by the anthropologists studying the tribe Marcel Griaule and Germain Dietrich. And so these men's names are spelled, their surnames, their family names, Marcel Griaule, Griaule spelled Griaule, and Germain Dieterlen, his surname spelled Dieterlen. And so when the anthropologist, Walter van Beek, when Van Beek talked to the Dogon tribe in 1991, he said, all agree that they learned about the star from Marcel Griaule. In other words, the anthropologists fed them the information, which they then claimed was fed to them by amphibians from outer space. So Robert Temple provided this unique addition to the growing mythology about cosmic ancestors. The Serious Mystery Temple identifies specific Greek and Egyptian cities with the stars, and he makes the extraordinary claim that certain Greco-Egyptian oracle centers, like the oracle at Delphi, form a giant picture of the constellation Argo. So for the first time, as above, so below, the heavens had an image on earth. This was something developed by the ancient Chinese in constructing their capitals. But now the West had their version of what the Chinese always had. In this way, the West felt it had something that Asia did not. In this way, the West felt that it could beat out Asia as the most ancient of cultures, because the West had aliens on their side. So this unique interpretation of ancient construction was quickly noticed by the former surveyor and amateur archaeologist named Robert Bauval, whose surname was spelled B-A-U-V-A-L, and he sought to apply temple star maps to ancient Egyptian constructions. And Bauval noticed a similarity between the layout of the 3 pyramids at Giza and the 3 belt stars of the constellation Orion. And when he used the pyramid texts to identify one with the other, he knew he had something important. He teamed up with Adrian Gilbert to write The Orion Mystery, published in 1994. Now, Gilbert was already famous for his book entitled The Mayan Prophecies, where he used the last day of the Mayan calendar, December 23rd of 2012, as the day of Armageddon, in a prediction of cosmic doom. When the world was supposed to end back in 2012, you might remember. So Bauval's theory had a simple elegance with previous attempts to rewrite history. Well, they all lacked this. The pyramid star alignment seemed logical, it looked convincing, and then Bauval took it a step further and claimed, because Hamlet's Mill said so, that the Egyptians understood the movements of the stars over time, the procession of the equinoxes, which cycles the stars around the sky every 25,800 years. Therefore, the pyramids must be precisely aligned to the stars. And Bauval claimed that the pyramids matched the stars at only one date, 10,500 BC. Ergo, civilization must be that old. At the same time, the British author and journalist Graham Hancock arrived in Egypt to explore the work of a tour guide, John Anthony West, and the maverick geologist Robert Schoch, whose name is spelled S-C-H-O-C-H, who both claimed that the Great Sphinx dated back to around 10,500 BC on evidence that the statue had been weathered by water. And Hancock became interested in ancient mysteries as a result of his search for the Ark of the Covenant and the subsequent success of his book on the subject entitled The Sign and the Seal. And he sought fresh mysteries to bring to his readers, so the wonders of Egypt were a good place to start. So Hancock met Bauval, and the two became fast friends, or co-conspirators. And Hancock then published his massive tome on ancient history entitled Fingerprints of the Gods, published in 1995, and thereafter wrote a sequel, Mystery of the Sphinx, published in 1997 as co-authored with Bauval. And in those books, Hancock laid out his temple and von Daniken-inspired theory that the ancient marvels, like megalithic Tiwanaku and the pyramids, were the work of a lost civilization which vanished with the Ice Age. And Hancock used much of that same evidence as von Daniken, but dispensed with the extraterrestrials, cloaking his logic in the mythography of Hamlet's Mill. Hancock argued that the subtle changes in the stars were the driving force behind ancient myth. See, this is all based on Lovecraft's Old Ones. For whom the stars were wrong, they could not live. Hancock implied that the cycle of precession brought with it the beginning and the end of civilizations. In other words, whoever believes this converts to the cults of the kings of Edom and takes on their beliefs without even being initiated. Thereby, the cults of the kings of Edom have converted the masses of Western man. And like the 19th and 20th century concepts of Lemuria and Muvaya, or Mu, which Lovecraft took upon to expose in his historical concepts of ancient civilizations, Hancock saw the ancient world as one of high technology and culture. Yet by the time he and Robert Bauval wrote The Mars Mystery in 1998, their view had changed. And the authors now claimed that the lost civilization could have been destroyed by an asteroid during a meteor shower, which also wiped out the Martian civilization. And they implied that previous to this, Mars and Earth could have had sustained contact because of the face on Mars. And they speculated that perhaps Martians had given their civilization to Earth after the work of Richard Hoagland, an Adamite cultist who worships the anti-gods and is popularized by the Satanist George Norrie. Today, Hancock is the king of alternative history, and his theories now influence science itself. Today, some scholars have begun to believe the pyramids represent Orion, and many Egyptologists have begun to examine the role of the stars and star alignments in ancient history. While this is not exclusively the result of Hancock's books, his market power has forced science to react and incorporate some of his evidence gathered from other researchers into mainstream thought. So to date, many other monuments have been related to constellations and star images. They include the temples of Angkor Wat, related to Draco, the Chinese pyramid field related to Gemini, and the cathedrals of Notre Dame in France related to Virgo. All of this is what Lovecraft brought to you, was going to put into perspective for you, along with Harry Houdini, as do not take this as your belief. This is Herodian. These are the beliefs of the cult of the anti-gods. But since he and Harry Houdini were assassinated, you now have become an anti-godly cultist yourself, worshipping Cthulhu. This is based on your reading The 12th Planet, the other book published in 1976, the bicentennial of the American Republic. Both of these published so fittingly, so intentionally so during that year, because America is the empire of the anti-gods. Lovecraft tried to stop this with the publishing of an American Mein Kampf. A President Lindbergh would have stopped this. But because the two men who would have made him president were killed, Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft, now you are a cultist. You believe in the 12th planet of Zachariah Sitchin, who burst onto the scene in a wave of Von Danikenite Fury. And Sitchin, he firmly believed the hypothesis of extraterrestrial intervention in ancient history, and he sought to apply his knowledge of Sumerian cuneiform and hieroglyphics. He perverted all such to provide evidence, to create evidence, to generate it himself to fit his theory. By loosely interpreting ancient myths and combining them with von Daniken's quote-unquote proof, Sitchin was able to weave a tale of ancient astronauts departing from the hidden planet Nibiru, or Marduk, the 12th planet, the others being the 9 planets and the sun and the moon, and arriving on Earth where they mine gold to save their planet, very similar to Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft's Yuggoth. The Yuggoth, of course, are on the 9th planet Pluto. The Yuggoth that Lovecraft wrote about, that is the cult that Zachariah Sitchin became the prophet of. The planet, of course, fell into the solar system by strange physics, and by those same metaphysics, created Earth by smashing another planet in the asteroid belt. All this happened according to Zachariah Sitchin 450,000 years ago. He called the leader of the aliens Marduk after the Babylonian god, and he added that Marduk's attendants were the Anunnaki, the 50 faceless gods of Sumer, whom Robert Temple equated to the 50-year orbit of the Sirius stars around each other. The Anunnaki will make another appearance again before the end of our world. Now, you people awaiting the Anunnaki are awaiting the rise of the anti-gods. You're helping to make the stars right by believing all of man's ancient ruins are meant to usher in their return. Thence you have become a cultist of the kings of Edom. Sitchin, Zachariah Sitchin, built on von Daniken and Velikovsky, adding to the myth a unique aspect. If extraterrestrials had given man civilization, why could they not have created man? For does the Bible not say that God created man in his own image? So Zachariah Sitchin claimed Sumerian sources clearly indicate that the expedition to Earth required the Anunnaki to genetically engineer the human race and clone them on a vast scale to provide slave labor for their gold mining operations. All based on Lovecraft's old ones. He goes on to say that man and the gods have quarreled for thousands of years, shaping human destiny. He claims to know the identity of Yahweh, the Hebrew God, but reminds people to buy his latest book for that revelation. Sitchin sought credibility by distancing himself from the burgeoning UFO movement. He said there were clear differences between ancient and modern UFO encounters. He implied that modern aliens are different, an unrelated species from the old gods. For him, the ancient astronauts departed Earth and left their mark on Mars, which they used as a rest stop on the way back to the 12th planet. And on page 163 of the 12th planet, Sitchin presents a hand-drawn picture, no citation provided, of a presumably Sumerian cylinder with wings topped by a bird, of which he asked, What or who was the eagle who took Atanya to the distant heavens? We cannot help but associate the ancient text with the message beamed to Earth in July 1969 by Neil Armstrong, commander of the Apollo 11 spacecraft. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The eagle has landed. Oh yes, how did they know? Oh, as has been pointed out, the argument is pointless. It makes one wonder why these ancient astronaut authors were so obsessed with rockets. After all, advanced civilizations should logically have moved beyond the need for fuel-inefficient rockets. However, when these books were written, rockets were state of the art. Now, today, over 30 books by other authors have followed the same vein as Sitkin's prolific output, but Sitkin's cultics, well, his cultists are a loyal bunch. And when one of the authors supporting the Sitkin hypothesis disagreed with Sitkin on the rocket point, fire and brimstone rained from the paranormal community. You see, Alan F. Alford wrote a book entitled Gods of the New Millennium, published in the year 2000, in which he disagreed with Sitkin's claim that the resurrections in mythology referred to rockets carrying Anunnaki aliens back to their home planet. And on April 6th of the year 2000, Alford, who calls himself the voice of common sense, wrote on his website that Sitkin's theory was wrong. And, well, of course, he received a violent backlash. Sitkin's cultists protested by the hundreds, and Sitkin himself demanded that Alford not criticize his theory any longer under threat of lawsuit. And far from being open-minded debate alternative authors allegedly encourage, all this dissent goes back to the orthodoxy that incites a tremendous backlash against the heretic. This is the very definition of a cult. You people are all the members of the cult of the kings of Edom. And Sitkin went on to write many, 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 many more books, and his philosophy has influenced many authors thereafter. But Sitkin's most lasting impact came in the realm of religion. Sir Lawrence Gardner is the official historian of the House of Stuart, and he has traced the Stuart lineage back to the presumed children of Christ in his bestseller entitled Bloodline of the Holy Grail, published in 1996. This is what traditionally royal scholars were hired to do to prove that the divine right of kings was extant because the kings were Merovingian. It is related to Christ. This is how kings proclaim divine right. So he was doing what is in the royal tradition. And of course, he incidentally identified the Notre Dame cathedrals with Virgo. And in his new book, Genesis of the Grail Kings, published in 2000, that same Sir Lawrence Gardner, the Sir Lawrence Gardner, the official historian of the House of Stuart, mind you, he argues in his book Genesis of the Grail Kings that the Stuart line through Christ has its ultimate origins in the line of David, king of Israel. And David, in turn, descended from a line of Sumerian kings whose polytheistic religion transformed into Judaism. So Gardner argues the Davidic line received its divine right to rule due to descent from, get this shit, the Anunnaki, from whom he adopts Sitkin's identification with aliens. So you have the official historian of the Royal House of Stuart. Now, in order to convince the public that the house retains legitimacy, can no longer trace back to Christ, it's got to go to the goddamn aliens. It's got to go to the Anunnaki. This is where the West has sank. This is where the anti-gods have overtaken the West, and Cthulhu has triumphed over you all. Now, on an even darker note, both Temple's Serious Mystery and Sitkin's 12th Planet were eagerly adopted by UFO cults, seeking to provide a mythical and historic backdrop for their New Age faith that beneficent aliens would rescue the elect from Earth in a spaceship. And in 1998, the Heaven's Gate cult committed mass suicide while expecting a spaceship trailing behind the comet Hale-Bopp to receive their souls for transport to a hollowed-out planet, Pluto, which Lovecraft called Yuggoth, home of the alien old ones. All of this included the brother of that wonderful Black African-American woman who portrayed Lieutenant Uhura in the Star Trek original series. She was a Black African-American woman who pioneered a role for Blacks in the future. And because of what she contributed, her brother became so lost in space because Nyota Uhura, who was portrayed by Nichelle Nichols, inspired him to a better view of the universe, a universe that could include Black people. The only people he found that would include him were UFO cultists. So he joined the UFO cultists as John Applewhite's Heaven's Gate community and killed himself in mass suicide because that was the only place where he was welcome. This was the brother of Nichelle Nichols, who now is suffering from senile dementia and is undergoing all kinds of exploitation by various relations and former affiliates, all wanting her estate. This is the shape in which we're in today, in which Black people only find their homes by killing themselves among Edomite cultists. This is the world which the Herodians have led us to. All of this on, when you try and think of some of the religious aspects of this, in a similar vein, Claude Vorhillon, surname spelled Vorhillon, claims that on December 13th of 1973, he contacted a UFO manned by the Elohim, identified with the Anunnaki, and received a revelation about humanity. And in a disclosure identical to that of L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology, he learned that man was genetically engineered as a product of alien experimentation. Vorhillon then changed his name to Rael and christened his new faith the Raelian Revolution. His church claims no less than 55,000 members in 84 countries. They are based in Israel, and their sigil, their sign, their symbol is the Hebrew shield of David. It's not a star, it's a shield. And the six-sided shield of David has within it the Nazi Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika. He knows that is the only symbol that will deter the old ones. He uses that as a ward for that which he tries to enslave or bond so that he can conquer mankind. Rael claims that the Elohim, the Anunnaki. By the way, I've received a notification about something about the video from Skype. Or hope everything's still going smoothly with that.
Oh, yes. What happens is with the Skype, the recording doesn't stop. So after 3 hours, what happens is it splits into another file. So I'll just put it all together like when you're done. So please continue and take your time.
Thank you. So Rael claims that the Elohim, the Anunnaki, told him in 1973 that we were the ones who made all life on Earth. You mistook us for gods. We are at the origin of your main religions. Now, on the surface, it would seem that this faith is independent of Zecharia Sitchin because it was founded before the 12th planet even debuted. However, when you read the Raelian literature, it shows that the first Raelian book was not published until 1976, the same year, the bicentennial of the United States, that the book of Robert Temple's about the Sirius Mystery and Zecharia Sitchin's books were published. And the cult didn't take off until the early 1980s. Only then did the Raelians begin to add genetic engineering to their doctrines of faith. At that time, I was working with Michael Aquino, who confirmed to myself that the Raelians began to add genetic engineering through his introduction to them of this literature. And consequently, Rael's faith was originally a Von Daniken UFO cult, which took on the trappings of genetics and Anunnaki or the Elohim, after both Zecharia Sitchin and Robert Temple made their so-called discoveries, and these were introduced to the cult in an act of social engineering by Michael Aquino himself. So Sitchin is indeed referenced on the Raelian website. Yet even if Rael did come up with his own ideas in 1973, he obviously took the hints from von Daniken's early works, which Sitchin developed into his theories. In short, Raelian belief clearly stems from the ancient astronaut movement of the very decade into which I was born, the 1960s, combined with the concurrent UFO movement. By the way, for those of you who wonder, what does this mean? How does this impact me? Understand this, that they were made representatives of humanity at the United Nations. There is serious issues involved here. This is not some harmless belief. Because Raelians believe extraterrestrials created man by genetic engineering and cloning, they believe it is their religious duty to clone humans themselves. The Raelians have cloned Swiss children. There was one 10-month-old, a Swiss child who was 10 months old, who suffered a tragic death during this cloning process that left its parents heartbroken. A professor at Hamilton College in Hamilton, New York, who is a member of the Raelian Revolution, said in March of 2001, 20 years ago, that the Raelian cloning project was complete even then, and that the clones he had created from that 10-month-old Swiss child were even then being implanted within the month. Now, the ethicists immediately raised objections to the cloning, citing the high failure rate and moral considerations. And so, what happened was that they sent a representative to the United Nations. And the United Nations has given the right to the Raelian cult alone on Earth to clone human beings for the last 20 years. And you never knew anything about this. And it was in December of 2002 that Professor Brigitte Boiselier, surname spelled Boisselier, announced the first human clone would be raised in a Rhodian who worshipped Cthulhu. There are now clones upon the earth who have grown up knowing nothing but the anti-gods as their true gods. You know nothing of them, but they walk among you. And the agents of chaos have descended among you to conduct mass shootings, mass sacrifices, to bring about the end of your world. All of this is popularized to you through the cultists of the History Channel, who present to you ancient aliens. If you don't believe me, let's go back to H.P. Lovecraft on the Undersea World. In his work, Out of the Aeons, that he co-wrote with a lady named Hazel Heald, published in 1933, the year my biological father, Adolf Hitler, ascended to power in Europe, Lovecraft said, naturally, savants of various kinds tried their best to classify the frightful object, though always without success. Theories of a bygone Pacific civilization, of which the Easter Island images and the megalithic masonry of Ponape and Nanmatal are conceivable vestiges, were freely circulated among the students, and learned journals carried varied and often conflicting speculations on a possible former continent whose peaks survive as the myriad islands of Melanesia and Polynesia. The diversity in dates assigned to the hypothetical vanished culture or continent was at once bewildering and amusing, yet some surprisingly relevant allusions were found in certain myths of Tahiti and other islands. Now, compare that to Graham Hancock, who said, It was the submerged structures of Japan that first awakened me to the possibility that an underworld in history, unrecognized by archaeologists, could lie concealed and forgotten beneath the sea. Then when I learned to dive and started to look elsewhere, I began to realize how vast this vanished underworld might be. For its traces seem to have been scattered round the continental margins, not only of the Pacific, but also the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans, and the Mediterranean Sea. I have not spoken of the work Santha, and I did in the South Pacific around the Tahitian islands of Tahiti and Huahine, or of the strange things we saw underwater off the Tongan island of Haipai. This is in his book Underworld, published in 2002. So Lovecraftian in its narrative. Think about your ancient aliens. Look upon when Lovecraft, in his short story Dagon, published in 1917, said, "I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likenesses on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down their reeking talons, the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind himself, of a day when the land itself shall sink and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium." Reflect upon that when you read Robert Temple in his book, The Serious Mystery of 1998, saying, a group of alien amphibian beings were credited by the Babylonians with having founded their civilization. The main individual of the group of amphibians is called Oannes, O-A-N-N-E-S, in somewhat latter traditions than the ones Berosus drew on. Oannes became the fish god of the Philistines, known as Dagon, and familiar to many readers of the Bible. The creatures credited with founding civilization in the Middle East were frankly described by the Babylonians, who revered them and built huge statues of them as repulsive abominations. Oh, the Lovecraftian language. On ancient cults, Lovecraft did say, in his work, The Call of Cthulhu, in 1926, they worshipped, so they said, the great old ones who lived ages before there were any men and who came to the young world out of the sky. Those old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first men, who formed a cult which had never died. This was that cult, and the prisoners said it had always existed and always would exist, hidden in distant wastes and dark places all over the world until the time when the great priest, Cthulhu, from his dark house in the mighty city, R'lyeh under the waters, should rise and bring the earth again under his sway. Someday he would call when the stars were ready, and the secret cult would always be waiting to liberate him. Parallel this with Van Daniken in his book, Chariots of the Gods, published in 1969, in which he said, I claim that our forefathers received visits from the universe in the remote past, even though I do not yet know who these extraterrestrial intelligences were, or from which planet that they came. And Graham Hancock, echoing him, on saying, we shall argue that serious and intelligent men, and apparently women too, were indeed at work behind the stage of the prehistory in Egypt, and propose that one of the many names by which they were known was the followers of Horus. We propose too that their purpose, to which their generations adhered for thousands of years with the rigor of a messianic cult, may have been to bring to fruition a great cosmic blueprint that's published in his Mystery of the Sphinx in 1996. Or on the subject of ancient astronomy, when from the seminal work, The Call of Cthulhu, again in 1926, Lovecraft said, then, whispered Castro, those first men formed the cult around tall idols which the Great One shewed them, idols brought in dim eras from dark stars. That cult would never die till the stars came right again, and the secret priests would take great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects and resume his rule of Earth. To which Graham Hancock, in his book published in 1998, entitled Heaven's Mirror, wrote, the same constellations, but with everything flipped 180 degrees, are present in these two skies, 10,500 BC, and today, separated by 12,500 years. Perhaps the prehistoric cult of immortality, which used vast monuments likened to constellations and astronomical cycles as instruments of initiation, is coming back to life. Or Robert Temple, with his book The Serious Mystery, published in 1998, echoing that sentiment, that the stars are right again and Cthulhu shall yet rise, saying, I would even venture that we may be under observation or surveillance at this very moment with an extraterrestrial civilization whose home base is the Sirius system, monitoring our development to see when we will ready ourselves for their contacting us. In other words, we may very possibly allowed to control the forthcoming contact ourselves. And on our own home planet, when Lovecraft, in his work The Whisperer in the Darkness in 1930, wrote, the blasphemies which appeared on Earth, it was hinted, came from the dark planet Yuggoth at the rim of the solar system, but this was itself merely the populous outpost of a frightful interstellar race whose ultimate source must lie far outside even the Einsteinian space-time continuum, our greatest known cosmos. To which Van Daniken, in his Chariots of the Gods in 1969, said, if the view supported by reputable scientists east and west that Mars once had an advanced civilization is correct, the question arises, why does it no longer exist today? Did the intelligences of Mars have to seek a new environment? Lastly, were some of the inhabitants of Mars able to escape to a neighboring planet? Or, of course, Robert Temple, in his book The Serious Mystery in 1998, saying, the Dogon tribe and the Egyptians spoke of civilization coming from the Sirius system, and the Babylonians spoke of it coming from the heavens. The Dogon and the Babylonians agreed on the amphibious nature of the beings who did this. All of this can take us back to what Howard Phillips Lovecraft himself wrote about with the help of what he co-authored with Harry Houdini himself. In a short story entitled Imprisoned with the Pharaohs, published in 1924, the year after my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born, Harry Houdini and Lovecraft together wrote about the Sphinx chamber, in which Lovecraft said, it was then that the smile of the Sphinx vaguely displeased us and made us wander about the legends of subterranean passages beneath the monstrous creature, leading down to the depths none might dare hint at. Depths connected with mysteries older than the dynastic Egypt we excavate, and having a sinister relation to the persistence of abnormal animal-headed gods in the ancient Nilotic pantheon. To which Graham Hancock echoed in his Message of the Sphinx book, published in 1996, it is a map, not buried in the earth, but cunningly concealed in time, where X almost literally marks the spot directly under the rear paws of the Great Sphinx of Egypt at a depth, we would guess, of about 100 feet. If we had read the message of the followers of hawk-headed Horus right, then there is something of momentous importance there, waiting to be found. Chambers of the earthly kingdom of Osiris. Or, here we have Lovecraft on Antarctica, at the Mountains of Madness in 1931, where he wrote, it seemed to be half lost in a queer Antarctic haze. The effect of the monstrous sight was indescribable, for some fiendish violation of no natural law seemed certain at the outset. Here on a hellishly ancient tableland fully 20,000 feet high, and in a climate deadly to habitation since a pre-human age not less than 500,000 years agone, there stretched nearly to the vision's limit a tangle of orderly stone which only the desperation of mental self-defense could possibly attribute to any but conscious and artificial cause. And to which Graham Hancock in his book Fingerprints of the Gods, published in 1995, said, it was suddenly clear to me how a continent-sized landmass, which had been the home of a large and prosperous society for thousands of years, could indeed get lost almost without a trace. As the Flemaths concluded, it is to icy Antarctica that we look to find answers to the very roots of civilization, answers which may yet be preserved in the frozen depths of the forgotten island continent. Every author that produces the works with which you interpret your reality echoes that exposed by Lovecraft. All that which he warned of as the coming of the end days, when people would take the belief of the cults of the kings of Edom as the popular truth, has come to pass. We are in the end times. You are all cultists of the kings of Edom. You all read their works, their books. You all believe in alien gods. You are the Herodians who will bring about the revolution in nihilism that H.P. Lovecraft and Harry Houdini and Charles Augustus Lindbergh and Henry Ford did so desperately try to suppress, to check, with an American fascism that was never born because the man who would have wrote its Mein Kampf in America was murdered. You are now the cultists. You are the danger. We are in the end times. The world is burning everywhere in terms of this terminal stage of mankind where we have brought about the death of nature itself, of nature as it sustains humanity, as we insult God the Creator by believing in the anti-gods. God lets our world burn. And it's all because of you, because you sit down every night and watch History Channel, watch these ancient aliens, and believe this shit. This is all on you. And until you find the truth, until you understand what H.P. Lovecraft was warning of, until you accept, of course, that in the secular sense, fascism be the only answer to rooting these cultists out and ultimately annihilating them before they annihilate us all. Only a fascist government would identify the clones of the kings of Edom. This is the solution we must not alienate. This is why you're indoctrinated to hate fascism. This is why you're indoctrinated to hate the very political ideology H.P. Lovecraft was trying to espouse. And understand this man's background. A secular Muslim who was married to a Jewish wife, who was also a practicing homosexual, a gay man. If he was recommending fascism as the only hope, certainly he saw the liberal progressive future of fascism with a human face. The only fascism that could save you from these people who have you destroying your world because you expect the aliens to come down any day and save us. That is the ultimate truth. We're at the top of the hour now. We're very close to that. We'll close the interview for today. I believe the message has been delivered. I hope it was coherent.
Oh, yes, Brother Douglas, and I'm glad you took your time explaining these different elements that needed to be explained in a very in-depth manner. And I'm glad you explained the whole relation, starting from even the part 2 all the way up until now, about Cthulhu, about H.P. Lovecraft, about these different aspects of how America is enveloped in this anti-God culture. So you pretty much covered it all, my brother, from A to Z. And I thank you and I honor you for all of this years of knowledge and wisdom you have bestowed upon the people who take the time to hear you out and know how much you've been attacked by the enemy. And I encourage all of those that are listening that please support our brother, report the gang stalkers, and purchase his books and donate to him in any way that you can. And also give him moral support. Pray for him. Pray for him that God makes everything go good for him, rest his parents' soul in peace, gives peace to him in a life full of tragedy and horror, and those that try to basically see him fail, but ultimately they fell in their own traps, which I also assure Brother Douglas that Allah on this path ensures us that good always wins. Good always wins. And even the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, warns us in the Holy Quran, which you pointed out in the previous episode, that, O mankind, beware that the shaitan is al-Cthulhu, the deserter, the forsaker. So all of this ties back to a very long and tumultuous history between the forces of light and darkness. And I'm glad you've given the people these reasonable solutions on what they can do to identify these cults of the kings of Edom, what they can do to save their future, and why we're at such a crossroads right now where humanity does have to make a choice on which side they stand. So Thank you, my brother, for covering the subject of H.P. Lovecraft and Islam in a very in-depth manner. And I am truly, truly honored and grateful for you. And I love you dearly.
And I love you in turn, dear brother. God bless you, and peace be upon you as well. I'll take my rest for now, but I thank you so much. And of course, inform me when this is published. And at some point very soon, we'll work together on getting this up on my channel as a full 6-hour or 7-hour special.
Oh, of course. So what I'll do is, since Skype has already split it up into multiple files because of its recording limit, what I'm going to do is, after we get off the call, is I'm going to combine your original part 2 that you did and combine the 2 video files from here and make it into one part 3, which will basically be your 6 to 7 hours full coverage of H.P. Lovecraft and Islam, which will make it easier for everyone to follow the subject in one full video. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll upload it, and you have my permission on the record, including John Warrington, to upload this wherever you may wish, to ensure transparency and to ensure that the knowledge that you shared was shared in its full length without any interruption.
Yes, make certain to send him a link or a copy as well. Then he would know much better what to do immediately with what he does. And
yes,
God bless you, and thank you so much, my dear brother. I love you dearly.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. Much love. Assalamu alaikum, and may Allah always protect you, bless you, and guide you in all manners.
Thank you so much. And if anyone wishes to help, of course, my PayPal is paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Any donations will be helpful. And my love to all of you who support us. And may all of you know peace as well in these grim and terrifying times. We truly are in the last days of humanity as we know it. And it's our duty to do what we can to stand for humanity in these times.
Take care, Brother Douglas.
Take care. Love you dearly, and a salute in return.